Well, good morning, everyone, from here, Boca de Pascuales. I hope you're ready for today because it's going to be a day for the history books of bodyboarding. This is something that you are very used to here, but seriously, people, days like today, no, I mean, it's gonna go to our memories forever. Good morning, Brian. How you doing?
Good morning, Bego. Yeah, it looks really good out there. I think some of the cleaner and bigger conditions we've seen, like the whole event. So, yesterday looked a little slow, and those sets took a while to come in. But today we've already seen, like while we were doing like the call and all that there's sets coming through and it's nice and clean. So it's gonna be exciting.
And mainly because we're gonna have the man-on-man heat, which it's our favorite, and I'm pretty sure it's yours as well. We're gonna see fair play, all the rules and all the procedures of bodyboarding, of the professional bodyboarding, are in place in these kind of stages, and they have perfect chances to broadcast themselves, to show what they can do. It's 2 men in the water, big conditions, people. They're gonna have 30 minutes, and we have seen some serious bombs out there, right?
Yeah, it looks really good. Like best conditions I think we've seen yet. It's pretty stretched out, but they have corners on them, and there's going to be a lot of moves and a lot of barrels.
Well, wearing the green event shirt alongside with the white cap. If you want to get your hands in one of these merch, or one of these excellent and beautiful pieces of merch here, you can contact anyone that is in the beach and get you. There's gonna be a store selling these things. So we don't want to take any more of your time. We already presented the highlight to start the day, and we're gonna go straight to the water to show you how the conditions are for this day number 5 of competition. Let's show it. Let's hit the water, please, director. As you can see, look at that. First heat of the day, as usual, Matias Diaz wearing red and Brahim Idouche wearing yellow. Brahim not afraid at all, neither Matias, of these kind of conditions. They knew at some point they were going to get this, right? Everybody knew. I mean, the time they decided to register for this event, they knew exactly what to expect. Look at the size of the waves and the size of the competitors.
Yeah, it's solid. It's solid out there. And yeah, like you said, when you sign up for a competition that's going to be taking place in somewhere like Pascuales or Puerto, you better be ready for something solid because this place is so consistent. Especially this time of year. Probably 3 times a month you're going to get waves. 8 to 10 foot, sometimes even bigger. So when all these guys decided they go, hey, I'm going to go compete at Pascuales, they needed to be ready for moments like this.
Yeah, you know what you get, and people here, you want to see the scores, you want to see the live feed with them with the scores. They're actually, the riders are raising their hands, asking for a situation. The heat hasn't started, probably, since the waves are so big, they might not listen very well. But I know the technical commission is getting more speakers and putting up the volume. Yeah, you see I think they're actually speaking about something there. But yeah, make sure to scan that and connect with us. Everything is there. Escaneen. Buenos días a todos. Día 5 de competencia. Después una tormenta tropical ayer, una locura como llovió. Ya estamos en comienzo. No sé qué estará pasando, pero los riders están levantando sus tablas. No sé si es porque están preguntándose de situación, ¿no?
Yeah, I think maybe you heard a little horn start, so I think they might be confused if the heat has started or not. From our screen, we see that the clock has not started yet, but we did hear some type of horn in like the last minute
Maybe they
or
were
so.
testing.
Okay, maybe it was a test, but yeah, I think it tricked them, and they might be thinking that the heat is underway. But hopefully, the beach marshal or the beach commentators will clear that up for them and let them know that the heat has not yet started.
Yeah, I mean, people, see how the current is pushing them. I think, yeah, they're definitely asking for time, for situation, and like you said, they're probably confused. But yeah, meanwhile, we wait for the heat to start. The heat hasn't started as of yet. No ha comenzado el heat todavía. Los riders están preguntando, yo creo, porque sí sonó como una bocina. Me parece que puede haber sido de prueba. Pero miren, vamos a presentarles esto que es el bracelet, lo que es la presentación de nuestros hits, lo que vamos a tener en los octavos de final. Who do we have?
Yeah, so we got a couple crazy heats, some friendly fire going on, maybe with Alonso Aguilar and Carlos Cruz both having to go at it. So it's going to be sad for us to lose one of our Mexicans. And we got another one of those as well with Kalani Favela and Brian Lopez having to go at it. And then another friendly fire heat with Armide and Lionel both having to go to battle. So there's going to be a couple countrymen that are going to be taking down their fellow countrymen.
Yeah, that's going to be tense and intense for them. Check this out. The heat has started now. 30 minutes. Round number 4, people. This is the round of 16 here at the 2026 Pascuales Pro, Bodyboard Pro. And in the water, we have Matias Diaz in red from Chile, from Iquique, and Brahimi Douche from Morocco in yellow. No priority, as usual. And the heat starts without priority. And yeah, look how they're being dragged, man. And let's see, maybe Brahimi Douche is taking off in the first wave. Not really happening for him. And I think that was a good call. You don't want to get caught down there if you're not certain that you're gonna proper use the wave, right? Let's see, maybe Matias is gonna take off in the first one. Looks like a very beautiful left for Matias Diaz, scooping into the barrel. Great barrel. Let's see if he can get out. Oh, that was close.
Yeah, that was a great looking wave. It just kind of went into that foamy section at the end and kind of clamped and didn't allow him to exit. But that's a really good looking wave, And that was kind of a smaller wave for what we've been seeing this morning. So these guys opting to try to take some mid-sized waves to get the heat started and not wait around for the sets. But and here's a replay of Matias, a really nice looking wave. Bottom turn, scoops up into the barrel, draws a great line. He's driving through, and just that end section right there in the foam just kind of clamps and doesn't allow him to exit. But it's okay. Early days in the heat.
He did drive through, he tried and he did everything that he needed to do. It's just that the thing completely closed out. And yeah, look at that current, man. He's actually paddling sideways. And that's a trick, sometimes I've heard that from many professionals. They say sometimes you got to paddle sideways and it will kind of push you. And also here, man, it's key to use the riptide in your favor. There's some different spots where the riptide is located. And if you know that, you're gonna look at that. The jet ski is super alert. I love it that, he's taking care of the riders. Safety first here. That's great, because it gives you. It's tough to go and compete in big conditions, and it's not like the jet ski is gonna pick you up and take you to the point. It's not gonna happen like that. But that you're safe. There's someone there looking for you, and that's definitely something helpful when you're competing. It gives you that safety that you need, right?
Yeah, and we saw a couple competitors, or at least one competitor, have a leash break, and
Yeah.
the jet ski just came in, scooped him up, and just got him back to the beach safely. So, that it's a little, it quiets the mind a little bit more, knowing that if you do lose your board, there is someone watching you, and they'll be able to scoop you up and just bring you back to safety, so you're not having to swim in on your own power without a flotation device.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's a thing. It's a must, And he has been here every day, but today he is more important than ever. People, if you're just getting here, we are in day number 5 in the 2026 Pascuales Bodyboard Pro, and we're getting closer to finals day. After this, we're going to be left with quarterfinals, semifinals, and the great final of the event, which it's very likely to happen in one single day. And we're going to see if that's going to be tomorrow or Thursday. Just remember, last day of the event window, it's Thursday. And we're gonna see when that's going to be. But for now, tricky tricky first heat as usual, for these riders. And at least, the sets are not that frequent, which is in a way good, because if you take a wave, you can come back easily. And other, if you have another look at it, it's not so positive when you don't get too many waves, times clicking and I'm sorry, ticking and yeah, we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, you can sometimes spend a lot of time paddling out on those days when there's like 8 wave sets, and pretty much the whole time we've been here, we've kind of been seeing it's sort of like a 3 wave set, and here we go. Here we got Brahim taking a look at this one, scratching to try to get himself into a good position. Is he gonna go on this one? And he does. He decides to go and up on a left, driving down the line, just goes right up into the lip. Nice projected roll, lands out in front of it. He's gonna look for another one here, and another really nice roll. Is he able to come out through the whitewater? A couple backwash and some turbulence. He's kicking. Is he going to get through? Don't see him. He just gets stuck behind. But really well-ridden wave. He had that first roll was really, really nice, and big roll landed out in front.
Lost
He's
the fin.
calling for something.
Lost the fin, I think. Man, what a great wave. I was so shocked. He kind of backdoor on that one. Did you see that?
Yeah.
I was like even thinking he was gonna go to the right. He backdoored on that one. We'll see if we can get to see it again. But that was so good. Very powerful attack, and he was not over. I was really impressed. I wanted to scream, but I control myself because I really felt it was a very good wave for Brahimi Douche. All in, man, all in. He knows how dangerous Matias is coming from taking the win in Itacoachara, and look at that bomb. Matias, I think it's in a safe place. Maybe.
You might be looking at this one to try to.
No, I think it's a. Oh man, you're right.
Beautiful, beautiful looking wave. Kind of on the shoulder of it, so he's going to be driving around the section. Nice barrel, pulls up into it, stalls with the legs, spits and comes out, and a really good barrel from Matias there. He's going to try to finish it up with something, but no, that was a great barrel from Matias. He kind of took off on the shoulder, and kind of just stalled with his legs and just drew a really good line into that wave. So that's a great start for Matias.
What is he asking? I don't know. I think he didn't lose the fin. I think he's probably asking for some help. I don't know if that's possible. Remember, people, the jet skis, you got to be careful. Jet skis cannot really pick up the rider and take it to the lineup because, it's not part of the rules. They only can do that if they need like assistance, like if they have a problem or they're kind of like lost the board, lost the fin, they can help them get in, but they cannot help them get out just because, So we'll see. We're waiting for important scores. Both waves were really good for both riders. Did you see the size of Matias Diaz's wave? It was so huge. And look at that, Matias, he's back in the lineup, I think because, all right, so yeah, the jet ski is going to try to assist him. We'll see how that goes, but check this out. This is a replay. What a huge wave for Matias Diaz. And it looked at me like if it was El Flopos, kind of like the same shape. He knows very well what to do in those kind of conditions. Very deep, very hollow wave. Yeah, it looks like something's happening to Brahim.
We saw him reach for the fin. I wonder if he broke it. Maybe he didn't lose the fin, but there's definitely something going on with the fin, because you can see as soon as he popped up from the water, and maybe that's why he wasn't able to kick through and get out in front of that whitewash. Maybe there was some type of malfunction with the fin, but
you're right.
We'll check and see.
Well, I'll tell you what. Both he was fearless. He actually attacked that wave so strongly, and I was thinking, when you go for the full length of the wave here, it's kind of dangerous, because you're going to end up in the most explosive area, and just to come back, it will take you a very long time. So I was thinking, how difficult to be, an athlete in this situation. Should I just leave everything on the field? Should I just attack the wave in full, knowing that I might be left really far away from the peak? Or should I be cautious and try to go for one single maneuver and then bail out? It's so tricky to decide, right? And look at that. The scores are dropping. And first wave of yellow, we have, it's a 7 for Brahimi Douche. And first of Matias Diaz is an 8. So you see Matias gets a little bit more, at 1 point extra, and he is back in the lineup. So this is something to consider. Maybe if the athletes are watching, the athletes from the upcoming heats, that might be, assessing this, because it is something to consider, to think about.
Yeah, we can see with Brahim, when you do those end like closeout rolls or do a maneuver and need to fight through the whitewash to get the completion, you're putting yourself way back towards the beach. And you saw Matthias wave. He had really nice barrel, and as that thing spit and let him out, he was pretty much right in the rip current, and he was back out there in 2 seconds. So those are maybe some things to think about when you're trying to like position yourself and figure out what kind of waves you're looking for. Sometimes when you get the barrel, you can kind of pop back out like way further out still and just not have such a crazy paddle out. But when you go to do those moves and trying to get the completion by riding through the whitewash, it's making the paddle out a little bit more of a factor. As we see some sets rolling in here. So I wonder what was going on with Brahim. I wonder if there was some type of fin malfunction, because they did take him and drop him out the back. So I wonder if there was some equipment malfunction that was going on, or if he was just calling for assistance with the jet ski.
We'll see how that goes. But yeah, people, if you're just getting here, this is round number 4, the round of 16. 2 steps, 2 stages from the podium, and whoever advances here is going to go to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it's gonna be excited. We're getting here fast, and these man-on-man heats are gonna be really exciting. We've seen a lot of great performances from all these guys, and I think the waves are there today for some really explosive moves. We've already seen Brahim with those 2 rolls on that wave, and we see maybe other than a Maori, is one of the better barrels of the event from Matthias already early on in this heat. You see these guys scratching over a big set coming through. You can really see the size there, and just a good solid wave. And we're pretty much just going to see the conditions like get bigger from here. Towards the last day of the waiting period, it was a pretty solid day. So we're already at a pretty good size. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of conditions we get for the finals. But as for today, it's looking really good out there.
All right, everyone, make sure to tune in with us. This is one of the days that we're going to remember forever. So here, right there, scan that thing. Get in tune with us. Everything is all together in that link tree. Everything is there. So right now, it's one of the most important days for this event, and it's going to be amazing. So make sure to tune in. Make sure to stay with us, always connected. So it's easy, scan that thing. A todas las personas que están sintonizando, ese QR que está ahí es muy bueno, es muy completo, les lleva al mundo de la IBC, escaneenlo. Ahí tienen el sistema de puntuaciones, tienen todas las noticias, todas las cosas que están relacionadas con nosotros, y acuérdense de suscribirse a este canal de YouTube y activar la campanita para que puedan tener la información de primera mano. Estamos en el hit número 1 de la ronda 4, los octavos de finales. 2 pasos del podio ya nos quedan después. O sea, esta ronda está a 2 pasos del podio. Vamos a ver, Matías Díaz, backup score.
Yeah, another clean wave from Matthias, kind of stalling the takeoff, trying to drive down the line, looking up at the lip, and a nice flip. Is he able to spin it around? Kind of just got jammed up. He kind of got there a little late and wasn't able to really project out. But yeah, he's trying to just back up that 8-point ride, which was really good score for a barrel. It wasn't like the deepest barrel, but it was a really good size wave. So judges showing that they're willing to throw excellent numbers out of just the barrel. So riders will definitely be thinking about that. And
the calm after the storm, did you see? I mean, big sets we had, and now it's a little bit more quiet, but check that out. Check those lines. Check those lines, where they're coming from. It's got to be stressful.
Yeah. I mean, there's waves from in all peaks too. When you're sitting down here in the morning, on the right side of the competition area, there's those right-handers, and on the left side of the competition, there was that A-frame. So, there's a lot of area to cover to be able to find these waves. I think we've heard a lot of competitors talk about how difficult the positioning has been over the past few days. Today seems like it's it's like a little bit cleaner. You know, we haven't seen that many rips yet and stuff like that. So I think positioning, as long as these guys aren't getting caught inside like this, you know, I think it may be a little bit easier to find some good scoring rides today. But yeah, you can see it's just solid and just big lines rolling in, and you can see it's a little bit more stretched out. We've been seeing that kind of fill in towards the second half of competition yesterday. You know, the first few days we had these kind of really peaky conditions. You know, these nice A-frames, and now with this new swell filling in, you can see that there's a little bit more like longer set waves coming in.
Man, I can't stop sighing. I'm like, man, imagine how does that look inside. Um, yeah, I mean the previous days have been perfect and mellow in compared to today, you know. And this is what we were expecting. We're so happy to, see that actually we got the chance of showing you guys this because this is the Pascuales. Everybody wanted to show you, the promoter, and all the locals. They really wanted to see that. And people, today we're gonna have two heats that are full Mexican affair, and I'm looking forward to watch them surfing in these kind of conditions, because they're locals. They know how to do it, and this is their day. This might be Mexican day.
Yeah, and you know, we've seen all four of these guys like have great performances. You know, Alonso's been ripping. You know, he's kind of him and Kalani are probably the two favorites of the locals. But we've seen Carlos Cruz. He was absolutely incredible yesterday. You know, he put up some really high heat totals, and he's been cruising through the competition. So you know, I think those are going to be some pretty good heats, and yeah, I think maybe it would be interesting to see how the locals tackle a day like today compared to some of the international riders.
7 Mexicans we still have in competition. We'll see hit number 7 will be Kalani Favela against Brian Lopez. That's going to be a crazy hit to watch. I mean, they're from here, both of them. And then we're going to have Alfonso Aguilar against Carlos Cruz. Pretty sure they have been met many times in the nationals and the local events. And we also will have, Andres Solis in hit number 5 against Pierre Louis Coste. And we will see Ronaldo Hernandez in hit number 6 against Tahiti Tehei. So people, very stacked hits. This is the round of 16. We have right now Matias Diaz leading with an 8 and a 1.75. And Brahim Idouche, he only has taken one wave, looking for a 2.76 to be first. And that guy dancing there, the Batman, it's Ernia. It's one of the guys that he always comes to all of the events. Is nothing related to that guy from that country that looks like a wizard. Did you see that in the World Cup? There was a guy, I don't remember the country, an African country, and he would
Cast spells.
yeah. And actually that team was winning every time he kind of spell the situation. But yeah, we'll see. But no, Ernia, he is an entertainer. He has been doing that for 25 years. He comes to every single event of the Mexican events. I mean, every single, of course there's many, but he tried to go to all the bodyboard. And look at that, we have some free surfers also trying to get bombs there, but of course they're not going to surf in this area. It's being limited. There's flags that limit the area, so pretty sure hopefully they respect that. I don't know what they're doing there, but bueno, señoras y señores, vamos a tener un día espectacular y estamos locos por ver a los mexicanos entrar en este mar. 7 mexicanos todavía en competencia. Eso manda un mensaje súper grande al mundo de que México es una potencia en el bodyboard. Va a ser muy, muy interesante verlos a ellos en este tipo de condiciones que les favorecen porque las conocen, porque son de aquí. Tenemos 7 mexicanos y tenemos 2 hits que son solo de mexicanos. Tenemos a Kalani Favela y a Brian López en el hit número 7 y tenemos a Alfonso Aguilar y Carlos Cruz en el hit número 2 que viene ahora. Así que esto va a estar buenísimo. No se olviden de registrar, o sea, de seguirnos, de suscribirse en este canal de YouTube. Vamos a ver si alguien va a tomar esta ola.
Yeah, and beautiful wave on the inside there, just spitting left and right there. But Yeah, you can see those guys out on the jet ski. You know, there's a thing they do here called step offs. So you can see when the waves pick up in size, there'll be some jet skis cruising around in the lineup, and there'll be a surfer on the back, and they'll put them in the perfect spot, and they'll jump off the jet ski, and you see guys just getting crazy barrels, all day here, and yeah, something cool, something you don't really see in a ton of places, but yeah, and they try to be respectful. There's kind of like a line where they say that they don't like the jet skis to go, and this is pretty much our competition area too. So I think we'll be safe with those guys not jumping off waves into the contest area. So 9.5 minutes left, and both of these guys pretty much only have one score. As we have Matias taking a look at this one, just foamy wave dropping down, kind of bouncing a little bit. He's going to be looking for a move on the end section here. Okay, nice roll. Explodes up with the backwash and gets the completion. So okay, that'll get rid of that 1.75, and yeah, he'll just be happy to get rid of that because he's had two good opportunities. He had that one barrel that he didn't make early on in the heat, and then that flip that was deemed incomplete. So yeah, he'll be happy to get rid of that 1.75 and switch that for a mid-range score. Got Brahim looking like a set coming right towards him. Let's see if he's able to get himself into position for this one. Looks like a good sized wave. So we'll see how this shakes out. And you can see Matias maybe getting the assistance from the jet ski.
Yeah, maybe that's we don't know. We're actually checking on that. Maybe there is maybe today they have been granted with that, with the assistance. Okay, so this one is the first one of Brahim Idush, and I was so impressed about that attack. Perfect attack for Brahim. Perfect landing, so clear. And he was not over right there. He risked it all, left everything right there on the field, and went for a second roll. Really good wave for Brahim. Got a 7. And yeah, like you said, it looks like Matias is going to be taken back to the lineup. And yeah, that might be the case today. I think it's the rules that they have the chance of being helped, taken to the lineup, because it is really hard to paddle back. It is you can take the whole heat paddling.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and I think that's great. If they are able to use jet ski assist today, I think that's amazing because that just means more action for us. It's hard enough to find yourself in the proper spot for some of these waves out here, and if you do take a bad one and you spend you could spend 6, 7, 8, 10 minutes paddling back out. I think if you're able to just jump on the ski and get back out the back, we'll see a lot more action, and I know that's why we're all tuned in. We're not here to see guys paddle out. We're here to see guys ride waves and put on a good performance. So yeah, I if it is jet ski assist today, I'm very happy about that. You can see those sets rolling through now. Brahim only have 7 minutes left to go, and just looking for a backup. That score dropped for Matias's roll came in at a 4, so he's holding a 12-point heat total to Brahim's 7. So yeah, holding the lead for now, but 5.1 is not a big score for Brahim to achieve, especially with the waves that are out here. And we saw how well he surfed that first one. Really powerful line, came around the section, big projected roll. So we know that he's 100% capable of hitting some big sections and producing big moves. So, he's just kind of waiting for one that's going to give him an opportunity. You could see that little turbulence on the inside and some of the backwash. We saw on Matias's wave, it kind of had two times hitting the backwash. On the takeoff, it kind of jumped up, and then when he was finishing the completion of that roll, also the backwash. So, this kind of seems like sometimes the bigger waves are breaking a little bit farther out and aren't running into the backwash as much. Sometimes these inside waves, they go into that foamy area, and then they kind of get a little more difficult to ride with that backwash.
Yeah, no, that's super accurate. And check this out. Matias got a 4, so he's a little bit more comfortable there now. He's holding a total of 12. Brahim Idush is looking for a 5. And we're going to see, where are they? We can't even see them. What's your take? Well, how big do you say it is?
Yeah, I don't know.
Tricky to say, huh?
On the face, yeah, because we've seen some big sets. Like I don't know, maybe 10-foot faces on the set. Maybe bigger, maybe a touch bigger. I don't know. Measuring waves is always kind of a tricky thing, right? You can ask 5 different people and get 5 different answers, and they're all looking at the same thing. So
Depending on from where they're coming from, right?
exactly. Yeah,
Because
so-
you know sometimes oh, right there. That's the forecast for today. We have been speaking about it today. You see, it's bigger.
yeah, so 6 to 8 foot today, southwest swell. You know, we have our offshores, light offshores this morning, and then, you know, it kind of stays a similar size, but then the winds will come around on shore around noon, like it has been doing for most of the time we've been here. And here we go. We got Brahim looking at this one. Nice clean wave. Bottom turns, goes really low on the face, comes around the section, and a nice roll through the lip. Just a really good. Is he able to hold on to this? This made the second completion. Okay, all right. He's able.
What
to
a
punch
warrior!
through. Man, with only 4 minutes left to go, he was gonna fight tooth and nail to make sure he got out in front of that whitewater. And that was great. That was a great wave, a great line in there. You know, I didn't know that wave kind of was starting to shut down pretty quickly. And you know, he went really low. He kind of dropped down and kind of went straight and low around the like the initial barrel section, and just went straight up into it. Kind of got there late, but he was able to really push through and get that completion. That was really well done.
While telling you this, I was thinking while I was watching his technique on landing those crazy vertical rolls. You know, it's great. It's one of the best for sure. You know, he's one of those guys that can manage perfectly the explosion, the strength of the wave, the power. Check this out, super sizable wave. He attacks perfectly and lands perfectly, and even there, you know, others would drop the board, but he was completely in control. So he picks up a 6.5, and now he is first. Change of situation there. We'll see 2 minutes and 58 seconds. Matias Diaz does not need much. He's looking for a 5.5 in order to advance, in order to be first and advance to quarterfinals. And it's a doable thing. He's alone in the pit, so we'll see.
Yeah, but Brahim would be stoked with that. You know, dropping that with only 2.5 minutes left to
Look at
go.
that thing.
See some beautiful waves. Look at that right hander, just gonna rifle off. And Matias kind of taking a look at it, just kind of caught out of position. But yeah, with 2.5 minutes, Brahim would be absolutely stoked that he just got that wave. And but Matias is setting out the back already. Brahim is gonna be making his way back out there. And
Is that right?
yeah. I mean, they're out there. It's just, you know, you just got to be in the spot for it. You see Matias on the left-hand side of the screen, just kind of watching that one go by. But yeah, with priority and sitting out the back, Matias is going to be looking just for anything, for a 5.5. You saw that roll that was kind of on a small wave that Matias got, came in at a 4. So if you can get a medium-sized wave and do a lip or do a roll through the lip in like a critical section, I think he can get that. So he's only got just over a minute and a half left. So, yeah, anxiety for Matias Diaz.
Ansiedad para Matías Díaz en este momento. Solo necesita 5.5. Un rider que por supuesto es súper capaz de lograrlo, pero queda 1 minuto 30 con estas condiciones, con este nivel de exigencia de esta ola. Claramente no es una tarea fácil. Es una tarea de conseguir solamente una oportunidad y hacer una maniobra, o tal vez un tubo. Y por supuesto puede conseguir mucho más de lo que necesita. Matías, que tiene la nota más alta con un 8, busca un 5.50 para tratar de seguir avanzando hacia los cuartos de finales. Un resultado muy importante para él, para su carrera y para poder subir importantes puestos dentro del ranking, recordando que si bien ya tenemos el escenario bastante claro para el título mundial, hay muchos puntos en juego importantes para estos riders para tratar de quedar lo más adelante posible en el ranking mundial. Vamos a ver, esta puede ser la ola. No. El ranking que Matías Díaz ya lograba posicionarse muy bien después de venir de ganar en el último evento que tuvimos de esta categoría, que fue Prime. Vamos a ver, en momentos de tensión, 26 segundos. Is he gonna find that wave?
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of kind of getting close here, and doesn't really seem like there's any big sets kind of rolling through. He's going to probably try to take a look at a smaller one, and there's one little wave coming in. Let's see if it gets here in time for him to be able to pick up the momentum and have it before the heat kind of comes to an end, and it's going to be just out of reach for him, and that's it. That's the end. And official result is Brahimi Douche moving on to the quarterfinals as Matias takes this wave after the horn.
Yeah, this one's not counting. Lamentablemente esta ola le llegó a Matías un poco tarde, la tomó fuera de tiempo y es oficial, primera posición sería Brahim y Douche. Y una felicitación gigante a Matías Díaz porque, bueno, queda noveno en este evento, también le sirven los puntos. Y quien avanza para los cuartos de finales es Brahim y Douche, who's actually advancing. Brahim y Douche, congratulations to both riders. People, come on, do the world a favor, share this live feed, don't move, don't go anywhere. We're going to have an amazing day of competition and we count on you. Don't go, we're going to go to a commercial break and I'm going to be back. Well, hello everyone. I hope you are as excited as we are because we have the best day of the period as of yet. And this is day number 5 here at the 2026 Pascuales Bodyboard Pro. We are in the round of 16, hit number 2. Welcome and good morning. How you feeling watching those kind of waves?
I was just watching at it and my heart was just pumping out of my chest. Such an amazing waves and the performance from Matias. Oh my God, amazing.
And Brahim.
Brahim, such an amazing recovering from going just below in the second place. What an amazing displays.
Let's hit the water. We don't want to take any of the action. We wanna show you. Look at that. It's a full Mexican affair right there. We have one of the biggest names, Alfonso Aguilar in red, and the Mexican national champ, Carlos Cruz in yellow. Eso, ¿cómo se siente tener dos mexicanos en México aquí? Mira, esto yo lo estoy esperando con todas mis ansias, porque esto es personas que están acostumbrados a esto, personas que están entrenados en esto, esta es su casa, tienen una extra motivación y además tienen la ventaja del localismo, ¿no? Vamos a ver cómo se desenvuelve, obviamente, pues uno tiene que estar ahí, ¿no? No vamos a juzgar si no es de repente lo que estamos esperando, pero sí hay muchas expectativas de este hit.
Totalmente de acuerdo. Estamos viendo a Alfonso Aguilar y a Carlos Cruz.
Todavía no comienza el hit, eso sí.
Sí. Carlos Cruz y Alfonso Aguilar son de los top riders que tenemos ahorita en México. Carlos está haciendo un hombre bellísimo porque ha estado como poco a poco escalando sus posiciones y obviamente, pues bueno, Alfonso Aguilar después de regresar de Antofagasta se ha puesto a entrenar durísimo y ahora tenemos unas condiciones perfectas donde creo que ellos como locales van a despuntar, van a tener un tiempo hermoso de surfear las olas que les encantan. Porque estos chicos se tiran grande.
Claro que sí, es parte este es el sello mexicano, ¿no? Es parte, digamos, de la cultura, de la idiosincrasia de ustedes, tirarse gigante. Y cómo no, si tienen estas condiciones, ¿no? No todo el mundo tiene la suerte, el honor de tener una calidad de olas como estas, ¿no?
Justamente Colima tiene esa característica tan peculiar. A como está la península acomodada hacia el mar y expuesta, por eso genera estas condiciones. Un gran abismo al fondo como el que llega a tener Portugal, se encuentra con la barrera de arena, choca, se comprime y nos dan estas condiciones fabulosas que solo pasan en Pascuales, Colima y lo que es Puerto Escondido, en la zona de México, que son las olas más grandes que tenemos en el país.
Oh, you want to say that in English? That's such an amazing intel. Thank you for that. That's why we love the locals like you.
All right, I'm gonna share that I'm explaining why Pascuales has these amazing waves and so big, and it seems like we have a huge abysm just far out of the shoreline, and that's why the waves get so huge because the water gets compressed against this shallow surface, which is the sand barrier. So that's what it creates the massive wave, as in Portugal, for example, which obviously they don't have like the 30 meters, but we have sometimes 9, even 12 meters height on a wave. So today we're experimenting around 15 foot, kind of like 5 meters, the biggest. So imagine yourself putting out there in this beautiful challenge in Pascuales. So there is a place for only a few, honestly. And right now we are watching Alfonso Aguilar y Carlos Cruz on the screen. It hasn't begun the heat yet.
Ahora sí,
Ya está.
parece.
And we are watching also our safety man. Excelente. The heat is just beginning. Let's go on it. Paco Granado, safety man, thank you so much. And we are watching a set of waves coming into the bay. Carlos Cruz, Mexican, y Alfonso Aguilar. I would like to take a small minute to say thank you so much to all the judges, to the Mexican crew that is working so much, and all the people from the IBC as well. Thank you for all the support and the professionalism you are putting out there. Such an amazing event. Thank you so much to the Mexican judges and the whole crew that is making possible this Pascuales Bodyboard Pro.
Thank you guys for having us. Thank you all the locals, everyone here in Colima. You know, all the riders, and of course we know there's a lot of people that come here to to surf this specific swell. So pretty sure they really wanted to surf today, but they're allowing us to have the beach. So thank you everyone. And I was just loving that explanation that you were saying about the continental slope, which is del talud continental. That definitely is what it forms. The waves. It looks like big swells. They kind of like they strike that and forms perfect sizable waves, and that's here. It's in a specific place in the world, and some other places has it, but yeah, here you can see it. So check those bumps. Of course, these are not the good ones. These are closing out. These athletes know perfectly what to do. 2 Mexicans in the water. It's been great to see, the World Cup here and the World Tour here. So Mexico, I think it's a big party, sports party right now, huh?
We are having a great weekend so far, and even with the Mexican selection that kind of lost the game, but at the end we keep celebrating the opportunity to keep practicing and going into the sports. And today is a great day for Mexico as well, right here at the Bodyboard Pascuales, because this event is bringing the best athletes of the league possible, and the Mexicans are just trying to build up their names little by little. Some of it they already kind of are out there, but like Carlos Cruz is one of the new riders and probably one of the strongest, the same as Alfonso Aguilar we are watching on the screen right now. And this is only 27 minutes of the first heat. Remember, this is round number 4. We are the heat number 2, and this is a man challenge. So this is the men rising series. And please remember to go to our social networks and subscribe. YouTube channel, Instagram, and stay tuned to get all the highlights of these beautiful days that we've been having.
All right, so we do have the interview ready, and it looks like we don't have any rider taking off. Is that did you see that? I saw kind of like an animal. Is that? Oh no, what is that?
A turtle,
That thing floating.
maybe, or maybe a piece of wood.
What? Is that a jet ski? Oh, without the driver? Oh, but that's kind of like anchor there. The director, I guess. The director is telling me there's 2 jet skis, and that's anchor there. Wow, we're gonna see it. Yeah, we do have 2 assistants in the water. What is it?
I think it's more like a piece of wood.
No,
Like,
he's telling me.
no, but farther out,
Yeah.
no, there is not a rider on the jet ski. There are two
Yeah,
jet
yeah,
ski passing around, but farther out on
I
the.
don't, what is that? Oh,
the lineup.
anyways, we do have the interview. Let's just hear from them. We got distracted because, we see that thing floating. So let's see the interview, please.
I'm here with Brahim. There's a lot of energy out in the ocean today, a lot of power. You'd had some really strong rolls through the lip. We saw you grabbing for your fin after that first wave. Can you tell us what happened there?
Yeah, there is a really good waves out there. And yeah, my first wave, I just want to secure a good score, So I did a good roll. It was a good wave. If it was like a second wave or third, I will go for flip or something, or for big. But I just want to secure my first score. So I did a good roll, and after I had speed and the wave was perfect, and I just say, let's go for the second one. And the second one was good, and I landed, but I lost the fins, So I was like, oh no, so it broke me, and I didn't make the second roll. So I was like, tough. But yeah, I'm so happy to make the heat. Yeah.
Yeah, and you competed here in 2012 or in Puerto in 2012, and after a couple heats out here, like, what are the differences from this wave in Puerto?
It's powerful waves, and yeah, in Porto, it's a long time ago. I was in 2012 and long time ago, and now I'm just happy to be here and to surf this kind of waves. It's so powerful and perfect waves. I'm happy to be here, seriously.
Awesome. And you want to give a shout out to any family, friends, sponsors back home?
Yeah, I want to thank all my sponsors, my family, my friends, all who support on bodyboarding, IBC World Tour, our federation, and yeah, let's see tomorrow for the quarter.
Yeah, good luck, and thanks. Back to you guys. All right, congratulations.
Thank you so much. That was a great interview. Congratulations to the winner of the first heat. And right now we're back in action. 24 minutes on the clock. It's still sticking. Alfonso Aguilar and Carlos Cruz, both Mexicans. This is the Men Rising Series, and this is Pascuales Bodyboard Pro. What an amazing conditions today after the tropical storm we had yesterday night. It was such an amazing morning because we were just watching like around 5:36. There is a little bit of light from the place that we were staying at the Hotel of Pascuales, and we were able to watch the foam was unrolling, unfolding, and it was so nice because we had great direction. And just right now, the sun is coming out, so the conditions of the ocean are just about to improve a little bit more. And as you've been watching, there are a couple big sets coming into the bay, so the riders are trying to picking up the best line possible. And this is a day that is very complicated. As you're watching the jet ski inside the ocean, they are providing support to the riders and helping them to go back out because the rip tide and the current are very strong today. And as the conditions look like, they could save all the energy possible because today is a very powerful day and requires all the concentration and energy possible for these riders to perform the best possible wave of their day. What a wonderful day at Pascuales, Colima. I was thinking, and we were talking about with the locals too, like what an amazing gastronomy we have in Colima too. There is a place in Suchitlan, we haven't been there yet, not with our guest, but Suchitlan, Colima has an amazing traditional cuisine. The most pre-Hispanic, some of the most authentic cuisines belongs to Suchitlan, Colima, one of the beautiful and smallest states. And right now we are watching Carlos. Carlos Cruz is trying to stretch for a wave. He's paddling. No, he's not taking it. There is a lot of current moving, as you can watch on the screen, sweeping on the beach towards to the north section of the bay. But at the same time, we have the right section of the way open, so that means that's a kind of a south-southwest. So very interesting day today at Pascuales, Colima. What a view, what a nice shot.
I'm loving it. After the storm, you have no idea how the storm was. Para quienes no lo saben, tuvimos una tormenta salvaje aquí ayer. Pensamos que nos íbamos a quedar sin nada. De hecho, se habían tomado previsiones, pero aún así se volaron cosas. Por eso no tenemos backdrop de entrevista. Se destruyó completamente. Y estamos haciendo las entrevistas en la playa. Pero pues igual se ve bonito. Y nada, bueno, son cosas que pasan. Estamos en la temporada de olas, pero también es la temporada de tormentas aquí. Y bueno, una cosa viene de la mano de la otra y es como es, pero bueno, estamos súper felices de estar acá. Miren, les vamos a presentar lo que es la distribución de los octavos de finales. Aquí lo pueden ver. Como pueden ver, ya hicimos el primer hit y estamos en el segundo full mexicano. Hit número 3 está Michael Jansen con también otro mexicano que es Oli Díaz, el más joven de todo el evento. Tenemos en el hit número 4 a Mauri Laverne, una vez más con Michele Arriagada desde Chile. ¿Quién tenemos en el otro lado?
Tenemos por ahí en la ronda 4 a Pierluis Costés. Tenemos a Solís también de
Andrés
México.
Solís.
Andrés Solís compitiendo. Ese es un buen hit también. Francia contra México. Después Tahiti Hey también contra Ramón Hernández. Tenemos también a Kalani Favela y a Brian López en el hit número 7. Y Armídez Oliveres contra Medina, ambos compatriotas del país de España. Bienvenidos a todos los riders. Este es el calendario que tenemos para los quarterfinals. Para el round 4 que estamos viviendo el día de hoy para pasar después a los quarterfinals.
That's right, people. Here it's the distribution of the round of 16. As you can see, there are 8 heats, very stacked, 2 men, 30-minute heats, and there you have it. So make sure to connect with us. Everything is all together at the IBC World Tour website. You just have to go to the ibcworldtour.com and click on the live section. And you have everything there.
What an amazing conditions we are having today at Pascuales, Colima. We've been waiting for this swell actually for a few days. The expectations are huge and the riders are kind of anxious. You can see some of them are waking up so early to warm up and to get ready. And they are just so focused and canalizing their energy on the waves. This is an amazing shot as we can see. And as I mentioned before, the talud and the platform. We can see Carlos Cruz going for his first wave, making a beautiful line into that wall. He's coming out of it. He did it. That was a very nice tube.
What a way to start things, for Carlos. Alfonso has only taken a 2-point ride. So that was actually a very good way for Carlos Cruz. He really wants to do well here, man. 2 steps from the podium. That's really close, for thinking about that they're coming, all of the riders are coming from the same stage. They are all coming from round number 1. So we'll see round number 4, Carlos Cruz, with the first valuable wave. It's going to be a good score for him. I'm pretty sure he's gonna get something way more than 2. That's what he's needing to get the first position. And Alfonso Aguilar, I think he's regrouping there and waiting for his opportunity. And like you said, yeah, that thing there is kind of like a log, right? That thing floating.
It is a log, actually. I think we had that one on the beach yesterday, one of the
That's
places.
dangerous,
It is dangerous, but the good thing is that right now it's out on the ocean. Like, it's not exactly where it's breaking yet, but let's see. If in case it comes into the bay, maybe we might have to do something about it. But so far, so good. The conditions, Alfonso Aguilar with 2.0, we're still waiting for Carlos Cruz score. This is only 18 minutes of the round 4, hit number 2. This is Pascuales Bodyboard Pro. Thank you to all the audience that is synchronizing us through the social networks, YouTube channel, Instagram. Thank you so much, guys, for being present today.
All right, so Alfonso is trying to get ready, but check this replay. This is Carlos Cruz scooping into a perfect barrel and coming out with no trouble. And right there, we're waiting for that score. It is an 8.75 for Carlos Cruz right now. Of course, he is first. And Alfonso, he hasn't taken anything too valuable, just a 2-point ride. Vamos a ver cómo se desenvuelve. Muy buena ola de Carlos Cruz, muy buena lectura. Y de hecho la ola no era de las más limpias, no era de las más glassy. Y él supo exactamente qué hacer. Bajó súper controlado, entró muy bien en el tubo y salió tranquilo. Y de hecho salió en el momento exacto porque la ola se iba a cerrar justo después. Así que creo que los jueces vieron ese control y esa lectura que ellos están buscando muy bien puesta en escena en esa última ola de Carlos Cruz. 8.75 y si no me equivoco es la ola de mayor puntaje de él que hemos tenido, no de la competencia porque tuvimos un 9.25 ayer de Kalani Favela, pero sí de su performance, 8.75, muy bien para el campeón nacional mexicano.
Muy bien por Carlos Cruz, estamos viendo que ponen todo en la línea, están entrenando fuertemente desde hace casi 20 días aquí en Pascuales, coincidí con él en las redes sociales y platicamos un poco. Y ahora estamos viendo a Alfonso. Poncho Aguilar hace una bonita línea al bottom de la ola. Está tratando de generar velocidad y hace un magnífico rolo. Vamos a ver si lo aterriza y si lo cuentan los jueces. Parece que es una maniobra incompleta. Vamos a ver qué piensan los jueces al respecto. Pero en efecto, Carlos Cruz fue capaz de sacar un barril, un tubo buenísimo. Y así como comentaba mi compañera, es bien importante que el rider, sin importar qué tan profundo vaya y se empiece a cerrar la ola, tiene que salir de la ola para que la ola le den un puntaje apropiado por ese tubo. Si se queda dentro de él y se le cierra encima, es una ola que no tiene tan alto puntaje.
Claro, y días como hoy en realidad, en donde saber exactamente cuándo salirse y no tener, mira, un tubo que se cierra, algunas veces es incluso más seguro porque si quedas adentro del tubo, pues sabemos que te va a sacar hacia atrás. A veces es peor irse hacia adelante, pero pues él supo exactamente cuándo salir y me pareció un performance muy, muy bueno. Estamos en el día número 5, gente. Esta es la ronda número 4, este es el hit número 2. Tenemos solo mexicanos en este hit y Carlos Cruz, el campeón nacional, que tomó un tubazo 8.75 y quien está en el agua también es un excelente competidor de acá, bueno, él es de Michoacán, pero bueno, nos ha dado muchísimo de qué hablar a través de los años. Lo recuerdo desde que era bien chico. Miren, Carlos Cruz ya toma su segunda ola. No, esa creo que la usó como para que lo empujara para estar más cerca del line-up. Mira desde dónde está rompiendo la ola, wow. Impresionante.
La distancia para el paddling son aproximadamente entre 150 metros y de repente para pasar en la línea casi 200 cuando están grandísimas.
Wow.
O sea, imagínate sin el soporte del jet ski. Afortunadamente hoy el safety man está ahí apoyándolos, pero un día de buena remada, remas casi 200 metros hasta atrás.
Claro, por eso es que en sesiones como esta la gente dice en free surf que pueden estar hasta 6 horas en el agua y solo tomar 1 o 2 olas.
Justamente platiqué con un free surfer ayer y me dice, yo entro por una sola ola, espero la más callada, el tiempo que está como alberca, remo con todo para adentro y me siento a esperar una ola.
Y después se sale tranquilo.
Corro una buena y me salgo con ella y ya no vuelvo a entrar, dice, porque a veces es tan complicado querer regresar por otra. Que
Yo me acuerdo en Puerto Escondido, yo pesqué una ola, estuve no sé cuánto tiempo esperando y dije, no voy a volver porque, ¿sabes? Es muy heavy. Pero sí, es como se hace acá. We were talking in Spanish and people, we're going to be throwing updates at all times. We have 2 Mexicans here. The kind of like the way to surf these kind of conditions, it's normally you paddle out there. It takes you a long time because my partner here was saying it's at least 150. Oh, check this out. Replay for the last of Poncho. It was really good, actually. He got a lot of airtime in that roller, but not able to complete it, not able to land. Maybe he projected it a little bit too much, and, he got caught in the explosion when he landed. But yeah, going back to that idea, the type of surfing when you're free surfing big conditions is that you paddle out there. It's at least 150 meters that you have to paddle out. And big days is at least 200 meters. This is what he has been saying. And, the mindset is that you are out there probably 6 hours and maybe you just take 1 or 2 waves. And he was saying he has a friend that actually was telling him yesterday that he paddles out for 1 wave and then he leaves the place and maybe wait there for 3 hours or so.
pretty much just like that. When they don't have the backup of the jet ski, some of the riders, they just go for 1, maybe 2 waves. And as you mentioned, from 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours just waiting for the right wave when the conditions are exceeding 4 or 5 meters. And as we have seen the Hawaiians coming to Mexico to do it. So this is Pascuales, Mexico, an amazing place to enjoy the show of the big waves. And if you haven't seen it, you gotta come and watch it with your own eyes because it's amazing. And all the bravery and the display of technique and character that all these riders are showing today, it's amazing. We are so delightful with this moment in life, honestly. And as Mexicans, we are loving it.
I'm so happy that you guys are feeling that way. I think the whole world is feeling that way. People, if you want to see the hits, si quieren ver los hits, recuerden que están en la página de la IBC. Ahora salté un momentito ahí a al chat y vi que habían personas perguntando, pessoal do Brasil, tem pessoal do Brasil que está a perguntar se a gente tem brasileiro. Não tem brasileiro nessa competência, não tem ninguém.
Y tenemos en la pantalla a Poncho Aguilar haciendo su línea, tratando de generar velocidad, buena maniobra, hace un backflip ahí. Vamos a ver si lo cae. No lo cae al parecer. Let's see if the judges, what they think about what Alfonso Aguilar has been taking only 2 waves. Well, 3, but this is probably the second best. He hasn't pulled up any score like as Carlos yet. He's still searching for the right wave to perform. There is plenty time, of course. 10 minutes remain on the clock, and Carlos Cruz leading this heat. Round number 4, and this is the Men Rising Series.
Man Rising Series right there. Let's see. Carlos Cruz is aiming for something and a little bit. All right. So Carlos Cruz aiming there, but not able to find anything. And Alfonso, fighting to try to find that score he's capable of. But of course, he has to try to go for something big. Days like today's, the judges, they are really applying the judging criteria that we have been showing you guys. It is important that you keep this in mind. They're looking for deep barrels combined with maneuvers. If not combined, at least deep barrels, at least big wave. They know what this kind of wave can do. So they are actually, if they're going to go for aerials, they have to emphasize on the projection. So it is very important that the riders take this into consideration. I think probably today it is the safest thing to do is might just go for thick barrels, because they're going to get you the scores. Look at that. Carlos Cruz holding an 8.75, and that was with one single barrel. I don't know, the first wave of yellow. One single good score we have here. And la primera de amarillo, que es la única ola buena, la 8.75, lo que estamos diciendo en inglés es que tal vez el día de hoy sea un día de tratar de ir como por tubos, porque eso es lo que hizo Carlos. Vamos a ver si aquí puede conseguir otro tubo.
And now Carlos is trying to reach a tube again, but he's bailing out. He decides it's not a good wave. And this is what we've been talking the last few days. Now we have the replay. Carlos Cruz going for the bottom of the wave, accelerating, making some speed. And this is the perfect moment when he exits that beautiful tube. Great score for Carlos Cruz, 8.75. That's what the judges give it to him.
Yeah, that was, thank you, Direction. That was very early in the heat. We were asking to see it again. And thank you, Director. Gracias, Max. Gracias, Pedro. And let's see. Alfonso Aguilar. Let's see if he can find something. It's looking good for him. It's a big wave. Enters the barrel and is driving through. I think he's going to get out with something. Maybe in that last section goes for the roll. And that is a complete move. And that is an important wave for Alfonso Aguilar, who's not even calling the jet ski, even though he's entitled to. Jet skis today, they can help the riders get back to the lineup. Usually it's only for safety, but days of today, that's part of the safety. We saw it in the first heat of the day. So Alfonso, now back on track, I'm there to say 6.76 is what he's looking for, and it might be there.
I think so. It seems like the wall was deeper than Carlos Cruz's wave. Let's see how it goes, because the size was different, the shape was different, very different. So let's see what the judges think about that. Ooh. Carlos Cruz, very deep in the wave. Oh, it's losing speed and almost crash on his fins. So he's gonna probably bail out. Yeah, he's doing it. And as you mentioned, very important, today we have a jet ski safety a crew over there, the same as the last few days, but today they are providing an extra push for the riders to be able to pass the riptide and bring them back over there.
Oh man, look at that.
Beautiful replay. Beautiful replay. Alfonso gaining speed, making it into the barrel over there. Then he comes out for a second, comes back in, gets lost on the foam, searching for a rollo, land perfectly. I think the judges are going to like this combination. It's the first one of the heat, considering that only we have a tube from Carlos.
All right, one more look. This is the last of Alfonso. We're seeing it twice because it was that good. And like we said, he drove through, perfectly and combined with the roll. This is exactly what we were saying, exactly what the judges want to see. Maybe not the deepest barrel in the world, but it was, deep enough, I think. And scores are being produced. We don't have them yet, but it's going to be interesting. I'm pretty sure last wave of Carlos is only going to be a couple of points because it was, he actually left before the barrel. Felt, you know what? It's okay. If you don't feel comfortable, you don't have to go. It's better for you to bail. And look at that. Alfonso, he has been paddling, has not been taking the jet ski ride, although he could. And that's only going to tell you how prepared this guy is. At 6.65 is what Alfonso picks up in that last wave. And now he's only looking for a 3.61. Última ola, Alfonso Aguilar.
That was an amazing wave, but it wasn't enough to bring him back to the first position.
Well, I mean, to put him because he have never been there. Carlos has been
No,
there.
this kid, I'm sorry, yeah. I was thinking on yesterday, but yeah, Alfonso Aguilar, he had a beautiful wave, but not enough to take Carlos down from the first position. But he's very near, he's close it. And he needs only 3.61, maybe one wave. Carlos Cruz only had a second wave with a very short score, very limited. So maybe Carlos Cruz needs to improve that. And now we are watching Alfonso, but no, Alfonso says that is not a good wave. What an amazing conditions today we are having. After the tropical storm yesterday, it's way better. It is glass. And as you can see, the barrels and the walls are a little bit bigger and somehow better shape too. I'm just amazed of the display of technique of all these riders today here at this beautiful event.
Same. We're looking forward to this heat. Look at that beautiful wave, man. It's huge, and I think it's going to be perfect. This is Pascuales, people. This is Tecomán. We're here in Colima. This is what Mexico does. What a beautiful wave. Quiero saludar a todas las personas que están sintonizando. No vemos mucho el chat, pero ahora he hecho un ojito y vi que está Ros Sarmiento del Club Udeo, que vive en Irlanda, que siempre está ahí con nosotros sintonizando. Rodito, te queremos, te extrañamos. Hay mucha gente. Tenemos Arthur Boucher. You're always there. Thank you for being there every single event. Thank you for supporting and your great messages. We don't read the messages at all times, but we do appreciate the people that it's always there and always sending, good vibes. People, if you're tuning in, remember to share this live feed today. It's a remarkable day for bodyboarding. We're here for the first time. We are bringing this kind of action for the first time for the IBC World Tour. And it is important that you contribute. And check this out. This is another wave for Poncho Alfonso. Is he going to find a section? Unfortunately, that thing just shut down on him. Oh, what a shame.
What a shame. It was a no-go wave probably since the beginning, but sometimes you cannot tell until you are in it. It's very complicated to read this wave. As we've been mentioning, the pipe gets so hollow and extended that it's complicated to make it happen. And now we are watching the jet ski on screen. Sometimes they gotta use the waves to approach to the shoreline in order to provide support to the riders and bring them back out. Most respect for the safety man out there, Paco Granados. Thank you so much from Colima Surf School. Thank you so much for being over there taking care of the riders, because huge conditions are happening today and paddling back out. Guys, let me tell you, you have no idea how hard it is to go out there to get a wave.
It is so great to be here in Pascuales. What a beautiful event. What a beautiful moment we're living here. And people, right now, we're waiting for that last wave of Alfonso. He was only looking for a 3.61. We'll see, he really tried. Unfortunately, that shut down on him. It's 2 minutes and 20 seconds what is left. And Carlos Cruz, right now, it's so important for him to try to find something and produce a better score than a 1.5 because he needs to separate himself from Poncho. Estos momentos son claves. Él necesita, Carlos Cruz, separarse en este momento, tomar una ola y hacer un score mayor al 1.5 que tiene de respaldo, porque Alfonso es muy peligroso, especialmente solo necesitando un 3.61. Este momento es clave para Carlos Cruz.
Efectivamente, y Carlos Cruz podría escribir una historia muy distinta el día de hoy. siendo esto uno de sus grandes momentos en su vida, como lo está haciendo, al igual que para Alfonso Aguilar, solo que Alfonso Aguilar ya es una leyenda en nuestro bodyboard y Carlos Cruz, he's building up.
All right, so this is what we were talking about. Very important wave here for Carlos Cruz. He's looking very good, scooping into the barrel in a great fashion, and he is coming out, and I think he's going to attack that lip, one more section of a barrel, and complete it with the roll. I'm going to tell you this. I think after this wave, with 1 minute and 11 seconds in the clock, I think Carlos just solidified that first position, and only a miracle, and it might happen, can help Alfonso right now. He's going to be needing way more than what it's there. We're waiting for that score of Carlos, but that was so impressive. He did exactly what he needed to do.
And just what we were mentioning, to back it up, that score he had, the 8.75, Carlos just put out an amazing wave coming in and out of the tube twice and then making that roll at the end of the section. What a beautiful performance by Carlos Cruz right now on this hit that is number 2 from the round number 4. What an amazing day. Let's see, 24 seconds. If Alfonso Aguilar is able to put a wave. Alfonso Aguilar.
Let's see Alfonso Aguilar right now. Oh, but Alfonso, he's in combo. This is an amazing wave. But yeah, it's not going to do the trick. It is his best wave. What a beautiful performance. But check those scores. You know, Carlos Cruz, he got a 9.25. He's tying Kalani Favela, who got that type of score yesterday. And people, it is a still deal for Carlos, but I have to say a round of applause to Alfonso because he never gave up, and his last wave was really good. He's going to get out of the combo for sure. But yeah, there's no way he can advance. All right, people, check this out.
Let's go to the replay. Carlos Cruz, very deep into the wall, getting a cover up by the barrel, is making it out of it. Then again, regains some speed back into the barrel, comes out, roll over there, land perfectly, and he uses the foam just to come out. What an amazing wave from Carlos Cruz. That was a 9.25 score.
Oh, man, look at this one. Replay of Poncho. That was his best wave. It was beautiful to watch and combined with the roll. But yeah, unfortunately, he was in combo situation. So, people, there's no way he can take the win. But I have to say, huge congratulations to both. What a show. People, don't move. We're going to go to a commercial break. And that was a 8 for Alfonso. And yeah, he was left with a need of a 10. But yeah, congratulations to both. We're going to go to a commercial break and we'll be back in no time.
Camina el viento sobre mi piel, arena viva, dulce y cruel. Suenan tambores en el rincón, México arde con mi canción. Oye el pulso del corazón, baila sin miedo, sin razón. La luna mira, quiere más, el fuego nunca morirá. Bajo fuego del desierto, baila conmigo, siente lo cierto. Bajo fuego del desierto, lente profundo, puro y abierto. Camina el viento sobre mi piel, arena viva, dulce y cruel. Suenan tambores en el rincón, México arde con mi canción. Oye el pulso del corazón, baila sin miedo, sin razón. La luna mira, quiere más, el fuego conmigo, siente lo cierto. Bajo fuego del desierto, lente profundo, puro y abierto.
Welcome back to Pascuales Bodyboard Pro. Hi, Brian. How are you?
Hey, good morning, Joker. Man, it's been pretty exciting out there. That was a pretty fast heat. So let's throw it back to the water and see what we got going on in this next heat.
Let's check the action. All right. Who are we going to have in this heat, Brian?
Yeah, we got in red our Peruvian rider Pirpo, Michael Yance, and in yellow Puerto Escondido local Oliver Diaz. So it's going to be a pretty exciting heat. You know, Oliver's only 15 years old, so he's getting a lot of experience out here. He had his heat yesterday where it turned into a man-on-man heat because Kristen Duran had to pull out of the competition due to illness. So this will be his second shot at a man-on-man heat, and had to come up against two really, really powerful riders in Mauri Laverne and now Pirpo, Michael Yan. So yeah, conditions are pumping out there, so it's could be an exciting heat.
Oliver Diaz, one of the most talented uprising riders, and yesterday he had a hit against Amaury, and Amaury was mentioning that his son is the same name as Oliver, and actually he was feeling it in the ocean. So what an amazing moment for Oliver Diaz, as Mexican had one of these great names in the ocean. But actually Oliver Diaz didn't look or seem intimidating at all. He was just making a huge amount of display of technique. The same with Amaury, and we had an amazing hit yesterday. And right now, today, Michael Jans, he's over here wearing red, and Oliver Diaz. And remember, these are 30 minutes hit, huge conditions, beautiful waves here at Pascuales, Colima today. And go and subscribe to our channel, to our social networks, International Bodyboard Committee. Go over there and check. And please do not miss any of the highlights, because yesterday we have such an amazing moments too. Like today, we're having it.
Yeah, and I think the guys in the heat, the last heat, really kind of took advantage of the conditions that are out there. We saw Carlos Cruz with an amazing barrel, you know, and Poncho as well, putting on a really good performance. But you know, those guys were actually getting the sets, you know, and I wonder if local knowledge played into it a little bit there, you know, because it's difficult to find yourself into position for some of the bigger sets, and we saw Carlos and Alfonso both in some really good spots and able to capitalize on some of the bigger waves that came through.
Beautiful day over here. It seems like we have an interview. Let's go to the beach with Bego.
Well, thank you so much, guys. I mean, the excitement here with Carlos Cruz advancing in first. He's a national champ here in Mexico. Carlos, you served so good. You did exactly what you needed to do. Served perfectly. I want you to tell the world how you're feeling and what happened out there.
Una manga súper difícil. Creo que la más difícil que me pudo haber tocado, sin duda alguna. Poncho es un competidor increíble, con mucho nivel, el mejor de México, sin duda. Me sentí un poco presionado porque las condiciones son muy difíciles. Olas grandes, el wave runner ayuda mucho, claro, porque no te cansas al regresar. Y bueno, me tocó esa última derecha ahí, un doble tubo increíble, que en el último minuto yo pensé que no iba a salir, pero logré ahí salir por abajo. Y sí, me dieron una nota muy 9, creo, una nota muy buena, un 9.25. Y sí, muy contento de seguir avanzando.
Well, he said this hit for him is what's the most difficult one, because he feels Alfonso Aguilar is the best bodyboarder, no doubt, here in Mexico. I mean, just it was so much happening, you know, big waves, the best bodyboarder against him, and he just did the best he could. And actually, you know, he was so impressed of himself by finding that double barrel there and got the 9.25, which is the same score that the Kalani had yesterday. So also I want to ask you about something. You just got that sponsor here. He just got Independent Bodyboards, which is a sponsor of the event, as a sponsor. So how are you feeling about that?
Sí, me siento muy contento, claro, agradecido con Independent Bodyboards por este apoyo. Muy contento, la verdad, es algo que venía ya persiguiendo desde hace un buen rato, era la meta, ¿no? Conseguir un buen sponsor y bueno, a seguir dándole. Muchas gracias por el apoyo, independízate ya.
¿Quieres saludar o agradecer a alguien más?
Sí, quiero saludar a toda mi familia, a mis hermanos, a mi papá, a mi mamá y a toda la gente de Playa Azul, Michoacán, que nos está viendo. ¡Yeah! ¡Arriba México!
Bueno, viva México entonces, felicitaciones y mucha suerte en los cuartos de finales. Gracias. Porque te va a tocar con Brahim, así que con todo. Back to you guys.
Yeah, well, congratulations to to cruise there. He's for the heat win and also for picking up that sponsor. Like that's unbelievable for Carlos Cruz, and I think that's what's so cool about these events. You know, people that don't really get the spotlight are getting to be shown on the world tour scale, on the world tour. And just, I think that's amazing. You know, he's picking up a sponsor. And here in Mexico, with the water being so warm and the waves being so powerful, you go through some boards in a year. You know, so he's going to be hitting them up for a few boards, I'm sure.
I'm very happy and proud of Carlos Cruz. Congratulations, Carlos, for your new sponsor. It's very complicated sometimes for the athletes to get sponsored by a brand. And today we can see how hard Carlos Cruz has worked on his training to be able to pull out these barrels, these backflips, you know, all the maneuvering. And right now that a brand like Independent is picking him up, that's unique. Like, congratulations, Carlos Cruz, for this sponsor again, and the best waves ever for all you guys. This is Pascuales Bodyboard Pro. We have a Michael Jans in the screen on red and Oliver Diaz. None of the riders has picked up a wave yet. Remember, the conditions are kind of tough. Big waves, big barrels, and the judges are looking to give it some points to the best maneuvers and the best air time possible. The athletes today are top notch of the world. They are the best we have on the league, and they are here today at Pascuales Colima with these beautiful conditions.
Yeah, sometimes when you have such fireworks like we did in the last heat, the ocean needs to take a break and rest a little bit. But you know, we know in the later half of this heat, the sets are going to roll back in. But you know, we've seen that it has been a little inconsistent, and we had a bunch of set waves coming through in that last heat. So you know, these guys are just out there going to reset, make sure they're all ready for when these sets do come in. Because with just over 7 minutes gone in this heat, and neither rider finding a wave yet, they're gonna be anxious to get themselves onto a good one and try to find a good score.
Yeah, right now, as you mentioned, the ocean is taking a break. Even the ocean probably gets tired a little bit. But right now, so far, so good. The conditions, and this is what happens when we have big periods of swell and time between the waves. Sometimes the longest period, the biggest. And today we are having some of those waves coming today at Pascuales Colima. Right now on the screen, Oliver Diaz seems like he's trying to position himself on a wave. Let's see. Oh no,
Here
Michael.
we got Pierpo up and riding, punches through the lip with a nice roll, gets out in front of the whitewash, and is he able to, big explosion, is he able to hold on after that second explosion? And I don't think so. He wasn't able to hold. That was a lot of water that came at him just as he was kind of getting out in front of the whitewash. We'll see what the judges think of that, but it did look like he completed the roll and started moving forward in the whitewash, and then you just saw this little side wedge foam wave just come over and just knock him off. So it's going to probably be bummed that he didn't get the full completion, but we'll see if the judges are going to give it to him or not. And you can see the conditions for today. You know, 6 to 8 foot. You know, I think we're seeing some waves that are quite a bit bigger than that. But you know, that's what they're calling it, 6 to 8 foot, and good offshore conditions, and you know, it'll be a similar size going into tomorrow in the afternoon. But yeah, as we get to the end of the waiting period, you know, we're going to see the biggest waves. So we'll see what the conditions do. You know, if it's nice and clean and big, I'm sure we'll probably run tomorrow. But you know, sometimes with those big swells when they first come in, they can be a little messy and disorganized. So fingers crossed we get these pumping waves with the biggest days of the waiting period, and we'll be able to finish up with the finals on a pretty exciting day.
I am pretty excited to see those big waves. But actually, if they are too big, sometimes they are not rideable. So let's hope the best always, as we do. And now we have our nice replay. There you go, Michael Jans, people, beautiful roll, land. I think he made it. I think he landed that trick. Obviously, we are not the judges. We don't have the last word. But let's see what they think. Let's see if the judges are scoring that.
Yeah, that was a weird kind of like secondary explosion that came after he was riding. It seemed like he landed with control and was riding in the whitewash, and you just saw off to his left just this big punchy ball of whitewater just hit him and kind of traps him behind the whitewash. So yeah, and they don't give him the completion for that. So that score just came in at a 1.55. So yeah, so they really want to see you get out in front of that whitewash and kind of just show that you have control. You saw some of our riders yesterday, you know, doing their maneuver, landing clean and throwing their hand up in the air, just to signify like, hey, I'm in control. I landed this, I'm all good, and now I'm going to kick out. So, that's a technique that some of these riders use just to say like, hey, I'm here. I landed it.
Just to make it clear, I did it.
Yep.
If in case you didn't saw it.
Yep, exactly.
What an amazing thing to do, right? Imagine yourself just flying in the air and you did it, and you're just raise up your hand and then land on your board. What an amazing thing to do. Remember, these riders, they have put themselves in these conditions because they love the ocean to begin with. And this is the main reason why we are here today. Obviously, the competition, but our passion and love for the ocean and for the environment. We really love being out here today with these beautiful conditions, and we are surrounded by athletes and great people with big heart. So we love this type of events. And thank you so much, Club Perla Negra. We haven't said thank you to our sponsors, but thank you so much to all of you to make this possible.
Yeah, and the energy on the beach is a little bit different today. Every time someone's taking off on a wave, you can hear all the whistles and the cheers. Because it's pretty exciting when you're here on the beach and watching the power of the ocean right now. That last heat, and especially with the two locals that were in there, there was a lot of hoo and han and whistles going on when Carlos was making that barrel and all of that. So it's really cool energy that's on the beach today.
The Mexicans, we are cheering up our riders. Definitely, there is a gang out there from Michoacan. There is people from Nayarit as well, Cabo San Lucas, Jalisco State, Guerrero, Oaxaca. So all our Mexican riders are here to compete, but actually to cheer up and to enjoy the triumph or whatever our riders makes it. But this is a very important day for our Mexican community. And I would like to send a big shout out to our judges, the Mexican crew we have over there, the Chileans as well. Thank you so much, Chile, for all what you're doing for us, all the beautiful people you are bringing to this event, and our Mexican team. Thank you so much, bros, because without you, it wouldn't be possible at all. Very experienced judges. Some of them are judging on the Olympics, National Olympics, so this can tell you their background and how good they are on it. And we are so happy to have them today here at this event. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool to get all these Mexican riders together. I don't know how often they get to see each other surf. If you're from Oaxaca, it's a pretty long way to come up here, or to Michoacan. So it's pretty cool to get all of the Mexican bodyboarders just converging into one spot and kind of seeing where the level is for each one of them. And, there's going to be probably a lot of years of competitive bodyboarding going on in Mexico among a lot of these riders that we've seen so far in this event.
Yeah, and remember, this is the first bodyboard generation, like not the first, but the actual from the 2020s, like this time of life. And these guys are setting up the bar very high for the next generation. Imagine having a Kalani as a teacher, as a coach maybe. Who knows, maybe Oliver Diaz one day has its own company. I would like to see what's going to develop and prepare the future for these guys. They are such an amazing athletes and people. We wish them the best always. And this is Pascuales Bodyboard Pro. Remember, this is the round number 4. We are in the heat number 3. And it's only 16 minutes remain on this event, of this heat.
Yeah, and there are a bunch of bodyboarders that couldn't make it here. I know Puerto Escondido's got a huge bodyboard scene, and there's a lot of riders that aren't here that we know like absolutely rip on the bodyboard. So it's great to get the all the guys that are here that are participating in this event today. But we know that there's a lot out there that aren't here. So hopefully this can be an annual thing that we come back here to Pascuales and do this event, and we can really start to build, the participation of riders from all over the country.
That will be amazing. This is actually the idea and why we are doing this as well. We are trying to gather all the bodyboarders from our country and welcoming them into this type of events, professionals, where they can learn so much about the competition world, but actually where to grow up and get a chance to hang around with the best riders of the world. That's very important when you are building up yourself to get like a little bit of knowledge coming from these riders that they have been all over the place, maybe with way more competitions than we have done. And this is neat, something that the Mexican riders, I think in this case, they are enjoying so much, watching their heroes and competing against them.
Yeah,
I love that to watch my people just enjoying the ocean so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so the heat halfway over already, and there's only been one wave ridden by Pirpo and just that incomplete roll. So conditions are tough right now, and Pirpo is going to want to try to get some waves because he didn't make it through his first round heat, and he kind of had a similar heat where it took him a little while to get going and wasn't able to string two scores together to advance, and he was put into the repechage round. So he's definitely going to have that in his mind where he's like, I've been in this situation before, and I need to get another scoring ride because this heat will go away quickly. In these conditions out here, if you were out here in a free surf, in an hour, I think you'd be happy to get one good wave. And, these guys have 30 minutes to try to get two scoring waves. So, they're going to be looking to get this going because, 14 minutes is not a lot of time. We do have the jet ski assist, so they will be able to get back out the back pretty quickly after they get a wave. But, there's this heat is dwindling down already.
And as we are watching, the walls are closing out just right here in front of our screen. The best sections are kind of to the shoulders that sometimes we cannot watch it at the screen because the wide range of the wave. But seems like the rider Michael was trying to get at it. He didn't make it. Great conditions today. And thank you so much to all the safety team that we have in the water today. We have two jet ski providing support to the riders, which is pretty important in conditions like today. And as you mentioned, Brian, the riders, as a free rider, you can spend 1, 2, 3 hours out there maybe for one wave. But these guys has the pressure of the clock ticking on their shoulders. And it's a matter of 2 waves to get the score and be able to make it to the round. So very interesting situations at the ocean. Remember, this is Mother Nature, it's not a soccer field. So we rely on these conditions every day. And that's what it makes surfing so probably amazing. The capacity to adapt to any conditions and try to perform and flow with Mother Nature. That's so much fun out there. I can tell you people, if you haven't tried bodyboarding or surfing or gliding on a board, no matter which kind of board is it, you gotta feel it. It's an amazing thing to do.
Here we go. We got Pirpo taking a look at this one again on the inside. Kind of just couldn't get into it. Sort of backwash was keeping him from really getting over the ledge and kicking into that. But it looks like some couple sets are coming here, and maybe Oliver's going to take a look at this one. And here we go. We got Oliver Diaz up on a nice left-hander. Really nice clean face. He's going to be drawing a long line to look up at the lip, kind of trimming down the line, and goes up into the section and pushes a roll through the lip. And that's good. With 12 minutes left, he got a scoring ride, a completed ride. So he'll be happy with that, knowing that Michael Yance is only holding a 1.55.
I love watching the riders, but especially this way of Oliver punching just out of the lip, getting across of it when it falls, and then lands beautifully. This kid is only 15 years old, remember, and he's already on the Men Rising Series. Beautiful conditions coming out there. Good score for Oliver, 6.0 with the best score of this heat, and the only way from Oliver, good enough. And this is the judging criterion. Would you like to explain it, Brian?
Yeah, so speed, maximum expression, and maneuver variety. So, we have seen that these judges do love to see, some of the other moves. We've seen a lot of rolls and a lot of flips. And here we go. We got Michael Yance up on a nice right-hander, just screaming down the line. Just felt like he wasn't going to be able to get through that section. Just punches out the back. So, with 11 minutes left, he thought that wave didn't really have any potential. And he's like, I'm not going to spend any more time either trying to get the jet ski or paddling back out. So, didn't like the look at that one and just said, let me just get back out the back because I don't need much. I just need a 4.46. So, a good roll will be able to give that to him. But yeah, we have seen the judges like really liking the combos when you're able to do multiple maneuvers on a wave, and then also the variety. We've seen some inverts get some big scores. Kalani Favela's reverse. That was a really good score with the barrel. So so like the wave surf with the widest range of options, and that's when you can do those combinations and deep barrels and maneuver combinations and them in maneuver execution, emphasizing aerial projection. So they really like it when you can grease the landings of those, get them right out into the flats in front of that whitewater, and throw the hand up and say, hey, I landed that one clean. So all these guys know the criteria, and they're just going to try to execute.
What means emphasizing aerial time? That means that you gotta be able to see the rider at least for a second freeze the image, and then land. If the rider is able to make that happen, the judges will score a little bit higher. And the highest it goes, the cleanest lands, the better for the rider with these conditions. What an amazing day with such a few good waves, but big size. And this is something that we were expecting since already like a week. We've been talking about this swell coming, waiting for it. And all the riders, you can tell they've been excited about it because some of it, they are not used to this size of wave. And neither the temperature, neither the bottom of the ocean. Some of it come from cold weather and rocky areas like Chile, and they are not used to this weather. And actually some of the riders, like I think Armide mentioned yesterday about the bodyboard, the stringers. So these are very different conditions that many of the riders are used to ride, and that's where we can see probably the Mexicans more comfortable.
Here we go. We have Pirpo up and looking at this one. Oh, no, sorry, this is Oliver. Big wave. He's kind of drawing a high line to try to see if he can get up into the barrel. Doesn't really get in there. He's going to come around the section. He's going to try to link something in on the inside here. He stalls. Got a nice looking inside section. And not sure if he was able to go up and hit anything there, if he kind of pulled into the barrel, but they had a really nice look to the inside. You know, he kind of was sort of not barreling out at the top. You know, he was kind of just trying to hang in the pocket and see if there's any opportunity. And then on the inside bowl, that thing kind of loaded up. So we'll see if he was able to get a roll or what he was able to do with that inside bowl.
That wave is going to give him a very small score, not much, but at least he's completing his second wave, something that Michael Jans is going to consider probably too, and probably is on the back of his mind, like making it better. But right now, Michael Jans has the priority. Let's see if he's going to take it. If not, seems like we have a replay. Let's go and check it up. Is it there? Let's see. No, replay is not ready. Well, doesn't matter. Oh, here we go. What are we watching, Brian?
Here, so we got Oliver kind of trying to stall to get up into the barrel, and it kind of just gets a little shampoo, it gets washed, and then he just stalls, and this inside section loads up. And we still can't really tell if he just pulled into the barrel or tried to do a roll, but you do see him popping out through the whitewash there. Let's see if he's able to get out in front. It looked like he was able to get out in front. There we go, Pirpo. Big roll on the right-hander, getting out to the flats. You saw him smacking the water, you know, after Oliver got that last wave. I think he's been pretty frustrated by the amount of waves that he's been able to catch. But so they did give Oliver a 4.5 for that last ride. So he was able to either get the barrel or the roll, but it was a complete ride. And then
here we're on the replay of Michael. Michael is making its line, gaining some speed, but goes to the bottom, trying to recover, go back to the wall, trying to gain some speed, searching for the leap, throws that massive roll. I really like how he extends his body and turn the board, flip it. Very nice maneuver from Michael. And he earned 4.65 points for that wave. He's not that far below from Oliver, only 5.86 points, which is only one decent wave in order to climb up to the first position. So Oliver Diaz now, probably he starts feeling the pressure. He needs to pull out another big wave probably to get a higher score to separate himself from Michael. But actually Michael is in the same position, just trying to reach a higher score. 6 minutes remain. This is round number 4, heat number 3. Men Rising Series. Thank you so much to everybody. And I want to take advantage briefly to mention our sponsors en español. Muchas gracias, Club Perla Negra, Surfing Profesional del Estado Unido, Asociación Mexicana de Bodyboard, Jim Paul, Blaney, muchas gracias al presidente, gracias a la colaboración con el Gobierno Municipal de Tecomán, a la Dirección de Turismo de Tecomán, Dirección de Juventud, Deporte de Tecomán y Cultura de Manzanillo. Muchas gracias a Melenuda Visión, Budeo Bodyboard Club y a nuestros patrocinadores, al Hotel Real de Pascuales, Tsunami Restaurante, Opin Cooperadora Internacional de Colima, Cedipsa Comercializadora, Yaya Comán Industrial, Secret Spot Surf Shop, 14 Brand Licras Deportivas, Independent Bodyboards, Chimo Fins and Mutant, Eco Joy Adventures, BHM Project, BDRM Workshop y Juanitos Cantina. Remember, all these are our sponsors, and without them and without you that are watching and synchronizing our channel, none of this would be possible. Thank you so much to the riders and to the whole crew is making this possible. Thank you to the judges. Thank you to all the commentators. Brian, Bego, thank you so much. What a wonderful day here in Pascuales, Colima.
Yeah, it's been great. It's been great. And we got Oliver just kind of sitting out there by himself right now with just under 5 minutes left to go. Looked like Pierpo opted to take the jet ski ride back out there, but yeah, he's gonna have to try to get a wave pretty quickly out here. Oliver's got priority, so he might try to position himself a little bit farther away from him as he's calling for the situation out in the water. Yeah, it's Pierpo's been in this situation already in this event where he was, kind of needing a score in the last few minutes. So, he knows what he needs to do. He just needs to find the wave to execute. But looks like the ocean's gone pretty quiet again. This has been sort of a slow heat. We kind of had a flurry halfway through, but it started pretty slow and it's looking like it might end slow. So hopefully we get at least one more set to see if these guys can set themselves apart.
Yeah, the first two hits we had at the beginning of the day, they were amazing, and we had a great momentum with the waves, just one after the other. And even the riders probably were just a bit scary because they were huge. I think we saw some of it like probably 15-footer waves, and that was amazing to watch. But actually right now, it seems like the opposite. It just went quiet and kind of mellow. But actually, this is a moment for the riders to consider maybe to search or position themselves better, because being a beach like it is Pascuales, it requires most of the time to be moving around to try to position better on the breaking point of the wave. So we are watching Oliver and Michael trying to go for the wave. Priority is on Oliver. None of the guys is taking it. Michael has second priority, but it was deeper in the wave. So sometimes this is type of actually a technique to put some pressure on the rider, no matter if you're going to take it or not. Right now we are watching Oliver. Then Michael is making his way into the wall. He's trying to gain some speed, gets very bumpy. No way to go farther on the wave, not even to pull up a maneuver. Kind of wacky.
Yeah, pretty good decision by Oliver. You saw that he was kind of looking at that wave, and he was like, do I try to keep Pierpo off this one? With the only 2.5 minutes left. That Michael Jans is super capable of getting a score on even kind of like a mediocre wave. So like Oliver was kind of looking at that, saying like, do I go to try to keep him off? But opts not to, and Pierpo was not able to take advantage of it. Kind of a foamy wave on the inside, and just drops in and gets out of there. So yeah. Just over 2 minutes left. This is coming down to the wire, and still 5.86 is not a big score when you got waves like this. So we'll see. You can see there's quite a bit of rip. These guys are going to try to position themselves on the other side of the rip and see if they can find some clean water. That's one of the main things surfing out here is you're just trying to find that clean water. There's lots of currents, lots of rips, just like any other beach break. But here the rips are pretty pronounced and pretty extreme. So. Here we go. I think we got Pierpo looking at one on the inside.
Beautiful wave. He's making its line. No, bumpy again. Wow, the waves are changing so much from glass conditions, big open barrels, to kind of bumpy rides and uneven surface. This is the game of the ocean. It will throw wherever it feels like, and that's how we adapt to it. That's why surfing is so amazing. That's why bodyboarding is so amazing. Riding a wave, no matter the condition, but trying to make it happen for you, it's something that I promise to you, it's a sensation that you will ever want to go out of it. Surfing is the best thing ever. I highly recommend you guys going to the ocean and enjoy a board.
Yeah, absolutely. Life-changing stuff.
Definitely.
Yeah, and wow, what a performance so far from Oliver. Look at he's trying to block Pierpo on this wave, and he will. And that doesn't even matter for Oliver. That was actually a good job. He thought that Pierpo may be able to get a score on that wave, so he's just like
using his priority.
With 35 seconds left to go, he's just like, I just got to do whatever I can to try to keep Pierpo from going on. And here we go. Got Pierpo on a small right-hander. Got a nice little section. He pulls the ARS flip and makes the completion. So he needs a 5.86. It's a small wave. The maneuver didn't have all that much projection. So we'll see where the judges go, and I think that'll be the last wave ridden. So we'll see where the judges go with that. It was a really grindy heat. We only kind of had a few set waves come in during that whole heat, so they were really trying to manufacture some scores. And I think Pierpo's still going on the inside. He's going to really try to milk this wave because he knew that ARS was not really a big move on a big wave. So he's trying to just connect that thing all the way into the inside, and we'll see. And that score just dropped for a 3.9. So that'll be not enough for Pierpo. And Oliver Diaz taking out this heat, the 15-year-old rider. Pretty good stuff. And we're going to cut to commercial, and we'll be back up with Heat 4.
Looking for it. Here it is. Oh, rider in yellow. Chase up again. Yellow. Tully Roberts. Small lip there. Oh, scooped in. Ocean. Oh. And he's pulling into a nice green barrel run straight away. This nice right-hander tucking under. There he is. Look at the smile. Oh, look at this. Beautiful moment as they're cheering him up.
Welcome back to the 2026 Pascuales Bodyboard Pro. We have heat number 4 in the water of our men and man heats, and let's see who we got in this heat.
That's all right, people. Intense moments. Amaury Laverne in red facing Michele Arriagada in yellow. So this happened a while ago, happened in El Frontón. And I think they did face, they had already had another matchup before. But with this beautiful vision of the Boca de Pascuales, see how small the town is. And it's all concentrated here right in front of those hotels and everything. It's right here. This is the main peak of Pascuales. This is the Boca de Pascuales area. And yeah, official results is Oliver Diaz advancing. Man, what a milestone in his career, early career. Kid of 15 years of age advancing and, beating the former junior man world champion, Michael Janse. And I think Michele Arriagada is being taken to the lineup. Looks like the heat hasn't started. And what you saw in our commercials was the Future Pros teaser. That's the next event for the junior man division. Very happy to be back in Australia in the Gold Coast. Thank you so much, Silas, for making it possible. And we'll see who's going to take that win. It's so important. Last year we had Ocean McKenzie taking that win, and he got a spot in, in El Frontón, in Gran Canaria Frontón King. So it was great to have, Steve McKenzie there competing alongside with his son. What a pleasure.
Yeah, bullet. Yeah. So sick to have a comp over there in Australia. I think if you were to talk to any of these guys, they would all talk about how much Australia has influenced them, and I think, Australia's influenced all of us. So for us to get a stop over there is absolutely incredible. Yeah. And we'll be going over there on July 11th, and then we have the Punta Negra Pro in Peru and then the Maldives. Oh, no, sorry, Morocco, and then Maldives. And then we're going to be running to Fronton. And then Brazil. Actually, the Grand Kim is not in Fronton. It's a qualifying series. It's in a different beach, but it's in Gran Canaria. But that's a qualifying for the junior. So we do have 2 events for the junior men division in Gran Canaria. But the Grand Kim is not in the wave of Fronton. Okay. I think it might be they see where to do it, but it might be in Guanta or maybe at the beach. They will confirm that, but yeah, it's not in Fronton. All right, people, the heat hasn't started as of yet. This is heat number 4 out of 8 that we're going to be running today. And we're going to be leaving the event in the final stages
We're going to have one more day of competition, which we don't know if it's going to be tomorrow or Thursday. Remember, Thursday, it's the last day in the window, in the event window, in the waiting period. So we'll see how that goes. And if you're just getting here, please, people, subscribe to this YouTube channel. Make sure to, let the world know that we are here. We are in the round of 16. It is a remarkable day for bodyboarding that we're having in our hands today. And you guys can, put your contribution by just liking and sharing. It's a very easy thing to do, and it helps a lot the sport to grow. I'm watching at the conditions, and it's kind of shifty at the moment. Do you say that's a change of the tide?
Could be. There's also, like, you can see, like, Maz just paddling through this rip. When these rips pop up, it kind of really seems to sort of just move the whole lineup around, and we have seen some kind of lulls, especially that last heat. We only had a couple really, like, kind of solid waves come in that last heat, so we could be having some effect on the tide, and these rips make it really hard to position. When you go look outside the broadcast, you can see these waves kind of all up and down the beach, so they're just going to be looking to try to position themselves in some clean water. But it's really difficult out there. Those rips don't only move you in and out, but they also move you left and right. So you can be like just sitting up on your board and thinking that you're in the spot. You look back at the beach and you're, 20 meters over from the tent that you thought you were lined up with. So, difficult conditions, but we know when those set waves come, it's really proper. So yeah, it could be a tide thing though. We could be looking at a little transition right now, and we know we got plenty of size, so we just need everything to sort itself out, and then we'll have plenty of action.
All right, if you're just getting here, this is day number 5. This is the second to last day of the event, and we're super happy to be here. Remember, we have all the streaming and the scoring system right there in the IBC World Tour website. You can just scan that, and it will take you to the site, so you can check the scores and everything. And right now, we had a communication that we do have an interview ready, and since we don't have any action, it will be safe to send it, so take it away.
All right, guys, thank you so much. We are here at the beach with Oliver Diaz. Oliver, congratulations for such an amazing hit. How do you feel out there? Were you thinking that you were going to make it this far?
Pues la verdad, yo sabía que tenía algo de nivel para estar en esa competencia, pero la verdad no pensé que fuera a llegar tan lejos, habiendo buenos competidores, buenos riders y campeones del mundo.
¿Qué siguen tus planes, Oliver?
Pues descansar ahorita y echarle ganas para la siguiente ronda. Y pues gracias a todos los que me han ayudado, apoyado a motivarme, si no, no hubiera llegado tan lejos.
Oliver, he just mentioned to us guys that he been training so hard, and he didn't consider he was going to make it this far, but he knows he was trained and prepared for this competition. So a big shout out for Oliver, one of the youngest rider of the league today here at Pascuales, Bodyboard. Thank you so much, guys. Muchas gracias, Oliver. Mucha suerte. ¿Te gustaría mandarle saludos a alguien?
Pues principalmente a mi papá y a toda la banda de allá de Puerto Escondido que me está apoyando y me está viendo desde allá.
Muchas gracias, Oliver. Thank you so much. Oliver Diaz from Puerto Escondido. Back to you guys.
Yeah, congratulations to Oliver there. Just 15 years old. That's pretty unbelievable. We've already seen some big names get knocked out of the competition with Matias Diaz losing in the first heat. So for our 15-year-old rider, and he hasn't had an easy path. Well, he did get that kind of walk-through heat where he surfed the man-on-man heat with the Maori, where Kristen Durant couldn't make the heat. But to come up against Pirpo in a man-on-man heat and come out on top, it's pretty impressive stuff.
For sure. I mean, it requires a lot of knowledge of how to handle these conditions, being so young and knowing what to do, and, feeling actually comfortable in this kind of ocean. It is so impressive. Back in the day, we couldn't even imagine or start to imagine that these things can happen, a 15-year-old kid, years old. And all right, so we do have a Maury Laverne. This happened while we were in the interview. This is a 4.25 for the 2 times world champion. And we'll see. I think, yeah, he couldn't like hit that section and went for the very end of the wave roll right there. And but that was enough just to shake things. You know, it is important to try to put some numbers because otherwise you get too nervous. You know, I mean, he's not the type that gets too nervous, but he is the type of being active and putting the scores. And Michele, on the contrary, he hasn't find anything, but you know, there's still plenty of time. Remember, these are 30-minute hits, 30 minutos, y bueno, les ha costado un poco a los chicos, ya han pasado 6 y solo Mauri lograba esa ola no tan increíble, un score mediano de 4.25. Y bueno, buscando, poniendo algo, ¿no? Michele todavía no ha conseguido nada. Ahora Michele tiene la prioridad y bueno, igual en días como estos está bien que los riders se tomen su tiempo y busquen escoger bien la ola para no perder tanto tiempo volviendo al line-up, recordando que hoy tenemos condiciones bien grandes, probablemente sea el día más grande de todo el periodo, un día que va a ser seguro recordado en nuestra memoria para siempre.
Yeah, and you can see, you know, that was good job by Maz to just get that heat rolling. You know, it wasn't an amazing wave, but a 4.25. We saw in that last heat, you know, we had people kind of waiting around, and it's kind of been a theme of the event where the riders that seem to be waiting seem to have a hard time. And here we go. We got Maori up on a really nice looking wave. Nice barrel, pulls up, comes out with the spit, stalls with the legs. He's going to look for something on this inside section, and a nice roll. Lands it nice and clean and gets out in front of the whitewater. So, yeah, good backup from Maz. That'll definitely replace the 4.25 as his top score, and he'll be building a pretty good heat total, you know, with just not even 7 minutes passing the heat.
All right, look at that beautiful view, man. You see how much of the nature we have in this place. I'm loving those mountains and so much green, you know, the sun rising there on the back of the mountain. I will never forget this. It's definitely a beautiful picture. We're here in Colima. Let's see, replay. This is the last of Amaury Laverne. We're waiting for that score. Let's see if he's going to get a little bit more. I think he will. You know, he rode a little bit of a barrel there and combined with a round roll. So, yeah, that's going to, for me, it's going to be his main score. And there it is. It's a 5.75. And right now, Amaury is leading with a total of 10. And let's see if Michele Arriagada can take this one. He's dropping on a beautiful wave, shaping really good for Michele. Little bit of a cover up there. We'll see if he can find a section for at least do a maneuver. Yes, a rollo in the pocket. Continues. And one more there. So, yeah, good for him, you know, finding that wave. The wave actually looked so beautiful at the very beginning, huh?
Yeah, he was kind of a little bit out on the shoulder of that, so he wasn't able to really capitalize on the barrel to begin with. But yeah, finished it up with 2 rolls. So you know, that'll be good. Just, you know, get the heat going, get the ball rolling, and yeah, that'll be probably a mid-range score for Michele, with the wave not being so big and the moves kind of being done on the end of the wave where it kind of gotten a little bit smaller. But you know, you got to start catching waves. And here's the replay. You can see him. He kind of drops down, kind of tries to stall, was trying to eye something up. Does get a little cover there. You know, so he's kind of stalling, trying to wait for this lip to kind of materialize, and 1 roll. And then kind of gets out in front with the wedge there, and then bangs a little tiny roll on the end and gets out in front of the whitewater for the completion. So, yeah, good wave. He did get a little bit deeper in the barrel than I thought. You know, I didn't think the first time watching that he got in there. But, yeah, he got a little cover, so that'll probably help things with probably a mid-range score drop in there.
Bueno, y para atención Chile, la última ola de Michele está a punto de salir. La primera ola de él bajó un poco tarde, pero era una ola súper bonita, con bonita forma, buen potencial. Hay permiso para llevar a los riders en este específico momento, con estas condiciones. Ahí está autorizado que los puedan ayudar desde el line-up, o sea, perdón, desde la parte del inside, desde la parte donde comienza, donde se entra hasta afuera, porque están saliendo sets muy grandes. Se sabe que los riders pueden tardar mucho tiempo en llegar y además pueden correr peligro. La segunda ola de Amaury, esta que está aquí, Amaury tiene un 7. Oh, actually, we didn't see this one. That was a nice invert for Amaury Laverne. We didn't see this one live. We were actually watching Michele Arriagada. So with that wave, Amori has a total of 12.75 and waiting. Yeah, that's first for Michele was a 4.5.
Yeah, that little cover up with the two rolls came in at a 4.5, and then that invert from Amaury came in at a 7. So the judges really liking to see the variety. You know, his wave that he did the roll on was kind of a similar size, so they really liked the difference in maneuvers. So yeah, that's a really good score for Amaury. You know, and this heat's definitely a bit more active than the last, and you can see, you know, with just over 10 minutes gone in the heat, you know, Mary's are already holding a 12.75 heat total. So, you know, we were talking about how he strives for perfection in his heats. You know, his last round heat, he was kind of had two waves, and one of them a 9, and the other somewhere in the 7, and he had that 16-point heat total pretty early on. So this one a little different. You know, he knows that there's those 9-point rides out there, but you know, it is difficult to be in the spot. And so sometimes you have to take on waves that are, you know, aren't perfect, and you know that don't offer the huge score, but you know, people are going to potentially get through some heats with some low heat totals if those bombs don't come. So I'm already doing a really good job of just securing some mid-range scores, and that, you know, a seven's it's definitely a keeper score.
All right, a big set is approaching right there. We'll see if someone's going to take one of these waves. Amazing moments here. This is day number 5 of the 2026 Pascuales Bodyboard Pro. For the first time ever, the IBC World Tour comes to Mexico. And this is the second time that Mexico has a World Tour event, but the first for the IBC, and actually the first for this specific beach, which is one of the most respected beach breaks in the world for bodyboarding, for surfing as well. So, you know, it's such a pleasure to be here. I know for a fact many riders wanted to travel here. You know, I actually, and if you see the interviews that they have been given, all the pros, they say it's such a great thing to have the World Tour event here, because otherwise, you know, because they're so busy traveling for the World Tour and they're super focused on their goals, which are, you know, of course, being world champions, that they don't really take too much of a free travels, you know. They dedicate themselves, their lives to compete, to travel only for competition. So to have a World Tour event for them in a new beach, in a famous beach as this one, you know, it's like a gift, you know, like a prize already, the fact of being here. That's what everybody kept saying. So yeah, very happy to have that, and we're very thankful to everyone that made it possible. We have a long list of supporters, and without them we wouldn't be here. And we would like to start thanking the event promoter, which is Jean Paul Blaney. He put together this event, and it's his vision, it's his dream, and he has a club, which is Perla Negra Club, and also created the Mexican Bodyboarding Association that's fairly new. Look at that bomb.
See if any of our riders are in position for this one, because that is a really solid looking wave. And we got McKelly taking a look, scratching to get into this one. This is a big bomb. He's bouncing as he gets down the face. Let's see if there's going to offer him any section to hit a big roll. Just keeps on trimming down the line. Nice control with that weird backwash section, and let's see if it sets anything up for him on the inside. And no, he wasn't able to get anything done on that wave, but solid wave there, Bego.
My God, I'm grabbing my head, because you know what? Michele, he was intended to, I mean, he was clear intentions of doing that. He told me, I'm so looking forward for the big day. I want to drop the biggest possible wave that I can, and I want to go for the biggest possible ramp. Because he said, Bego, you know what? I'm not afraid. I really want to, he said that he wanted that so bad that he was going to wait for the biggest possible. Unfortunately, he couldn't find a section, but kudos to him, because just the fact of dropping that thing, I have no idea. I don't want to even put any number to the size of that wave, but that was sizable.
Yeah, and at 19 years old, it's charging, you know. And I know he's from Chile and similar beach breaks, but I don't know if it gets to this kind of size.
No, not similar beach breaks. It actually comes around the Central Coast, and you don't get these kind of conditions.
Okay.
Actually, it's good that you mentioned it, because people might think that, you know, in Chile there's a lot of great waves, but the place where he comes from it doesn't have these conditions. So it's even more, I would say, even better. And even more outstanding to see him surfing like that in this kind of conditions because he doesn't train in waves like this, you know?
Wow. So yes, that's kudos to him, just charging, and for him to say that he wants it and then go out there and prove it. That's some big stuff. Wasn't really able to get a roll done. You know, it was kind of a difficult wave to ride. You know, there was kind of some chunk on it and some foam, and he had that backwash section, but he did really well to hold the rail in the line and kind of navigate that big bounce that he had halfway through. But he would have loved to have been able to get a move through the lip, but yeah, he's on the ski now, and he's going to get back out the back, and we'll see. Hopefully we see a couple more bombs like that come in, because you know Maz wants one too.
Qué bombazo se tiró Michele Arriagada. Estábamos hablando de eso en inglés. Él lo estaba esperando, lo quería. Él se preparó para eso. Nos lo dijo. Dijo, voy a buscar la ola más grande que pueda bajar y tratar de pegarle en la sección más heavy que le pueda pegar. Desafortunadamente no pudo, no encontró, digamos, el momento para hacerlo, pero de cualquier forma impresionante, porque hasta ahora ha sido la ola más grande que hemos visto de todas. Ni siquiera le queremos poner un tamaño porque pues eso es tan subjetivo, ¿no? La gente mide las olas de diferentes formas. Hay quienes las miden por detrás, por delante, los ojos son diferentes, pero se veía bien grande. Y ya hizo eso en Itacoatiara, tuvo un hit en donde se puso un 8, le había pegado un rolazo, ya lo había hecho, ya había agarrado la ola más grande de ese hit. Está buscando eso Michele, así que vamos a ver si lo logra. 13 minutos con 24. De cualquier forma, y sin importar lo que pase en este hit, ese recuerdo va a quedar ahí para siempre, y de él teniendo esa valentía, ¿no? De irse con las olas más grandes. Y lo que hablábamos con Brian, que Brian decía, bueno, él es de Chile, seguro está acostumbrado a entrenar en este tipo de olas, y yo le comentaba que realmente el lugar de donde él viene no tiene estas condiciones, no es tan grande, ni tiene esta forma. Sí hay unas olas buenas, pero pues no es que él entrena en este tipo de condiciones. En realidad, él entrena en olas un poco más suaves y tal vez no con estas condiciones perfectas. Así que todavía tiene más mérito que él tenga como esa disposición de tirarse esas olas. Muy buen trabajo, solo tiene 19 años y bueno, también se está enfrentando contra uno de los nombres mayores, o sea, más grandes del bodyboard mundial, ¿no? Que es a Mauri Laverne.
Yeah, and here we have our top rankings. You know, with the Maori sitting in second place. You know, he's been having a great year, and you know, this is another event that he's going to be looking to kind of get to the top of. And you know, we have a bunch of our top ranked riders here. You know, Armide is here. You know, we have PLC, of course, and Brahimi Douche sitting in 14th place. You know, he might be able to jump up a spot or two. You know, with Tahiti also still in the event and still here. So yeah, we got a lot of our riders here. Matthias is sitting in 10th place, so you know that Tahiti's going to hopefully maybe try to be gunning for Matthias' spot after him being knocked out of the event. So we'll see after the event how it all shakes out, and we could have some movement in our top-ranked riders.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a lot of things are going to happen. We have a lot of riders that are not present. We didn't have any Brazilian here in this event, neither from the rankings or any of the athletes from Brazil. There's no Brazilians in this event. And we didn't have Ethan Capdeville. Badreddin is not here neither. We don't have Jan Salon. Of course, Uri or Eder, Gabriel, they're not here. And Christopher Bayona from Peru, he couldn't make it. And Leo's here. And unfortunately, Joaquin Soto. Joaquin had a little bit of an accident surfing, so you know he's getting better. So he's not he was not able to come, but he really wanted to come, Joaquin. So yeah, a lot of movement for sure in that ranking. Just remember, the 4 best results are counting, and that includes all the events of the World Tour, the Prime or the Rising. Of course, the Prime Series events are the one with more points. And this event right here has $25,000 up for grabs, and it's got also 2,500 points, which is a lot for Rising Series, and it is important, although we have a pretty cool clear scenario with the world title. with Tristan Roberts, taking 2 wins in a row and being runner-up in the third event. He's got crazy amounts of points already under his belt. But either way, you have to think there's other stuff in the riders' minds, which are, specifically to finish them. Oh, look at that. Replay.
Yeah, so he had Michele, just big wave and just bouncing down the face, and he drew a nice line on it. You can see this backwash that comes in. Woof, he's able to control it. And he's just looking up at the lip. He's trying to time it, trying to wait for this section to kind of come up at him, and it just never really does. And that end bowl just kind of shuts down too quickly. But, yeah, that came in at a 2.1. He would have loved to have had a move on that wave. But, at least he's getting some experience and some bigger stuff, right?
And there's a couple pictures for sure.
Yeah.
That button turn, man. That was double overhead.
Yeah, absolutely.
For sure.
Absolutely.
Some might say triple overhead.
Yeah. Depends upon how tall you are, right?
Yeah, exactly. In my case, it's triple. All right, everyone. So, yeah, just getting back to that idea about the rankings, Tristan adding 14,300. So, yeah, that's a lot of points, We'll see how the whole thing unfolds. But, yeah, we're gonna go to the Maldives Pro after this event. It's going to be a pleasure to be back at the Maldives. This time we're going to have the event in a different wave. It's going to be Cokes, which is located in a very special island named Toulouse-Du. And kudos to the Maldivian Association for bringing us back there. That's going to be a very important event for the women. We'll see the first event of the year, and it's a prime series for the women. And, we're looking forward to be back there. How great will be for them to, let's see. It's Maury Laverne.
You got a Maori fading the takeoff. Way of really doubling up, pulls up into the barrel. He's going to come out of this, spitting. He's going to look for a move on the end here and just gets out the back. But great setup to that wave. Really, really loved how he kind of straightened out and kind of faded the takeoff and just scooped up under and just got nice and deep and just came out with the spit. That's a really good wave. That's definitely going to take the place of his 5.75 and potentially even the 7.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, he might just get another main score and put the 7 as a backup. We'll see what the judges think, but it was definitely a gem. Amaury Laverne, one of the usual suspects of taking the win in the event, so especially, in this kind of like very demanding conditions. And check that out. Excellent reading right there. He knew exactly when to stall, when to release, get into the barrel. Beautiful speed there for him, and that will be it. So, yeah, waiting for that score, Amaury Laverne. And now, Michele alone, right there with the priority. We'll have, the chance of choosing, but 6 minutes and 50 seconds to go. He has to start the engine right now, because Amaury, he already was looking for a 8.25, and like you said, there might be a big score coming up for Amaury after that one.
Yeah, an 8.25 is a big score to begin with, and I think the requirement's going to be a little bit more, could potentially even be a combination situation, and there it is, 9.25. So Michele, unfortunately, in combo situation, but wow, huge score for a really, really nice barrel from us.
Yeah, I mean, if you see, that score has been the higher that the judges have been granting. I think they're saving the numbers for even deeper barrels combined with maneuvers, because that's what this wave can offer. And that's why they haven't actually passed the 9.25 mark. That's what, that's the most that they have given. We have already 3 of them. The first was for Kalani's wave yesterday, and today for Carlos Cruz, and now Amaury. So we're actually waiting, and we're actually looking forward to see higher score, but that requires a little bit more of commitment and a higher wave, I guess. And even I'm thinking, if the riders connect to the sections, because it's a matter of having the opportunity, not the level, man. All of these riders, they do have the level, and they're capable of, posting 10s for sure. It's just to have the chance, just to find that specific wave that's going to allow them to do that.
Yeah, and that's a great wave. And I definitely think that there could be the potential for a 10-point barrel, you
For
know, for
sure.
just the barrel alone. You know, if they're throwing a 9.25 at that, we've seen some really incredible waves out there. You know, some of the riders just not really able to get in the position for it. But I think 100% that these judges could potentially throw a 10-point ride at just a barrel.
For sure. And think about it, we're only halfway of the day, you know, this is round 4, and we have 8 heats, and we are in heat number 4, meaning we do have a lot of action coming up. Subscribe to this YouTube channel and help us spread the word that we're here in Pascuales for the first time, and we're watching a full action, an amazing show of bodyboarding, a display of technique here, display of you know, excellent barrel rides and maneuvers. And you know, I think we're gonna see everything that it's in the menu for bodyboarding today, but you know, especially barrels. That's you know, the safest and most beautiful maneuver in the case of these conditions. And we'll see how that goes. I'm looking forward, as you guys at home, looking forward to see the 10. Unfortunately, Michele is in combo situation. You know, even he took the biggest wave of the heat, he didn't find a place to hit it. Man, if he would have like hit that first section and go for a huge roll, that would be a 10, you know, hands down.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe saving the body a little bit, you know, knowing that he already had some pretty good scores, and the Michele already needed an 8.25, and after coming out of that barrel, I'm sure in the back of his head, he's like, he's going to need a lot more than that after this. So maybe just opts to just punch through out the back and just, you know, people talk about peaking at the right time in events, and maybe he wants to save that barrel to move combo for a little bit later in the event and kind of keep it fresh in the judge's eyes.
That's good. That's a good point. That could be there. And we were actually speaking about the calendar. As you see, we're gonna go to the Maldives, and then we're gonna have for the first time at the IBC World Tour an event that it's also have been running for a while, but this is the first time it's part of our tour, which is the Miss Quebramar Cup. That's also a women, but only it is a Rising Series, so 2 days for that event. They're in Portugal, in Aveiro, and then we're gonna go to the. And this is so cool to say, and we're so proud of the people of Sintra, you know. Kudos to Roman and João, because we're going to be celebrating the 30th anniversary of Sintra. And for the first time of the IBC World Tour, we're going to have the women be in the prime event there. I'm sorry, not the first time. We did have it before, but they equal the prize money for the women, and we have $30,000 for the women and $30,000 for the men. For the men, it's going to be a Rising Series, and we're gonna be celebrating there for sure. That's gonna be a huge party of bodyboarding, a sportive party, and we're gonna go again to the favorite of the women, which is the ArcelorMittal Wahine Bodyboarding Pro. They're in Espiritu Santo. We would like to thank ArcelorMittal for making it possible. We're going to be crowning the women, all women champions there, master, junior women, and women, right there in that event. That's organized by our queen, 5 times world champion, Neymar Carvalho. She's the host there in her very own state, Espiritu Santo. Thank you so much for that, Neymar. And then we're going to have another amazing edition of the Gran Canaria Fronton King. Thank you, Javi, Maxi, and Dani, for organizing that event. We're going to be closing the men and the junior men events there. I mean, tour. We're going to be crowning those champions there. So, yeah, great calendar again for the IBC World Tour. And remember, we're going to be closing the calendar this year in October 31st. So, if you want to have an event, if you want to promote the Rising Series event, make sure to contact the IBC World Tour soon, because, you know, you only have until October 31st. And, you know, with this quiet paddling there of a Mori Laverne and 48 seconds, it looks like, you know, this is pretty much a seal deal for him.
Yeah, there's pretty much a bow on this one already. You know, Michele needing 2 waves with just 38 seconds left to go. You know, Amari's going to be happy with that performance. You know, he's had, you know, this is his second 16-point heat total of the event so far. So he's showing that he's really in form with this event, and really able to kind of pick the eyes out of these conditions. You know, sometimes when you're so used to surfing reef breaks, coming to a place like this might be, take some little adjusting, but it seems like Amari's doing just fine, having no problem finding big scores. Yeah, with 7 seconds to go, Michele, it was a good showing from Michele, making it to round 4 at 19 years old. But yeah, it's Amari Laverne moving on to the quarterfinals. And we'll be back with our next heat after this.
¡Independízate ya!
Camina el viento sobre mi piel, arena viva, dulce y cruel. Suenan tambores en el rincón, México arde con mi canción. Oye el pulso del corazón, baila sin miedo, sin razón. La luna mira, quiere más, el fuego nunca morirá. Bailo fuego del desierto, baila conmigo, siente lo cierto. Bailo fuego del desierto, lente profundo, puro y abierto.
Welcome back, everyone. Bienvenidos de regreso. This is day number 5, and we are right now in heat number 5, or round number 4 of the men division main racing series. Full elimination round. It's the round of 16, so let's hit the water, and we will introduce you this upcoming heat, which is another stacked one.
Beautiful day and great conditions at Pascuales, Colima. Round number 4, heat number 5, Pierre-Louis Costes and Andrés Solis. Pierre-Louis from France and Andrés Solis from Mexico. What a great heat we are going to have. And the ocean conditions seems like they are turning up again, because the last heat was a little bit slower than the first 2 we had, but so far so good. Beautiful conditions. And this is Pascuales, Colima. What about that shot?
Beautiful. Well, let's see if Andrés Solis can match Oliver and Carlos. We do have already two Mexicans in the quarterfinals, which is one step from the podium. Judging by what's happening, we might have, potentially, we will have a Mexican in the podium. That will be really good and remarkable for the country and for the history of bodyboarding. Okay, so right now, as the heat hasn't started, I think now it is started. Yeah, right now. So Pierre-Louis Coste in red and Andrés Solis from Mexico in yellow. I'm just saying that it is great when we come to a new country to see the locals surfing and, showing what they can do. It's just, it's great because some countries are new to the sport, and they're building their level, and the athletes are still on the, getting good at the competition, but in some other countries, and that's the case of Mexico and also happened in Morocco. The first time that we went to Morocco and we got to see the Moroccan crew, I remember the Royal Moroccan Surf and Bodyboard Federation granted 40 registrations to 40 athletes, and we had 40 Moroccans in between all the divisions, and it was so impressive. I was so shocked with the level of bodyboarding in all the divisions, junior men, women, and men division. That was the first time we went there, and it is great because, they didn't have the means for traveling, so the fact of having the event and the help of the federation, of course, allowed them to broadcast themselves and put in their names in the world tour. And that is also happening here in Mexico. We're seeing a lot of excellent riders, young and also experienced in both divisions. So kudos to the organizers, and thank you all the institutions and everyone that made it possible.
This is an amazing time for all of us in history, I think, of the bodyboard. Bringing the IBC to Mexico by the first time and creating this wonderful event with all the technology possible and very professional crew, judges, commentators, and you have no idea what we are doing over here. Pierre Luis Costes in its first wave, trimming a line, gaining speed, comes out, punches out the lip, makes a beautiful roll. And let's check the water if it comes out from the foam. It seems like the maneuver wasn't complete. Let's see what the judges are thinking. Andres Oli in the screen. They are just waiting for the waves. So not much happening yet for none of these riders. Let's see what the judges think about Pierre Luis Costes' wave.
Imagine how much of an anxiety is to go out there. I mean, being sitting for 2 hours watching the waves, more than 2 hours actually, because they have been here since 6 a.m. and right now it's 9:28, so it's 3 hours and a half. Watching, the waves and seeing the performances and thinking about how you're going to surf and the strategy you're going to use. There's got to be a lot of anxiety, but they know how to cope with that. And while we're waiting for the first score to drop, we do have the interview ready with Brian at the beach, so take it away, please.
Hey, thanks, Bego. I'm here with the Maori. Really dominant performance. We're able to pick out some really good waves, a great barrel. How'd it go out there with you?
Yeah, I mean, like every day I watch the ocean and I don't know really what's going to happen. I'm seeing so many good waves like here and there. Don't really know where to sit. That jet ski just bring you back out there and you just try to find the spots. I just felt like you can't really be too far out. I mean, there is some massive set out there. You really don't want to get caught inside, but you need to be like quite inside to get this rideable wave, like 8 feet. So that was kind of my strategy, and it's paid off.
Yeah, you picked off some good ones, and we do have jet ski assist today. How important is that? And with these kind of conditions and the paddle back out, and how important is the jet ski assist?
Yeah, no, we saw stock for the jet ski. For us, it's like such a big achievement. We've been asking for jet ski in so many events, and I'm really happy that and we are here in Pascuales. It's a small event, a rising series, and we've got the jet ski, and this guy is doing such a good job. It's useful today to everybody can have waves, and the people watching can really enjoy the show, and I think it's really stoked on that.
Awesome. And you want to give a shout out to any family or friends back home?
Yeah, thanks to all the guys tuning in. Un abrazo especial para mi familia. Oliver seguro que me está mirando. Merci à tous les gars qui nous regardent. On continue.
Back to you guys.
I'm loving that interview. Actually, I'm loving the fact that our backdrop got destroyed yesterday with the tropical storm that we had. And the media team got super creative and grabbed those little flags. And they're super part of the culture, on the Mexican culture. And they look really nice on the interview. All right, so meanwhile, while we were in the interview, we did have a roll-off for Pierre Lacoste, and it's a 5:25. And that happened, we saw it in the little screen and the picture-in-picture presentation. And Pierre, starting with the mid-range score, trying to, just put some numbers. He knows it is difficult to face someone like Andres Solis. Andres has been doing a great job throughout the whole event. And Pierre, he knows he has to go big. And check this out, how hard is it that even Pierre Lacoste, which is super used to surfing really powerful beach breaks, he lives in Portugal, so he's always surfing big, and he also comes from La Gravière, so, check this out.
And here we have the replay of Pierre Luis Costes gaining some speed and throws a roll on top of the lip of the wall. That's the wave we saw on the screen, as Bego mentioned a while ago. That's a 5.26 for Pierre Luis, the highest score so far on the heat right now. Remember, this is round number 4 from the Men Rising Series, and this is Pascuales Bodyboard Pro. Remember, stay tuned, go to our social networks, and stay in contact. And if you pay attention, you might find the highlights from the event of yesterday, which are amazing. And today the conditions, as yesterday and the last few days, has been amazing. So far so good. And after the storm, as you mentioned, we lost the back. Oh, there you go. We have a...
This is a bracket for, the whole round of 16, and we do have some of the riders already in the quarterfinals. Brahimi Dush will be quarterfinal number 1, facing Carlos Cruz. Quarterfinal number 2, it's Oliver Diaz facing Amaury Laverne. Again, they already faced each other yesterday, and we will see who's going to advance from this heat number 5, 6, 7, and 8 to have quarterfinal 3 and 4. Thank you for that direction. And people, an historical situation it's about to happen here if Pierre-Louis Coste reaches the podium. Pierre-Louis has had 59 podiums in his career, and if he reaches the podium here, he will be adding up 60, and he will be tying Guilherme Tamega, who has the world record on the podiums. Guilherme Tamega had 60 podiums in his career, and that's about to happen here with Pierre-Louis Coste. Of course, he will need another one this year to break the record. But, it's interesting because we have always said that, I don't know if you guys, or for the people that is new to the streaming, we know very well Pierre, and this is something that he has said in the interviews many times. He's chasing more than the world title, which of course he has been chasing for so long. He has so many second places. He actually is chasing for adding up victories and adding up podiums because, he is looking forward to have those kinds of records in his career. So for him, it will be a milestone, and definitely it's one of the things that he has in his head to try to get that 60th podium here. That's so cool, huh?
What an amazing career. Like almost 60 podiums, 59 already, and trying to get for this number 60. So that means 60 competitions trying to reach out the podium, and he has been over there. But that's a very amazing and a big number, trying to reach 60 times the podium. And right now we're watching on the screen, down on the right, Andres Solis, the Mexican, which hasn't been able to get a wave. There is plenty time on the clock. 21 minutes, 5 seconds remain. And for now, Pierre-Louis Coste has the lead on the heat with 7.10. Thank you so much to the safety team we have in the water, Paco Granados. Today is a very special day because the conditions are a bit more strong and a bit more gnarly. The riders are getting helped by the jet ski to being pulled out to the lineup. So thank you so much to Paco Granados, our rider of the jet ski. And 20 minutes remain. Priority is for Andres Solis, and Pierre-Louis goes in second priority.
Así es, y para todas las personas que sintonizan de habla hispana, estamos en el hit número 5, ya pasamos la mitad de los 8 hits que tenemos planificados para hoy. Estas rondas de eliminación son los octavos de finales. Nos va quedando un día nada más después de hoy, el día de los finales, en donde vamos a tener los cuartos y las semis y la gran final. Y decíamos en inglés que hay algo que a veces nosotros comentamos mucho, que no sé si ustedes todos sigan la transmisión, pero Pierre-Louis es un rider que no solamente busca el título, que por supuesto ya tiene muchos años tratando de buscar el tercer título y ha quedado segundo muchas veces, pero es un rider que busca la excelencia y busca sumar victorias y sumar podiums. Y hay una situación muy bonita que puede pasar en este evento, que sería el podio número 60 de Pierre-Louis. Pierre-Louis tiene 59 y la persona que tiene el récord mundial de podiums, de cantidad de veces en el podium, es Guilherme Tamega, que tiene 60 podiums, tuvo 60 podiums en su carrera. Bueno, no nos olvidemos que tiene 6 títulos de campeón mundial también, y nadie le ha quitado eso ni cerca. Pues, pero Pierre lograría, si avanza al podium, que le quedan 2 etapas, o sea, esta y el cuarto, para llegar al podium lograría empatar con Guilherme Tamega. Así que un datito histórico bien bonito, que es bonito saber estas cosas, estos detalles, ¿no? Que los atletas buscan estos pequeños objetivos, bueno, pequeños, grandes objetivos, ¿no?
Pues 60 posibles victorias, 59 hasta ahora.
No victorias,
Bueno,
podiums.
podiums.
Luego lo de las victorias es otro tema. Mira, ahí viene. Después hablamos de eso. Las victorias también las busca él y también las cuenta. Y de hecho, un dato muy curioso es que cuando estábamos en la pandemia, que no habían campeonatos, Pierluis se dedicó a hablar con personas que tenían conocimiento y tenían historia del bodyboard y hizo un documento. Él lo hizo, sumando todas las victorias de todos los años de todos los competidores. Y él nos pasó ese documento, el cual obviamente con los años lo hemos ido actualizando nosotros, porque nosotros estamos desde el 2022 en la IBC, y Pierre nos pasó ese documento, y fue algo súper valioso, la verdad, cuando él nos dijo, miren, les pongo este documento a su disposición, aquí está un resumen de todos los podios, de todos los eventos, de los eventos profesionales, porque bueno, obviamente hay gente que ha tenido podiums en eventos que no son partes del Tour Mundial, que son internacionales, pero él hizo un conteo de todos y ahí está él también peleando ese lugar fuerte, lo voy a buscar ahora aquí que lo tenemos en nuestros registros, pero es bonito ver eso, ¿no? Que es lo que hablábamos, cómo ellos se van estableciendo diferentes objetivos, vamos a ver.
Qué bonita ola. Está generando velocidad, es una ola con bastante tamaño, complicada de leer. ¡Wow! ¡Qué buena maniobra ejecuta en el labio con ese bonito rolo y sale de la espuma blanca! Qué buena maniobra se aventó Pierluis Costés en el lip de la ola. Bellísimo. Y qué condiciones tan maravillosas el día de hoy tiene el océano aquí en Pascuales. Los riders están sacando tubos, backflips, están vueltos locos disfrutando también la ola y seguramente llenos de emoción y adrenalina porque esta ola es lo que te da. Te da unos subidones que qué bárbaro. Y cada uno de los riders el día de hoy aquí están disfrutando de estas condiciones fabulosamente. Y aquí podemos ver en la pantalla nuestro safety man proveyendo el servicio de transporte de towing, como está conocido en el mundo de las olas grandes, que te lleven en el jet ski, que te jalan hacia el punto donde rompe la ola y que también a veces en algunas ocasiones en el towing nos ayuda a desplazarse para generar la misma velocidad de la ola e introducirlos en ella. Que no es el caso de hoy, solamente los utilizan para llevarlos y que pasen hacia el line-up y así evitar un cansancio masivo, el cual la corriente está pesadísima aquí en Pascuales.
No,
Colima.
incluso hasta un accidente, porque imagina, es que de verdad si te cae una ola fuerte de esa. Let's just do this replay. This is the last wave up here. This is a 6-point ride. He tried to keep the midline, and right there, he knows very well what to do, went for a roll. That's one of the things that Pierre does in these kind of conditions. I've seen him, in big beach breaks, he doesn't button turn too much, he keeps the midline and release the brakes right when he wants to hit the lip. So that was accurate, that was great. It was a 6. Right now, he's holding the first position with a total of 11.25, and he has Andres Solis, he hasn't been able to take any wave. It's got to be hard. Right now we see a little bit of a texture. It's not wind, people. It's got to be, the switch of tides. Right now, we are in the mid-tide again. That happened yesterday, remember? Also, the sun's coming up. And I think we might, yesterday it happened. We had it like this. And then when the sun was completely bright and right there for us, it was like super glassy and good condition. So we'll see if that's going to happen. But for now, it's all about having, another Mexican here, Andres Solis, who actually has been surfing really good throughout the event. But, we have to be nice and understand and not judge because it is hard to be there. You have to think this is round number 4. They're coming from round number 1. They have been surfing. I mean, he has advanced and everyone has advanced for rounds, So just the fact of being here is a great achievement. Whoever finishes in this stage of competition will gonna get an equal 9th, which is not bad at all. You have good points, good prize money as well. So definitely, I have to say round of applause and check that out. That's us. We are in that white container right there and loving this container. It's really comfortable. Thank you so much to the organization. And then we have the 2 towers for the cameras. That's really good as well. We have the judges tower, big and very important screen for the priorities. That thing, it's really important, people. If you are an event organizer, make sure to always keep that in mind and bring that huge screen because they need it. You know, they need to have a good visibility. And speaking about that, if you want to promote an event, we have been saying this throughout the whole event, people, Rising Series events are very easy to plan, and they're not expensive at all if you start from the basics. You know, and the IBC World Tour will walk with you. There's many different options. You don't have to invest crazy amounts of money. You can start for the basics and start with the little points and bring the opportunity to your country, to your very own athletes to, you know, broadcast themselves. You don't even have to have a streaming if you don't have the budget for the first time. It's okay if you start with a basic event. But the thing that is really important, people, is that if you're thinking on, I would like to have an event for 2027, you have to reach out fast and soon to the IBC World Tour because the calendar is closing on October 31st. So make sure to contact us. There's an info at ibcworldtour.com email. It's easy. You just have to send an email and say, hey, I'm interested in throwing an event. Please let me know what the requirements are. Help me, and we will be there for you because this is not for the IBC itself. This is for your country. The IBC is all about, you know, supporting the grassroots and also bringing new nationalities and giving opportunities to different countries and different people. So reach out, man. Even if you just have an idea, even if you're just not sure and you're curious and you really want to do it, but you don't know how to do it, send an email and we will be there for you.
There you go. If you want to organize a bodyboard event, you can contact us. Beautiful day out here. Luis Costes leading the heat, and Andres Solis hasn't been able to get a wave yet. And again, the ocean is changing. This is kind of the time that every day since we start the competitions, we see the ocean changing a little bit from agitated early morning, then goes kind of a little bit quiet right now, and then it starts pumping again. So this is kind of its own rhythm. I was talking with the locals this morning, some of the big riders like the surfers, and I was here with Gabo Huerta talking with him and say, Gabo, please explain me because I've been watching this behavior on the ocean. And he comes way more often than I do. And he said, yeah, you are right. This is what happens. Early morning looks like the morning sickness, kind of a little bit, some movement like on the surface. And then it starts getting better through the day with the sun, obviously. And after the tropical rain we had yesterday, the conditions early morning were excellent and big walls. Now it's changing, it's moving, but so far so good. This is a great event. And thank you so much to all the community of bodyboarding that we have around the world.
Thank you. That's right. I'm going to name the sponsor. But you know what? I was checking on that document that I was talking about, and check this out. Pierre Licosi has 20 victories in his career, and he's second on that ranking. And whoever has more victories is Guilherme Tamega. He's got 24 victories. So Pierre is really close to also, you know, matching and tying that that number there, that record. So yeah, it will be great. You know, Pierre Costa is one of the, you know, most impressive riders in the World Tour. So consistent, so dedicated to bodyboarding. It is just so great to have him. Every time we have him at an event, you know, it's a pleasure, an honor.
What a great athlete.
Yeah, no, he's a special to the bodyboarding community for sure. Everybody loves Pierre.
I had a few minutes yesterday with him outside the event. The kid is just an amazing, well-behaved, good manners, such an amazing vibe, and you can tell by the amount of podium he has put already on his short life how an amazing athlete he is. And right now we are watching on the screen on the left the rider trying to search for the shoulder. On the right there is the other rider. This is a very interesting game because sometimes the two riders can stick together and sometimes they just get separated and try to search for the different shoulder. We'll see what is happening over here. but beautiful waves coming at Pascuales, Colima. And we're watching Pierre Luis getting its wave, trying to gain some speed in the middle center of the wave, gets covered by the tube. Let's see if he can come out.
Oh, so cool. Did you see the technique? He opened his legs to stall. But yeah, unfortunately, that thing shut down on him. And look at that big wave. And we have finally Andres Solis scooping into, but not really finding the barrel. Combined it with a huge air reverse. No way. That's so unfortunate. That would have been so nice, We don't have any favorites, but we do like to see everyone having their chances, their possibilities. It's good to have that, to just see everyone having a chance to at least do a couple maneuvers. But that was very beautiful to watch. Unfortunately, it was non-completed for Andres. So one more look. I love the technique, classic Pierre. And I thought he had it, but unfortunately, the thing shut down. And Carlos.
What an amazing wave from Andres Solis going
sorry,
on it.
Andres.
Beautiful wave, punches into the wave, and just gets catapult out of the board. What an amazing wave. Sadly, he wasn't able to put any score. But Andres Solis doing its best, the same as Pierre Luis Costes today here at Pascuales.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we'll see how that reflects on the, on the scores. But, good effort for Andres Solis and trying to go for an air reverse. Man, if he would have landed that thing, it would have been a totally different story. He would have been back on track, because he's not really looking. Because you have to think he doesn't have any scores. So if he lands a good maneuver, he's going to get something nice among the, between 6 or something like that. And he's going to get out of the combo situation. He's in a combo situation looking for 11.25. And Pierre, last wave is not going to count. Unfortunately, he couldn't get out of that barrel. Who actually, if he would have get out of that barrel, he would have get a higher score than the 5.25. But yeah, definitely Pierre is looking in control. Pierre, he has served beach breaks like this so much, He has served so many times in Nazaré, so many times in the secret spots in Portugal, so many times with Perfect, Osgore. Let's see. Open right in Pierre Lee Cost in a beautiful left. Is aiming for a ramp. He's not even thinking about the barrel. He's just going to want to go for a big maneuver and not happening. Did you see that? He was not even thinking in the barrel. He was like, I need to find a ramp.
He was trying to target that. He forgot about it because he was already with so much speed. But it seems like at the end, the wave got mushy.
Yeah.
Right?
You never know what you're going to get. That's crazy, man. It is so unpredictable here in Pascuales.
Here we go on the replay. Beautiful wave, nice size. He scoops out of the barrel. And there is not much power on the wave, just a simple ride.
He tried. Oh, something happened there?
Yeah.
Oh, no, he's just getting out of the impact zone. I think he's waiting for the jet ski to pick him up. 5 minutes and 50 seconds. This is hit number 5 out of 8 hits. We will be continuing with the competition until we finish this round. And then we're going to be left with one single day of competition finals for the 2026 Pascuales Bodyboard Pro.
What an amazing event we have run for the last few days. We were talking about the event, the judges and I, and we are going to miss so much being here, like enjoying the riders and the waves. This is one thing that happened, and this is the first time in life we are making this possible. And this is such a great event. We are so thankful. And this is the replay. This is the one that we missed. Luis Costes gets covered up, comes out of the tube, right there.
Oh, yeah, we did miss that one. We thought he was getting out of the water, but yeah, it was a little bit of a barrel ride. We'll see if it's more than a 5.25. We don't know. Only the judges know because they have the, they have the preparation. They are, they're all certified. We're here just to throw some color, some flowers, and bring you the information about the event. Thank you, everyone, for your support, for being here with us. Thank you, all the organizers. We have been trying to say thanks to the sponsors, but, a lot of things happening. So let's see if we can get our hands on that list and mention them because, it is important for you to know who is behind, the support of this event. Without them, we wouldn't be here. So definitely we want to always throw our, our regards and thank them. Thank you so much. El Gobierno Municipal de Tecomán, muchas gracias. Sin ustedes no estaríamos aquí. Estamos muy, muy agradecidos de su apoyo. También a la Dirección de Turismo de Tecomán, a la Dirección de Juventud y Deporte de Tecomán, a la Dirección de Cultura de Manzanillo. También tenemos al Hotel Real de Pascuales, a Tsunami Restaurante, que es aquí cerquita, a Opinco, que es la operadora internacional de Colima, ¿y quién más?
Tenemos a Cedipsa, que es que nos provee este bonito camper donde estamos transmitiendo en vivo.
Muy
Y
importante.
hay Tecomán Industrial. 14 brand licras, qué bonitas licras están los atletas hoy. Independent Bodyboard, Chimo Fins y Mutant. Y Coyoy Adventures de Barra de Navidad, BHM Project, BDR, Board Shop y Juanitos Cantina. Y así como mi compañera comentó, gracias de verdad por hacer este evento tan magnífico. Sin ustedes no podríamos realizarlo. Muchas gracias a los sponsors.
Y no nos olvidamos también del Club Budeo. Muchas gracias al Club Budeo que está aquí presente con 4 miembros ayudándonos. Claudito, Jimmy, Pedro y Dani. presente.
Excelente crew.
Bueno, creo que Pedro es un agregado al club, Pedrito, pero está ahí atrás en los controles. Y también agradecer a nuestro director de streaming que está haciendo un excelente trabajo, Maxi de aquí de México, especializado en streaming. Excelente trabajo, gracias a todos ellos. Y a las cámaras también, tenemos hasta una chica camarógrafa. Cada vez más, gracias a Dios, más oportunidades y más chicas involucradas en los trabajos de los eventos. Tenemos a 2 chicas beach marshal, tenemos a una jueza. Así que muchísimas gracias. Vamos a ver, Andrés Solís. Sí, muchas gracias a todos. Thank you, everyone. We were saying we have a camera women. We have 2 women as beach marshals, a women judge, and it's great to have, more opportunities. And we also have Melenuda Vision, which is a Jenny Deep. A Jenny, she has been behind, the designs, everything, all those little flags that you have seen, the little details, the caps that we're selling, the event logo and the event image was made by Jenny. So Jenny, muchas gracias. Gran trabajo de diseñadora y de community manager. Ella está en varias cositas y ella hizo el logo. El logo está precioso.
A mí me encanta, inclusive la aplicación que tiene para gorra, las hats estas blancas y negras, me encanta. Muy buen trabajo, Jenny, felicidades.
Sí, muchas gracias a
Muy bien
todos.
hecho ahí, la verdad. Y me gustaría aprovechar, gracias al equipo de jueces mexicanos y chilenos que andan por acá, nos han apoyado muchísimo, súper profesionales. Se nota la calidad del evento y estamos muy agradecidos por la oportunidad de tener esta oportunidad de compartir con todos ustedes este gran evento de Bodyboard Pro aquí en Pascuales.
Oye, Andrés está buscando, pobrecito, porque no ha podido bajar. Él está buscando, él no está, mira, se toma la cara, porque realmente está tratando, pero le cuesta llegar, le cuesta terminar digamos, de conectar con eso. Ha remado ya 2 olas que se ha quedado arriba. Y bueno, yo creo que con 50 segundos, bueno, hemos visto grandes notas. O sea, si en este momento le sale a Andrés la nota, nunca vamos a descontar a nadie, ¿no? Nunca vamos a tomar a nadie, dar nada por sentado. Puede conseguir Andrés el 8.90, pero claramente tiene que conseguir la oportunidad. Vamos a ver, porque se está viniendo atrás una ola que puede ser la última oportunidad para Andrés. Son 30 segundos los que quedan en el reloj y esta es la última oportunidad para el mexicano. Vamos a ver, 8.90 necesita Andrés Solís. Entra en el tubo, ¿va a salir o no? No sale. Ahora sí que sí.
Oh, lástima, porque la ola se vea bonita, pero la lectura siempre es compleja y más cuando tienes tubos. Los tubos siempre te pueden engañar con que estás en el momento indicado y de repente se va.
Bueno, ya se acaba este hit y son resultados oficiales. Claro que sí, porque no salió del tubo. En primera posición, Pierre Costa avanza al cuarto de final número 3 y la próxima ronda, o sea, el próximo hit de esta ronda, Tahiri Tejei con otro mexicano que es Ronaldo Hernández. No se muevan, que ya volvemos. Don't move. We're gonna go to a commercial break and we will come back right after that.
Welcome back to Pascuales Bodyboard Pro. We are running the round number 5 and just about to begin with the heat number 6. Let's go to the ocean. And right now we are just having right here on the screen the athletes who are going to have in this heat, Brian.
Yeah, we got our rider from Tahiti, Tahiri, and then our rider from Mexico, Ronaldo Hernandez, wearing the yellow jersey. So another exciting heat. You know, let's see if we can get one of our Mexicans to pass through. But Tahiti's been having an amazing event. You know, he had a big day yesterday where he put up some big numbers. So let's see if he can continue that momentum into today.
What an amazing guy. I had a few minutes with him yesterday out of the water. And I was talking to Tahiri, and he's happy to be here. He's enjoying the culture a lot, the food. He mentioned about actually the temperature of the water, that for he is not that bad because where he belongs, it's kind of tropical too, but it's still a little bit warm to be riding. But what an amazing athlete, the same as Ronaldo Hernandez, the Mexican. We are so proud of you, Mexican team. We got to say this. You are putting out history for all the new generations. Thank you so much for being an example of athleticism to all of you, the riders. You don't have an idea how much good you are doing for the society by being in the ocean and showing how to play at it and how to enjoy it.
Here we go. We got our rider in yellow, Ronaldo Hernandez, up. Kind of slides down the face of that one. There's a real throaty barrel right there, and just I think he kind of ran away, but that was a really good looking wave. He just kind of had a little bit of trouble getting in and kind of just like slid down the face. You know, sometimes when you don't get a really good entrance into the wave, it's really easy to get caught behind, and that kind of happened. But that was a really nice looking wave, kind of doubled up, nice and heavy, and looked like it had an exit, but you know, just having a little bit of trouble getting into that one, and kind of the wave just blowing by him. But you know, it's good. It's every time we see these riders get off to a quick start, you know, you seem to have success in the heat. So maybe he took note of that and was just trying to get one under the belt. But amazing job identifying the wave. Just the execution, just not there on that one.
That was an amazing way to pull it out. A little bit delay on the drop on the wall of the wave, but definitely he's trying to make the best, and he knows he gotta score fast. If he's been watching the other athletes, he knows the first two waves early the heat should be better than just waiting for the right spot and for the right wave. So right now, so far, we're waiting for the score and see what's the judges are gonna give to Ronaldo after that wave.
Yeah. Yeah, and getting back to Tahiri, I loved in his post-heat interview the other day, you know, Begonia went straight to business and asked him the question, and he was just like, hold on, I'd like to just say good morning first. So just a really cool thing out of Tahiri, you know, like...
Great manners.
Yeah, that Tahitian vibe just like coming through, and, you know, it's really good. Every time you see him around the contest site, he comes out and shakes your hand, so just a really, really nice vibe out of him, and, you know, it's he's been ripping this event, so... Really cool to see a good person do so well in the event.
Great gentleman, honestly, a good vibe, and probably one of the mellowest riders we have in the area. And I mean mellow, no, like, there you go. We won the replay. This is Ronaldo. That's what we mentioned. He made the bottom kind of drop, lost some speed, and got caught over there by the lip of the wall. But not too bad. Let's see if the judges are going to give him something for that drop on the wave. Sadly, no a good... position. He was too far into the barrel, but still, what a great show to watch, and thank you so much to all the riders. Beautiful day here. So, seems like we have an interview.
Yeah, let's go throw it down to Begonia.
All right.
Thank you so much, guys. Pierre Cost, I want to ask you how hard is to surf there. Tell me a little bit, and I also want to know your opinion about having the jet ski helping.
Yeah, it's super difficult, and you know, like if I can't count, you know, on one hand, easily how many times we use the jet ski, you know, on the world tour since I started. Like I know we did it in Arica, and I think we did, yeah, in Nazaré too. I think I remember. I mean, you know, when you need it, you just need it. You know, like it's physically kind of impossible to paddle back and catch a few waves. So yeah, for the show, for the competitors, it's like super important. I mean, the jet ski is kind of saving like the action, and yeah, it helps us to be more patient, to catch better waves. So yeah, super happy to have the help.
Well, right now you're in quarterfinals, and we have been saying about that objective of yours, that the goal of yours of trying to add up more victories and better results, and very close to equal Guilherme Tamega on the record of 60 podiums. Is that in your head?
Yeah, I mean, like. The IBC shared that a few days ago, and Yeah, I mean, it's just an honor to have my name near him. Like I grew up watching him, and he was my idol. For me, he's probably still the best competitor of all time, and like 60 is a big number. Like 60 podium, and yeah, I mean, if I can reach that, it would be pretty special for sure. Just to be there, like among that list, and yeah. But that's like it's not really like the main goal. The main goal like is trying to win the event, and your victories and all your podium. If everything goes good, the consequences are like maybe world title in the end. So yeah, step by step, but obviously pretty happy.
Why you want to say anything to anyone at the moment?
Yeah, for sure. I know my family's watching. O Benji, quero mandar grande beijinho, grande abraço à minha família em Portugal, os meus amigos em França, tous mes amis, my friend, everyone. Like just so happy to be in Mexico, trying to do well in this event. I have so many like good memories from Mexico. The last time I came, it was like some of the best competitions I've surfed, and yeah, super happy to be back and have one more chance.
All right, congratulations and best of luck in the quarters. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Begonia. Great words from Pierre there. Just keeping the eyes on the prize. He may have these milestone achievements coming up, but he's just focused on win. And here we have a rider in red, Tahiti Tahe, pulling up into the barrel. Really nice looking wave. Makes the barrel, stalling with the legs. He's going to look for a little section on the inside and just kind of pops out. But really, really, really nice wave there.
Yeah, that was one of the cleanest probably and well shaped we had in the last few minutes. That was a very nice from Tahiti Tahe. This rider from French, from the Polynesians, such an amazing skills as well. Beautiful, beautiful day here to perform. And Ronaldo Hernandez, he had only one wave. The judges give him 2.0, not much for that wave. But still, is leading the heat right now. So far, so good.
Here's a replay of that one.
So Tahiti Tahe is going into the barrel, scoops out of it, tries to stop a little bit, use the brake with the fin, bails out. Beautiful display. As we mentioned, beautiful wave.
Yeah, it seems like conditions kind of cleaned up here in the last 40 minutes or so. Starting to see some really good. And here we go. To hear you.
What an amazing wave.
Yeah, kind of an interesting choice there. Just like showing some love to the ocean. It seemed like you wanted to give it a hug or something. That was interesting. Taking the hand off the rail and just kind of gliding through that one. That was interesting. But obviously a wave kind of shutting down, not really offering him the scoring potential. But that last score for that right-hand barrel, a 7-point ride. So really good score there from Tahiti.
He's doing great today in the contest. And yesterday as well, as we mentioned, such a nice guy, the same as Ronaldo Hernandez. Here is the replay. We're watching Tahiti Tahe going into the tube. Somehow he looks like he's trying to hold his fin or accommodate it. Do you notice that move?
Yeah, we saw him yesterday do something similar, and we weren't sure if he was like maybe the strap of his fin was coming off his foot. That's kind of what we thought when we saw the replay. But to me, it kind of just looks like he likes doing that, especially on those left-handers. Begonia was saying that he's really comfortable going left, with all those left-hand waves in Tahiti. So maybe he just feels so comfortable going left that he's like, I'm just going to cruise on this thing and just take my hand off every now and again. But
do you think it has something to do with putting more weight on the rail? What he's doing, kind of lifting the shoulder, trying to touch the fin, kind of going to the left side of the rail when he's going left on the wave, you think, maybe?
Could be something like that. To me, it just kind of seems more of like a disadvantage, if anything. You kind of feel like you'd kind of want your right shoulder to be kind of pointing down the line, not going back towards the back half of the wave. But maybe there's something in there. Maybe there's some technique that I don't know about, but looks cool,
Something to discover, maybe. And we're watching the lines. Big set coming into the bay. And as you see, the main wall of the wave is just massive. So extended. It covers the whole screen of our TVs. Wow. This is Pascuales Colima. 20 minutes, 25 seconds remain on the clock. And we are observing the French Tahiti Tahe versus the Mexican Ronaldo Hernandez. What an amazing match today we have here between these two riders, these two countries at Pascuales Colima. And we can observe far on the screen our safety man, Paco Granados. Thank you so much, Paco. You know how much we've been relying on the jet ski these last few days. And Paco Granados is one of our best riders, like surfers and jet ski riders right there. Ronaldo Hernandez, making speed down to the line, goes up to the sky, lands on top of the lip, drops again, trying to gain some speed. He's searching for another maneuver. No, not possible. But that was beautiful. I really like how he popped up on top of lip and just land pretty much again on top of the wall and then make his drop down. Let's see what the judges are going to think about this wave. So far, probably the best of Ronaldo for now, and we are waiting to see the score. Remember, this is the round number 4 from the men rising series, hit number 6.
Yeah, that was an interesting technique from him. You know, he kind of seemed like rather than projecting out into the flats, he kind of just was able to like go vertically up and then complete the roll and land high up on the face again. And if there was another section to have, you know, I think he would have been in a really good spot to get a nice speed line in and try to hit that inside bowl, but just kind of ran out of steam there. And but it's a good score. He drops a 4-point ride. You know, we've seen a lot of people have these that like almost needing a 4-point ride in order to advance. So you know, he's got 20 minutes left in the heat. You know, all he needs is going to be looking for like one of those 7-point rides like the heat he had,
which is pretty doable. We have seen scores of 9.25, 9.52. I think Kalani got that one yesterday.
I think they were 9.25.
9.25.
I've seen a couple of those.
Carlos and Kalani. And now we have the replay again. This is Ronaldo Hernandez. Goes to the lip. That was a very nice roll over there and just landing again on the top of the wave. And as you mentioned, he was trying probably to search the reform of the wave, but it didn't happen. So not much power to keep going at it.
Yeah, good wave. You know, he'll be looking for something else. He only needs another 4 in order to take first position, but still plenty of time in this heat. And you got to think after what we've seen out of Tahiti, you think he's going to drop another big number. You know, and the conditions do seem to be cleaning up quite a bit, and the shape of the wave kind of seems like it's holding open a little bit more. You know, there's some good throaty barrels that are coming through here, and as we saw on Ronaldo's first wave, and we've seen that he knows how to identify those ones. You know, that was a really good wave, that first wave. He just was like a little bit out of position. So we know he's looking for those ones, and if he gets one, that's going to be a big number.
Yeah, these guys as locals, they kind of know a little bit better the wave. But honestly, right now, Tahiti Tahei is going, and he's doing an amazing job. I've been watching him the last few days, and he's just on it, full-on commitment. And right now, we are watching a wave getting formed. Nice wall. Are they charging? No, they decide it's not good. As you can see, it's going to close out. There is no much way to go. But in the horizon, we can see 1, 2, maybe 3 waves developing. Let's see if Rolando can get it, but actually priorities for Tahiti Tahei.
Yeah, and it's tough to link up with some of these waves out here. You know, our contest area is actually pretty big. You know, it's maybe, what would you say, 400 or 500 meters from flag to flag? You know,
at least 350 meters, 400. Yes.
Okay, so yeah, so there's a lot of area to cover around here, and when you pop out of the studio and you see the ocean, you know, there's waves happening all over the place. So it can kind of spin the competitor's head out a little bit, seeing all these amazing waves breaking over here and there, and you know, trying to really find the perfect position to be in is pretty difficult. But you know, we've seen both these riders able to pick off like a really good shaped wave, and here we go. Ronaldo up on a right-hander, just driving down the line. He's going to be pulling up into the barrel. He's able to come through, just kind of stretching and running away and just not able to find the exit. But, yeah, it's the second kind of really throaty, doubled-up inside wave that we've seen from Ronaldo. So you can kind of see the game plan for him. He's looking for the barrel.
That's what the judges are want to like to see, and actually a barrel maybe with a beautiful airtime maneuver, whichever the rider will choose and the way provide, but that's what the judges want. They want to see airtime, speed, barrels, technique, you know. It's very important for all the riders to consider these aspects because that's what is giving the highest scores of the heat.
Yeah, well, we saw a Maori's 9.25. You know, that was for a really good barrel without any maneuver. So
just the barrel by itself.
Yeah.
But it was perfect barrel.
Here's the replay.
There you go. Ronaldo Hernandez again, very deep into the barrel, but without possibility to come out of it. That was a very nice replay. Thank you, production. What a wonderful day at Pascuales, Colima. We are having great conditions and another wonderful day at the Paraíso. Thank you so much to organizers, to the sponsors to make this possible. But actually, thank you, Ocean, for giving to us these wonderful conditions today for the riders.
Yeah, amazing. And here we have, I think, our rider in red. Yeah, Tahiti up on a left-hander, just driving down the line, just going to be looking up at the section, throws a forward spin, and just kind of catches a rail. not able to spin it around. I'd be interested to see if there was any exit on that wave had he completed that forward spin. But it's interesting. We haven't really seen much of that, kind of spins in the pocket on the face. We've seen a lot of riders either opting to kind of just push a roll through the lip or kind of just go straight and continue to try to get the barrel. So that was the first kind of like pocket forward spin we'd seen. And we'd love to see those kind of moves. It'd be really interesting to see where the judges go with that. Because like some of those like on the face spins in critical positions, like I love to see that kind of surfing. You see guys like Andy Lester and like Damian King that would be doing spins in the barrel like nice and tight, and then kind of those like under the lip bank reverses. So it's a really cool style of surfing, and we haven't really seen much of that this event. So it would have been cool to see.
Now we have here the replay again. Tahiri Tahei charging at the wave. He's trying to pull out. Oh, well, he wasn't able to make that maneuver as we were mentioning. I think what is complicated in order to make those maneuvers on the tube is getting too vertical. So maybe they are losing kind of space or grip, but I have seen some waves from the riders you mentioned, and they just go on top of the lip, make the turn, and just keep riding down to the line, gaining so much more speed because it looks like they stop for a second with the spin, and then just get in the right position and propulse again back out of this foam. Like, what an amazing sport, honestly, bodyboard. You haven't tried it, you should. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's a really, really tough technique because when you're kind of spinning either in the barrel or really close to the barrel, the wave is so cupped out. So you're kind of like almost doing it on a 90-degree angle, So it's really hard to get the completion of the spin without kind of digging any rails or something like that. So I think we kind of maybe saw a little bit of that from Tahiri, but yeah, cool to see the variety of expression.
The projection of the board when they do the spinning, they have to be in control so much of the nose while they go up, and in the moment they spin, while they start pushing down on the line, because I have seen some of the riders just nose dive, but obviously the most advanced and professional, they just go out. But it's a very complicated maneuver to pull out in a concave section of the wave. Not really easy. I have seen it in flatter sections, and it looks so nice, but once they pull it out into the barrel, that's what an amazing maneuver.
Yeah, really cool stuff. So just over 13 minutes remaining in this heat, and Tahiri holding a 7-point ride and is in the lead in this heat. Ronaldo doesn't need much though, a 5.2, 2-1, and those waves are out there. If he can get one of those barrels that it seems like he was looking for, or another one of those rolls on maybe a bigger section and maybe get another one off. That score is very easily attained. So yeah, we still got plenty of time, and like we were saying, the conditions I think are really good right now. We've seen some open barrels from both of the riders, so those scores are out there, but you just can't wait around and let the heat pass you by. You really got to start getting busy, and like we were saying, with how big the competition area is, like maybe make a decision to start moving over to another peak.
That's something very important you were mentioning, because searching for the wave in these conditions is very important. Even they have like this 30 minutes heat is not time enough. We mentioned free riding is different. You can sit over there 2 hours and maybe get one wave, or right here they have only 30 minutes to make the best of the score. They require 2 good waves. So it's kind of very complicated for the riders, and especially if they don't search, then they end up just losing the game. So it's very important, stay focused and try to charge at the waves. I will suggest, but I'm not a rider out there right now, but just go to the shoulders. The shoulders looks a little bit more accessible and fun to ride, maybe rather than go so deep into the barrel. But, the judges are liking it too. So it's like kind of a 50-50 chance. If you have a small wave or with 2 or 3 maneuvers, maybe the judges will give you a higher score for the complexity on pulling out all the maneuvers. But if you have a nice tube, as you saw it with a Maori, that could change the game with a 9. So riders, pay attention, because the ocean conditions are excellent today here at Pascuales, Colima. We're enjoying it so much.
And there you can see all the space between the 2 riders. Tahiri opting to go over to the left side of the screen and the left side of the competition area. And we have seen some amazing lefts coming over there. And then you have Ronaldo over there on the right side, which has seen some amazing rights coming over there. So, there's a big gap between our 2 competitors. And, they're both in pretty good positions. I've seen some really amazing waves over where Tahiri's sitting right now. So he's going to be hoping for one of those sets. I saw him surfing after the contest and during the free surf, and he was sitting kind of right over in that position. So maybe he's identified a peak where he kind of likes the look of the wave that comes in. So we'll see if anything comes in the last 10 minutes of this heat.
Everything can happen in this stage of the heat. Remember, we had a couple hits a few last days where everything changed in the last 20 seconds. So this game hasn't been written yet. So let's see what happens with Ronaldo Hernandez. He records 4.21 points to get up to the first position. Tahiri leading with 9.20. What an amazing execution and coming out of the tube from Tahiri. What an amazing rider from France. Great attitude, the same as the Mexicans. And again, thank you so much to all the sponsors are making this possible. Hotel Pascuales, thank you so much. Club Perla Negra, the government of Tecomán, Dirección de Turismo, de Deportes, de Cultura. Thank you so much. And Tahiri.
Yeah, taking off on a nice left here, driving around the section. Going to be looking up at the lip, kind of pulls into the barrel, stalling with the legs. Really good section and able to punch through. Let's see if he's able to throws a forward spin, 2 forward spins, and is he going to be able to okay, and then just finishes it off. So yeah, he's happy with that because he's holding a 2.2, and he'd be loving to get rid of that. So I think that'll definitely be replaced by another mid-range score. So yeah, good tactics from Tahiri, and yeah, with 9 minutes left in the heat, he's going to leave Ronaldo needing a pretty big number.
It seemed like he was very happy doing the spins forwards.
Yeah, he kind of he did one earlier on in the heat. Maybe he was upset that he didn't get the completion on that first one. He goes, you know what, I'm gonna throw 2 down. It's just for that one that I fell on before. So yeah, there's a good technique, good wave, and yeah, we'll see where the judges go with that. But Ronaldo's only holding a 4 and a 2, so he hasn't really been able to find a big scoring wave. His 4-point ride for that roll on the right-hander, and I believe the 2 for that barrel that he just couldn't get a good line into. So, we've seen him identify some good waves, Ronaldo, but maybe just a little bit out of position for him. And there we go. We got a 6-point ride dropping for Tahiri on that last one. And that's going to leave Ronaldo needing a 9-point ride. So that's a huge number to ask for. With 8 minutes left, we do have the jet ski assist. So if he is able to catch a wave in the next few minutes, he should be able to get back out and try to get another one. But he's got to get moving if he wants to pass through this heat.
And here we go with the replay. We're watching Tahiri Tahey goes to the bottom turn into the barrel. We see he uses his left foot to stop a little bit, comes out. There you go, 2 forwards. Beautiful spinning, actually. I really like his style of this guy. What an amazing display of technique.
Yeah, you can see a lot of joy in his riding, right? He kind of seems like he's having fun. He's taking his hands off his rails. He's doing 2 spins in a row. It kind of seems like he's really enjoying. And here we go, Ronaldo Hernandez up on a nice clean wave, drawing a nice line straight up into the lip and rolls out to the flats and gets out in front of the whitewater. So good wave. Good choice. He knows he needs something. And we've seen in previous days of competition that the judges do like that kind of roll on the main section of the wave. So we'll see where they go with that. And he's going to jump on the jet ski and hopefully get back out there and have some time to be able to back that up again. But yeah, we have seen on previous days of competition that the judges have thrown, I think we've seen some 7s for waves similar to that. Maybe not as big, maybe bigger than what we just saw from Ronaldo, but they have been throwing numbers at that. So that could be a really smart move from Ronaldo, just to get that section, just pull straight up into the lip and just push that roll out into the flats. And look, he's already back out there again.
Very nice work, nicely done by the jet ski guys. Thank you so much to the safety team. And thank you so much to our Mexican judges for being out there, making this event clear for all the riders. Thank you so much to all of you. What an amazing shot from Pascuales. I really am enjoying the drone view that we are having right now. So glass, so beautiful, and actually not even a touch of wind.
Yeah.
It's just such an amazing conditions.
Yeah, love seeing the drone shots, and even when you're in the water out here and you look back at the land, and here's a replay of Ronaldo. So nice size wave and just pulls up and punches through the lip right out into the flats. Really clean landing, and just gets out in front of the whitewash and just gets back out there and got on the ski super quick, and he was back out there within a minute of riding that wave. So pretty smart play from Ronaldo, and that came in at a 5.25. So now his requirements are only a 7.75, which is a little more attainable than that 9 that he needed earlier. So we'll see. We saw that wave from Tahiti with the with a nice barrel and yielding a 7. So he's going to be looking for something like that, but maybe just with a roll on the outside or something like that.
Yeah, because he positioned himself, Tahiri Tahei on the left side of the screen, trying to search for the right. And we just saw Ronaldo getting back out to the line-up by the jet ski. Great conditions at Pascuales. Only 5 minutes, 20 seconds remain on the clock. And Tahiri Tahei leading this heat with 13 points. Ronaldo Hernandez, the Mexican, is doing its best. And as you mentioned, probably that score of 7.75 is doable, more than a 9. So we'll see if Ronaldo is able to recover and go back or climb up to the first position, which hasn't been easy at all.
Yeah, we see Tahiri kind of scratching, taking a look at this one. Let's see if it has any scoring potential on it, and he is going to go. Nice clean wall, kind of stalling the takeoff, going down to the bottom, pulling up into the barrel. He's able to come out. He's got a ton of speed. Let's see what he can do with this inside section. And a nice invert, greases the landing, throws the hand up to show he's got control, and he's claiming he's happy with that. He's really happy with that.
What a guy. Like, probably one of the greatest competitors, speaking about his energy. Like, mellow, happy, joyful. Good for you, Tahiri Tahei, and for that wave. Let's see if Ronaldo is able to pull out another wave, which there is plenty time, of course. Thank you again, jet ski. I'm not tired of saying it, because they are making the whole difference for the athletes, bringing them back to the lineup. That's so much help. That's a lot of help, and good for you guys. Thanks to the organizers for having that safety crew in the ocean.
Yeah, and Tahiti drops a 9 for that barrel with the invert. Really good score. And, you know, he's kind of a soft-spoken guy, you know, kind of a mellow guy. But after seeing the reaction of him after that last wave, it shows how much he wants it. You know, just being outside the top 10, you know, he's right there. So really good performance from him, and just really cool to see. He's a mellow guy, but he really wants it. And here we go. We got Ronaldo Hernandez up on this one. Another clean wall. Nice clean line, pulls up, trying to stall to get up into the barrel, doesn't really get it, see if there's something on the inside. Nice roll, hand kind of comes off on the landing, and yeah, it's gonna, he's in combination now, so he's gonna really need, you know, a lot more than that. That's not really gonna help his cause at all, you know, but yeah, with only 3 minutes left, he is in combo situation. We'll see how that score drops to see if it maybe gets him out of combo, but just judging by the first look of that wave, it didn't really seem like it had much in it compared to his other roll that he had on the right-hander. And here's the replay.
Here on the replay, Tahiri Tahei searching for the cover on the tube, which does it, comes out of it. It's gaining some speed. Right now, over there, the invert, beautiful display. We can see the whole board, and he's celebrating. And right now, Ronaldo Hernandez again on the replay, going into the tube, kind of searching for it, wasn't able, but then pulls out this nice roll on top of the lip. It releases one of the hands a little bit. Let's see how the judges are going to qualify this. But what an amazing show from these riders, Tahiri Tahei and Ronaldo Hernandez. 2 minutes remain on the clock. Jet ski pulling back out Ronaldo. Hopefully he's able to get another wave, the same as Tahiri Tahei, and see if they can embrace and get a better score for this round 4. Nice conditions at Pascuales, Colima. Give it a look, those colors. We really like being here today present. What a nice shot from the drone. Thank you so much to all cameramans and camera women. We have a team of women working with us, collaborating. So thank you so much for all your effort and your work to the whole team.
Yeah, it's been a group effort to get this event off and running, and you know, I think it's been really successful. We've seen some amazing waves, and you know, it's amazing to be back in Mexico. You know, it's been so many years since a World Tour event was held here and or held in Mexico, and first time ever for Pascuales, and it's delivering. You know, we've seen some really good performances, and today with Tahiri, another 16-point heat total. You know, he's been really a standout the last 2 days. You know, throwing up some big totals, and yeah, just really fun to watch.
Yeah, these guys are amazing competitors. And we are watching the top of the list of the riders, most of the top of the list of the riders for the IBC. What an amazing show right here at Pascuales, Colima. Big waves, big maneuvers, deep tubes. What an amazing conditions. I'm just so in love with Mother Nature today and watching all these riders enjoying their time at the ocean, trying to pull out the best score possible. So on red, who is going?
Yeah, here we got Tahiri again. Kind of a little victory lap here. Kind of out on the shoulders, eyeing up a section, comes around and just a nice roll. Kind of scorpions on his way in the landing. See if he can back it up with another thing on the inside. And a nice another roll. So he's going to be absolutely ecstatic with that performance. You know, really put together a lot of good waves. We'll see if the judges like that better than the 7, but he is just so stoked to be moving on to the quarterfinals.
He's just celebrating on his way out, and there is not much time left on the clock. Ronaldo Hernandez with 9.75. Tahiri Tahei, 16 points on this heat. Only 5 seconds remain. This was the round number 4, heat number 6. What an amazing display from these riders.
Yeah, so official results in is Tahiri Tahei will be moving on into the quarterfinals, and he's just loving it. He's just absolutely loving it. It's so cool to see a guy like that, so mellow, just being fired up. Look at him. He's absolutely
He's celebrating.
It, you know,
So happy.
Rightfully so. You know, he's had some really good performances, and you know that was just another one. So I don't know if we have the replay for that last one, but you know what we'll do is we'll throw to commercial and we'll get that back for you when we return. Oh, actually, sorry.
We have the replay. Tahiri Tahei, the last wave, trimming the line, gaining some speed. Makes that roll, kind of goes ejected a little bit out of the board, recovers control, makes another maneuver, another beautiful roll. And as you can see right there, he's going to just enjoy and celebrate his triumph. He's just doing such an amazing work today at Pascuales. A guy from France, Tahiri Tahei. What an amazing day, what an amazing hit.
Yeah, great performance. So we're going to run to commercial, and we'll be back with heat number 6 of round number 4.
For it, here it is. Oh, Ryder in yellow, chase up again. Yellow, Tully Roberts. Small lip there. Oh, scooped in, Ocean. Oh. And he's pulling into a nice groove barrel run straight away. This nice right-hander tucking under. There he is, look at the smile. Oh, look at this. Beautiful moment as they're cheering him up.
¡Independízate ya!
Welcome back to the 2026 Pascuales Bodyboard Pro. We have heat number 7 in the water now. Let's see who we got.
Oh man, let's go and see the next hit is gonna be amazing. Let's hit the water, please. There you go. Kalani Favela in red against Brian Lopez from Mexico. Both he's gonna be wearing yellow. I don't know what's gonna happen here. I'm telling you. I think it's going to be very, very similar, you know, the performances. Both of them are surfing really good. You know, they're from here. Got the local motivation, got the local knowledge, you know. And Kalani coming from, you know, having the higher score of the competition yesterday in total in single wave, but right now, oh, he already has a wave. It's this one. Look how beautiful it looks. It looks perfect. He knew very well how to stall there, but yeah, just got caught.
Yeah, really nice looking wave. It kind of looked like it was going to shape up and really barrel on the inside. And you can kind of see there was like a little bit of like backdraft. It kind of seemed like it sucked in and pinched right on him. So, I mean, he probably thought that was going to be a big score with all these bottom turning. Here we go. We got Brian Lopez up on a right-hander. We'll get a replay. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so just we've been seeing the conditions actually really improve. We're kind of seeing like the waves are starting to kind of double up on the inside. We've seen a lot of really hollow rides, you know, judging by that last one from Brian. Not able to find an exit, but it's good to see like the barrel's wide open right now.
Yeah, we were expecting this, right? I mean, we knew when the sun comes out and, you know, we are in the mid tide, pass a little bit, you know, tide filling in. Actually, no, it's got to be mid tide because I think it might be around 2 something, you know, high tide. I'm going to double check here. But yeah, full Mexican affair right here in our hands. Another hit that it's only Mexicans. Un hit espectacular con 2 mexicanos que de verdad han hecho muchísimo por el deporte, que han hecho un nombre. Kalani, que viene de un performance increíble, y Brian López, que ya ha surfeado súper bien, que cayó en el repechaje, salió del repechaje espectacular, ganando el hit, ¿vale? Y recordando que en el repechaje pasa primero y segundo, pero ganar ya es algo que identifica que volviste a conectarte con el lugar. Así que Brian ahora enfrentando a uno de los más fuertes, que es Kalani Favela, porque Kalani también local de acá. Bueno, Brian es de Manzanillo, que es muy cerca, de hecho de donde está el aeropuerto internacional a donde nosotros llegamos. Y nada, la verdad es un placer ver esto, ¿no? Es una de las cosas por las cuales nosotros trabajamos, ¿no? Nos hace muy felices ver que hay locales, ¿no? Gente del país que está demostrando su nivel y su poderío, ¿no? En estas olas que están tan fuertes, tan heavy. Imagínense que Pierluis lo haya dicho en su entrevista, que haya dicho la importancia y lo clave que es tener la ayuda del jet ski o wave runner. Ahí está ese Batman que está bailando ahí, se llama Hernia, está haciendo como karate. Es uno de los principales, digamos, de las personas que entretiene aquí en los eventos. Bueno, 24,48 y pues, pequeños números todavía. Ninguno de los dos ha podido lograr lo que necesita para ponerse en la primera posición. Bueno, Brian con un 1.25 y vamos a ver cómo se va. Pero ustedes en casa, este es el penúltimo hit. Vamos con un hit más después de aquí y ya se acaba la competencia por hoy.
Here we go. We got Kalani up on a right-hander, kind of stalling the takeoff, pulls up into the barrel. He could have a line out of this thing. We're going to see if he's able to make it. Still maybe traveling. Still don't see him on an exit. And the wave kind of bends back out to sea and doesn't really allow him to get out. We'll see how far he was able to make it on that one. But looked like it was kind of shaping up to be a pretty good wave. He kind of stalled up into the pit right there and just doesn't really be able to like find the exit. But yeah, I mean, that's 2 incomplete rides from Kalani. You see him looking for the barrel, but just not able to find an exit there.
Did you see that wedgie section at the end of the wave? That would have been, you know, a huge maneuver. That was a perfect triangle.
Yeah.
I mean, this place, wow, what a potential.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of those kind of waves that have been sort of bending in, and kind of Tahiti had a couple of them where he found like a nice like round tube from that kind of wedge kind of bending section. But yeah, he's just Kalani's going to hopefully just find one that's going to let him exit. And I think we can throw it down to the beach. We might have an interview.
You're right.
We're ready.
Take it away, Yorka.
All right. Hello, Tahiti Tahei. What an amazing display of technique, big waves, barrels, maneuvers, forwards, like such an amazing hit for you. How are you feeling?
Oh, I feel so happy. Happy to be here and more happy to pass my hit. Yeah.
Wonderful for you. Is there anything else you would like to share with us?
Sorry, I don't.
Yeah, is there anything else would you like to share with us? Would you like to send regards or something out there to someone you like?
Thanks for IBC. Thank you a todos. This is a good event. The wave is really big. The current is so strong. It's so difficult to find the wave. And yeah, I'm so happy I found one ride. They put the 7, and I was comfortable to looking for a good wave to pass my hit.
Well, congratulations. We saw your last wave was amazing. You got a 9-point score in that one. So great performance. Thank you so much, Tahiri Tahei. We're back to you guys over there.
Awesome, yeah. Tahiri Tahei showing really good stuff in that last heat. You know, had a couple forward spins. You know, they tried to get one around in the barrel, didn't quite work out, and then the next wave followed up with a nice barrel and 2 forward spins. So he looked like he was having a good time out there.
I'm so happy for him because, you know, he's, of course, he's one of our favorites in terms of being one of the nicest guys in tour, but also because he's, you know, showing his skills, you know. It's so talented, you know. Everybody knows him in Tahiti. He has been competing for a number of years already, so he has a lot of experience, but also, you know, he serves really good. Let's see. Brian Lopez, up and riding. Is he going to find a barreling section? I think he is entering that tube and maybe coming out. That is so tough.
Yeah, just kind of pinching on the end there. He drew a pretty good line into it. You could see it was kind of difficult to get in. He kind of dropped pretty low on that, and he needed to kind of pull around that first section, and maybe didn't get the perfect line in to get past that last section that kind of just pinched there. But you know, we've seen a couple of those kind of rides so far this heat. You know, so it's difficult, but I mean, we saw while we were away at the interview of Kalani, and here's that replay of that one. Really nice clean wave, just drawing a really strong line, and just sees this lip starting to materialize and just launches. Oh, you wait for the inside section, and he just launches a huge roll on that one and just sticks the landing and just pushes through the whitewater. Really, really good projected roll on that one. So good score from Kalani. That came in at a 6-point ride. So yeah, highest score of the heat so far. And with 20 minutes left, they're gonna have plenty of time to try to back that up, but Brian's had a couple good looks at it, but just kind of maybe just finding himself a little bit out of position for some of those last waves.
Yeah, well, this is only starting 20 minutes, you know. Kalani with the first valuable, I might say, score, a 6-point ride after that really powerful roll. So yeah, a lot to come. There's still one more heat, people, and we will get to know how the quarterfinals are going to be. But hey, Canary Islands, I'm pretty sure you guys are here. And of course, Gran Canaria especially, because we're going to have Lionel Medina facing his friend. That has to be super hard. Not the first time for them, but, you know, they're not traveling together this time because they're traveling separately with their girlfriends. But how hard that can be. Check this out. That's Lazo Brian.
Yeah, so a really good sized wave kind of comes around the section, and then you can just see at the end of that wave, it just kind of crumbles, maybe went into some current and just didn't offer him an exit. So he'll get back out there and he'll try to find another one. But good, strong line on that one, just not the wave, just not really cooperating with him. So we got 19 minutes left. You know, we got Kalani sitting out the back with priority. You know, I'd be interested to see if these guys are trying to surf the same peak, and kind of maybe see Brian over there on the left side of the screen, but we were just talking about how big the competitive area is. You know, there's a couple different peaks that you can choose to sit on, and you know, when you pop your head out of the studio, you can see that there's waves breaking all along the competitors area. So there's definitely a little bit of strategy when you're kind of sitting there watching it from the beach. Like, do I want to go kind of get these rights that are down at the right side of the competitors area, or we have seen a lot of lefts, and I think we have Kalani maybe taking a look.
I saw Kalani sitting yesterday in the night with a friend watching the waves, you know. He was, after the sunset, at first I thought they were, you know, watching the sunset because it is really beautiful every day here. But then I figured out they were analyzing the waves, you know, and that's, you know, even him, that he's a local, that's so remarkable because it's actually what you have to do. You have to sit and watch, especially in these places like you're saying, you know, you have to kind of draw in your mind the map, where to enter, where to sit, you know, what do you want to serve. if you want to serve rights or less, you have to try to kind of like have that already set in your mind before you go to the heat. Watching is key. I think it's definitely essential.
Yeah, and this is new energy of a swell that we're seeing today. So each swell kind of comes with like a little bit of a different look. You know, we have seen like over the past week or so these like really peaky waves, and now we're kind of starting to see them like a little bit longer and stretched out. So anytime there's a new swell that's entering, like it comes with a different shaped wave, or maybe even just breaking in a different bank or something like that. So it's really important to kind of stay clued into the ocean and kind of see how it's evolving as swells fill in, or maybe the swells decrease, you know, and they start acting a little bit differently. So I think a lot of these competitors are really keeping a keen eye on the ocean to just kind of see how the conditions have been changing.
For sure, yeah. And today is, the biggest day of the, I think, of the window. This is the forecast that we have. And if you compare with the previous days, we're basically 4 to 6 feet, and now it's 6 to 8, which, we know there's bigger waves there. But yeah, not much of winds now. Very happy to see that, because right now, it's already 10:43. Previous days we had winds before. So yeah, for tomorrow, the thing with tomorrow is that we have less energy, less kilojoules involved in the swell. So thing with now we have actually at this specific moment, we are looking to 1,775 kilojoules of energy, and it decreases throughout the day. And for tomorrow, starting the day with 1,200, well, actually 1,500 of energy, and then it started to decrease. So yeah, maybe Thursday, which is the last day of the window. Let's check this one for Kalani, in a smaller wave, but very clean. Beautiful roll, man. I so much enjoy those round, perfect rolls where the body is perfectly aligned with the board. Nothing is misplaced. Sometimes those basics maneuvers are so beautiful to watch, because for me, and I say this all the time, Rollo is one of the modern maneuvers, everything is kind of like the Matrix, as well as a good forward, a good forward spin. Everything starts from there. So if you have a good technique on those, nice, beautiful wave.
Yeah, kind of on the shoulder of that one, kind of scoops around, gets a flip. Is he able to finish it off? Kind of gets stuck behind the foam. He's fighting to try to get out in front of it, but he just won't. But yeah, that was a beautiful roll from Kalani, and such a big, strong, and powerful dude. You just saw him just so easily just able to just punch through that lip and just be able to get out and make a clean rotation and a clean landing, and that's really important when you're surfing these kind of waves, like even if the wave's only 4 to 6 foot, there's just like an extra power that these Mexican beach breaks handle. You can get similar waves in other parts of the world, maybe a similar size, but I just don't think that it carries the punch of the Pacific Ocean. They're really powerful waves, even when they're, in the 4 to 6 foot range.
Yeah, I agree with you, definitely. Pacific is so consistent. It's crazy. I remember I'm coming from the Atlantic, and the first time I surfed here, and look at that. I really enjoyed it. It was super clean, perfectly tackled there, and yeah.
Just blasted through that lip, and there's Brian. Nice little ARS trying to get out of the bowl. Just hit it a little bit late. Maybe kind of wasn't in the greatest position at the start of that wave. He had probably watching it breaking down the line. He's like, wow, this thing's perfect. And he's like, I'm just going to see if there's something on the end of it. But, it's nice to see how clean those last two waves are. We've seen some really, really good shaped waves in the last few minutes. So, yeah, hopefully we get some more action. We got 13 and a half minutes left. So, yeah, there should be plenty of time to see some more. And of course, with the jet ski assist, if those big sets do start rolling in, they'll be able to pick one off and get back out there. We saw in the last heat with Ronaldo, he was able to get a wave in the final moments, and he was back out there in a minute. He was in combination, but he took off on a wave, did a roll, landed, got through, punched throughout the back, got on the ski, and he was back out there in a minute. So it's possible to get back out there quick and really try to get some scores together.
Well, people, 13 minutes in the clock for this second to last heat of round number 4, the full elimination round, two steps from the podium. This is the round of 16 where only one person will be advancing, and we'll see whoever advances, he is in this heat, first is going to be in quarterfinal number 4, and it's going to be waiting to see who's going to be advancing from the upcoming heat, which is a full Gran Canarian, not even Canarian, but Gran Canarian affair. We're going to have Leonel Medina facing Armillas Oliveres in the last heat of the day. That's going to be crazy to watch. Best friends in tour. Very, very good riders. So definitely, it's going to be a cracker of a heat. And right now we are having 2 of the biggest names of the sport from Mexico. 2 of the, I might say, most experienced riders in the World Tour. Why? Because Kalani, with his first appearance in the World Tour, which actually happens, in Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival this year, he ended up in the 5th position. He, he was showing there for the first time and served 8 rounds, man, and make it all the way there to the quarterfinal. And yeah, looks like something's rolling. Man, the conditions are getting even better right now. We kind of said that before. We knew it was going to get glassy and perfect. Look at that silky, beautiful wave. But he knows better. If it's not taking off, it's because of something. He knows that thing. That's one that it's coming. Probably better. Let's see. Brian as well. Brian positioned a little bit further down. But it's Kalani with the priority. No takers then on that one.
Yeah, you could hear some whistlings on the beach. I guess the people on the beach saw that set coming, and I guess neither rider's in position to take off on that wave. But yeah, those sets are still coming in, And then with the conditions, it's not really offshore anymore. It's maybe kind of like a no wind or kind of in that transition period right now. But it's kind of some of the cleanest conditions we've seen of the day these past couple heats. So. Yeah, these guys are going to be waiting for a set. Brian Lopez, he does need an 8.65. He's only holding a 2.1 and a 1.35, so not really able to really put up a big score yet, or even a mid-range score yet. But he's only got 10 minutes, so he's got to get going. He would have been seeing some of the scores that these guys were getting for the smaller waves with rolls and stuff like that. So, he's an 8.65 is definitely doable, but I think if he was able to just get a wave and kind of get like a 4 or a 5, that requirement would seem a little less daunting.
And I'm hypnotized by the conditions that we have now. I'm watching at it and I'm like, what is this? It's like a silk sheet, It's so beautiful right now, people. We actually had some shifty conditions less than an hour before. And it might be the sun, it might be something related to the weather and something related to, the change of tide as well. But right now, it's perfect for, the 2 last heats that we have today. A day that it started really difficult because we had a storm yesterday. A storm, very critical storm, actually destroyed our interviews backdrop. But, the media team was so creative that they put together that crazy and beautiful, setup for the interviews that we have all those little flags that are typical from Mexico with the sponsors' logos. And we have the rash guards there. So, interviews are actually looking very beautiful and very different for what we usually do at the World Tour. And right now, it's been so beautiful as how the day unfold, right? We didn't know what to expect. We knew it was going to be the biggest day of the window, but we didn't know if it's going to be good or not because the storm was serious, people. Like, we thought it was going to be a mess. And, the whole thing right now, it's actually coming together in a great way. So let's see. I think Alan is going to go for this one. It's shaping great for him. Maybe the frontal angle. What a beautiful wave. Maybe he's too late, huh?
Yeah, it kind of seems pretty stretched out and straight, that wave. It's a good size, but there might have been a corner somewhere on that, but Kalani just not in the position to capitalize on that one. But yeah, that storm that came through last night was pretty quick. We've had rain in the forecast for pretty much every day that we've been here, and yesterday
never happened.
Yesterday was the only day that it came through, and it came through with quite fierce rain and wind, and yeah, unfortunately we had some of our banners damaged, but I like the backdrop that we have for the interviews now. I think it's cool. Very Mexican.
Same. Yeah. Looks really good. All right, people. If you're just getting here, we are in seven. We have 7 minutes and 40 seconds in this second to last heat of the day. That's heat number 7, round number 4, round of 16. We're gonna be left with the finals day after this. We're gonna be having quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals in the same day, which is we don't know if it's going to be tomorrow or Thursday. Thursday is the last day of the waiting period, so only the technical commission will know and tell us what's going to happen, and we'll see if we can get that information before the event is over. And I think we might have a check-in either way. That's of course going to be communicated officially later. But yeah, maybe we just come here early tomorrow and see how things are going. And of course, remember, technical team gets together, and that involves a local representative, the promoter, the head judge, and the technical director of the event, and the riders rep to see if we carry on or not. We do have the 3 quarterfinals has been defined. And they're gonna be tough. They're gonna be amazing to watch, actually. So we do have already there Brahim Idush and Carlos Cruz, local hero, Mexican national champ. That will be quarterfinal number 1. And very remarkable thing, we will see Oliver Diaz, 15 years old rider, again against Amaury Laverne. They met in the previous round, and it was a man-on-man as well because we didn't have one of the riders. So one of the oldest competitors and the youngest competitors is going to be in quarterfinal number 2 and quarterfinal number 3.
Yeah, and then in quarterfinal number 3, we got Pierre-Louis Costas and Tahiri Tehe. That's going to be a fun one. Those are 2 guys that have been putting on some good performances, and let's see if Tahiri can continue, with his kind of dominant run that he's been going on right now. We've seen Pierre kind of scrapping through some heats, but Tahiri's really been able to identify some really good waves. So we'll see how that one shakes out. So 5 minutes left on that one, on this heat, and as of right now, it stands with Kalani Favela in first position with a 6.0 and a 4.75 for a 10.75 heat total. And Brian Lopez only holding a 2.1 and a 1.3, so not really able to get anything going, and he's running out of time. We know that Brian Lopez is a really capable rider. You can see all of his clips. He's got a spot up in Manzanillo that he surfs, and you can see him. He's doing all types of moves in the air and stuff like that. So don't really know why he wasn't able to kind of find some waves, but he's kind of running out of time here. But he's you can see there's kind of a rip that's running through the whole lineup right now. Kind of a strong rip. So try to position themselves kind of out of the way of that, but not really much time to drop some scores.
Bueno, y para toda la gente que sintoniza de México, miren quiénes tenemos en el agua. Kalani Favela, que es el rider que en la IBC World Tour, representando su bandera, ha tenido los mejores resultados, que viene de Antofagasta, quedar quinto. Imagínense, su primera vez en el Tour Mundial y logra un quinto lugar, lo hizo increíble en Antofagasta. Brian López, que también fue para Antofagasta y avanzó un par de rondas, pero que además es un excelente rider de acá, de esta zona, de Colima. Él viene de Manzanillo. Se conoce en esta ola como la palma de sus manos. Ha sido realmente gratificante ver la bandera mexicana, tantas banderas mexicanas, tantos riders locales de excelente nivel, posicionarse a través de las rondas. Y como ya acabamos de decirle, tenemos ya 2 mexicanos en los cuartos de finales, a Oli Díaz y a Carlos Cruz. Por supuesto, uno de estos riders que están ahora aquí van a avanzar. Vamos a tener otro mexicano. Y ya eso sería, así que vamos a ver. Brian
Lopez up on a left-hander and just gets out of there. Just not liking the look of that wave. Kind of had some backwash in it, and it's just kind of not really shaken out for Brian Lopez. It's kind of a bummer. I know he would really love to do well in this event. Coming from Manzanillo, it's really a kind of a hometown event for him, and just haven't really been able to get in sync with the ocean for this heat. not even able to really put up a mid-range score, which is, we've seen how good he is, and he's scrapped through a lot of his earlier rounds. He surfed later in the day in most of his heats, and he didn't have the best conditions, but he was able to really manufacture a lot of good scores to be able to get through a bunch of his heats, and just not really in sync with the ocean right now. You see Kalani paddling over a good-sized set wave. You see those beautiful lines with the black sand suspended in that blue water. It's a really cool look to the waves over here.
Definitely remarkable moments we're living here in the first ever event here in Boca de Pascuales. Bodyboarding World Tour have never been here. There was a time back in 22 where had an event in Puerto Escondido, but no, this is the first time here in Pascuales. And Pascuales is one of the most respected waves for bodyboarding and for all water sports in the world, respected beach break, powerful. And you can get the wave of your life. You said that I loved when you said it. You come to Pascuales to get the wave of your life. And it's amazing that we have the World Tour. The World Tour actually is allowing the pros to come here, because I have been explaining this. The pros, they travel to compete. They travel for the World Tour. So they really stay away a little bit from free surfing, from free traveling sometimes, because they have families. They have to go back home. Some of them have regular jobs, and so traveling, you can't be traveling all year round. So definitely having a World Tour event is what it's bringing them here, They are actually being very thankful. In the case of Amori, he said, it is great to have the tour because it's a perfect excuse to come. The same Brahim said, the first time I came to Mexico was 15 years ago, and I have been trying to come back, but with so many traveling to compete, it is hard to come back for a free surf trip. So right now that we have the IBC here, it was the perfect excuse. So yeah, definitely thank you so much, Jean, Paul, Blaney, for bringing us, and the Tecomán government, who, they are present with all their institutions and all the brands and everyone that have made it possible. And I think it's a sealed deal for Kalani Favela. Brian has been trying, but he was not lucky. He actually has been putting a couple maneuvers and trying to go for barrels, and all of them have been failed, but, have been failing. It's okay. He's going to pick up an equal ninth spot, and there's some valuable points and prize money. He's bettering himself from his results in Antofagasta.
Yeah, and that'll do it. And that's official results is Kalani Favela taking out the heat win. And Brian Lopez, unfortunately, will be eliminated from the competition. So we'll be back with heat number 8 of round 4 after the commercials.
Hello, all of you. If you're just getting here, we're going to be starting the last heat of the day. So do yourself a favor and scroll back because we had an amazing day of competition. Remarkable. It's going to go for the history of bodyboarding for sure. Let's hit the water for heat number 8 of round number 4, the last one. Who do we have?
Well, this is going to be the round number 4, hit number 8, Armides Oliveres de España and Lionel Medina as well. What an amazing hit. These two professional riders are going to have just about in a few minutes. It actually just begin the round. So we have this hit with 28 minutes, Armides Oliveres and Lionel Medina. What a beautiful conditions, and the last hit was so amazing.
Yeah, man, these two riders, coming from the same area, Gran Canaria. Armide and Lionel, they're very good friends. And, they're from Gran Canaria, both of them. Different places, though. Armide, he called himself a local of the beach break there in Las Palmas. Right there. Armides Oliveres with the roll. Where is he? Not landing that? That's so weird. Oh, he got stuck on the landing. Vamos a ver, Armides Oliveres y Lionel Medina, grandes amigos de Gran Canaria. Aquí enfrentándose a Armides, diferentes lugares, claro. Los que lo conocen lo saben, San Cristóbal y la playa. Ninguno de los dos son como realmente locales del frontón, pero los dos surfean en el frontón. O sea, obviamente todas las personas, todos los buenos bodyboarders de Gran Canaria y de todo Canarias van para el frontón, en donde vamos a cerrar el año, en el Gran Canaria Frontón King. Un saludo a toda la gente de Canarias que sintoniza. Ya sé que están esperando. Además tenemos un evento junior allá, que es el Grand King, que va a ser clasificatorio. Recordando que todos los eventos junior son clasificatorios y tienen 6 lugares por evento para entrar en la gran final. 48 puestos hay para la gran final de junior masculino, que se va a hacer ahí en Gran Canaria, en ese evento tan increíble, con tanta historia, con tanta trayectoria, que siempre nos encanta volver. Se va a hacer el Gran Canaria Frontón King. Una vez más, ya le vamos a mostrar por acá, están preparando el calendario de este año en la categoría masculina profesional. Ahí lo pueden ver. Ahí cerramos el año entonces, ven la bandera de Canarias con este gran evento, Gran Canaria Frontón King. Ha sido realmente hermoso. Vamos a ver esta olita. Aquí está, muchas gracias. ¡Wow! Estas olas me sacan suspiros de lo impresionantes que están. Y lo bonita que se puso la condición, ¿o no, Yorka?
Las condiciones están preciosas. Todos allá afuera, el público en general, estamos con los ojos abiertos. Y mira otra vez la repetición aquí de la ola. Esa fue la ola de Armide, ¿no?
Sí.
Sí, es la ola de Armide. Muy buen rolo ahí.
Lo bueno es que hizo un tubo al comienzo porque el rolo al parecer no lo concretó. Lo estuvieron siguiendo las cámaras y no salió. Pero sí entró en el tubo y salió. Así que estamos esperando esa nota y mientras la esperamos vamos a escuchar la entrevista que ya está lista con Brian. Go ahead, Brian.
Hey guys, I'm here with Kalani Favela. Some really interesting conditions out there. It was kind of tough with the big sets. And what was your strategy going into that heat?
Solo asegurar mis 2 olas, pegué 2 rolos y pues utilizar adecuadamente mi prioridad, elegir bien mis olas y meter presión, es mi estrategia.
And you had to go up against a fellow Mexican rider. What is it like having to compete against someone that's from your country?
Pues no sabrá decirle, es una mezcla entre feliz, triste, porque pues todos los mexicanos queremos llegar a la final, queremos representar la bandera. Lamentablemente me tocó con un compañero que es muy bueno. Se siente mucho la presión porque tanto él como yo tenemos un excelente nivel y pues sabía que si no utilizaba bien mi prioridad, él podía agarrar una ola buena y me podría eliminar y pues esto es una competencia.
And you want to give a shout out to any sponsors or supporters?
Sí, a mis patrocinadores, Empire Bodyboards, 662 Mob, Alice Swing Films, Club Perla Negra, y quiero mandar también un saludo a mis hermanos y a mi chica Matiana.
Awesome. Congratulations, Kalani. Back to you guys.
So much. Great interview with Kalani, one of our favorite riders, a Mexican, and one of the ones that is making history. today here at Pascuales. And we still have 23 minutes remain on the clock. This is the last hit of the day. Armides Oliveres y Leonel Medina. These two riders, they know each other pretty well. Actually, they are friends. And they surf together in different areas of Isla Canarias. So what an amazing day to have this close out of the event with the hit number 8 with Armides Oliveres y Leonel Medina. Thank you so much for all the people that is just synchronizing, and for the people that is Isla Canarias. Welcome. We know you have your two favorite riders of the IBC right here today, and thank you so much for being here present in this beautiful day at Pascuales Bodyboard Pro. Round 4, hit number 8. I would like to point it out. Thank you so much to the judges and the whole team that is making possible the transmission. There is a big team involved on this, so thank you so much to all of you to make it possible, especially to the riders, the authorities, and the sponsors that they have been amazing. Thank you so much for all the good moments that we've been living here, and to all you, the competitors, for putting yourself out there in these beautiful conditions today, which Pascuales Colima is unique for its condition. If you haven't surfed it, you gotta. It's a place, it's a must on Mexico, on the mainland, and definitely we believe you're going to have a great time here if you come and visit Pascuales.
Así es, vengan a visitar Pascuales, en español se los comentamos porque sabemos que hay una gran cantidad de personas sintonizando desde Canarias apoyando a estos dos maravillosos riders. Un lugar que verdaderamente vale la pena. 9.5 la primera ola de Armides Oliveres, que recibe la nota más alta del campeonato. Habíamos tenido 3.925 el día de hoy. Perdona, el día de hoy no. Ayer un 9.25 y hoy tuvimos 2.925. Así que Armides rompe ese récord aquí en este último hit con un 9.50. Entonces, ¿sabes qué estoy pensando? Que yo creo que probablemente sí cayó el rolo, pero la cámara no lo consiguió, no lo vio.
No lo alcanzamos a percibir. Sí. A ver si de casualidad por ahí llegamos a una repetición. Ojalá, sería bonito verlo, si es posible. Pero por ahora tenemos condiciones muy bonitas en el océano. Gracias a toda la gente de Latinoamérica, de habla hispana, a nuestros hermanos de allá de España, Argentina, Chile, Colombia, todos ustedes que nos sintonizan. Muchísimas gracias por estar aquí, porque también este evento es para ustedes. Sin la comunidad latinoamericana tampoco sería posible esto.
Claro que sí. Y todas las personas de habla hispana y por supuesto del mundo entero que apoyan el Tour Mundial, que respetan y reconocen el gran trabajo que hay por detrás. El que no lo conoce, que intente organizar un campeonato para que vean lo difícil que es, la cantidad de esfuerzo que hay que poner. Y bueno, están invitados todos, lo hemos venido diciendo. Vamos a cerrar el calendario 2027 temprano este año. Ha sido algo que se ha pedido desde los atletas por mucho tiempo. Y hemos estado mostrando un gráfico que está en inglés, pero nosotros se los traducimos siempre, que dice que si quieren promover un evento se contacten con nosotros a través de el mail oficial, que es info@ibcworldtour.com. Miren, los eventos Rising Series son muy fáciles de organizar. No tienen que gastar tanto dinero. Pueden comenzar por lo básico, por los mínimos requisitos. Hay bastantes opciones. Si ustedes quieren ir sumando puntos, pues van sumando cositas. La IBC los puede asesorar muy bien en eso. Y traten de
Here we have the replay. Thank you so much.
All right. Replay there for the 9.5 of Armides Oliveres. So right there, looks like he did landed that one.
It seems like a complete maneuver by the judges. That's why they scored so high. We saw a tube and coming out with a roll from Armides. Let's see it again, if we can see the replay.
Oh, yeah, would be cool. Thank you, Direction, for bringing us the replay. But let's see, just 1 second. It looks like someone's gonna take off this one right here. Maybe I saw Armides, I think, paddling, or Leo. No, not really. So you see, it's what the forecast said. The swell was gonna decrease throughout the day. We had the peak of the swell a couple of hours ago, and now the energy is getting a little bit less. Less kilojoules. It says that are for the afternoon, and for tomorrow a little bit smaller as well. So we'll see if we're going to continue tomorrow. But just getting back to that idea, and I'm sorry, I would like really to explain this in Spanish because I was in the middle of that. Estaba en el medio de explicarles a ustedes, porque esto es importante para que la gente lo sepa. Esto es una noticia que salió hace poco de que se iba a cerrar el calendario el 31. Bueno, es algo que ya se viene hablando con los atletas, recordando que los atletas pues son nuestras principales, es el motor principal, ellos son las estrellas y esto es para ellos. Así que ellos mismos han solicitado que por favor se cierre antes el calendario para poder planificarse. Entonces, lo que sí ocurre, y es algo muy bueno con los Rising Series, es que si ustedes tienen intenciones de organizar pero no están 100% seguros, se pueden colocar en el calendario como to be confirmed o para ser confirmados, y para después confirmarlos tienen 90 días antes de la fecha. Entonces, no tengan miedo, si láncense a la piscina, como se dice por ahí, si de verdad tienen mentalidad o ganas de hacer un evento, comuníquense, les vamos a pasar la información, los vamos a guiar, y si es viable, pues vamos a colocarlos como evento por confirmar. Pero es importante que eso pase antes del 31 de octubre de este año, ¿vale? Para que por favor todos que están interesados lo hagan, se comuniquen. Muchas veces la gente piensa que las cosas son mucho más difíciles de lo que realmente son. Y el interés de la IBC es impulsar el deporte, hacerlo crecer. Entonces, hay este formato que se desarrolló justamente para eso, que es el Rising Series, para los eventos que son nuevos, para los eventos con menos presupuesto, para los países que quieren comenzar de a poco, darle la oportunidad a sus nacionales, pues está esta opción. Así que acérquense, ¿verdad? ¿Por qué no?
Es una grandiosa idea, y especialmente para los que queremos promover el deporte no nomás en México, pero por todo el mundo. Aquí tienen una oportunidad de unirse y pues asesorarse con la IBC.
Yes, all right. So we were explaining there in Spanish that the calendar this year is going to be closing on October 31st. So make sure to grab a spot there. You don't need to confirm the event if it's a Rising Series. You don't need to confirm, but you do need to confirm your intention. And we can place it in the calendar as a to be confirmed event. And you have 90 days before the starting date of the event to give the final confirmation in the case of the Rising Series. The Prime Series is a whole different story.
Excellent. So this all information is only for the Rising Series, correct?
Pardon?
This information is for the Rising Series, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, of course, for the Prime, they all have been contacted. The Prime are older events and tour, usually the Prime Series events are the ones that have been running for a while already, that have the expertise and have the means and have proven, to meet the requirements of the Prime Series events. So they are usually in contact with us beforehand. So, but they know they have to confirm the event before October 31st. This is more of a call for the new events. We're trying to let the world know that it's not as complicated as they might think it is. We're there to help you. We're there to push the sport, and just reach out. You'll see.
Thanks so much for this information. Beautiful image from the horizon here at Pascuales, Colima, and we can see the surface kind of moving again, like there is always riptide in this area. Very complicated wave to read some days. And this is the last heat of the day from the men racing series. And this is round number 4. Armides Oliveres with an amazing score from his first wave, 9.5. Probably the highest score we have had already on the competition. Y Leonel Medina, su compatriota de España también. Y vemos olas entrando a la bahía. Vamos a ver si los riders son capaces de agarrar alguna. No, la están dejando pasar. So, vamos a ver cómo se posicionan. We are watching right now on the screen a set coming into the bay. That's a big wall of water. Let's see if one of the riders is going to get it. No. Leonel decide no, that's not good for him. He's just passing across the wave and trying to reach the lineup far out. Maybe they get a better chance to get a bigger wall and put out a high score for the judges. Great conditions today at Pascuales, Colima. This morning was amazing. Has been overcast, so far the whole day. We had just a little bit of sun showing up a while ago when we had the clearest and biggest conditions.
Yeah.
That's kind of very interesting. I love how the environment and nature provides like its own timing. Like early morning, the sickness. Not really so good, but it was glass, kind of good conditions. Then it just improved so much without wind and just with a little bit of light coming out. And right now it starts kind of being a little bit funky again, but this is the ocean. This is what we can expect from Pascuales, Colima's daily. A lot of changes.
I mean, you can't control Mother Nature. Pretty much a very, very slow heat. Haven't seen Lionel Medina taking any wave. I think they're being super dragged by the current, That's one thing you have to keep in mind. Here the current is crazy, especially with the changes of tides and, the changes of swells and directions as well. We started with a northeast swell, and as the day progresses, we're going to be, it switches to east, northeast, then it's going to be south, southwest, and then southwest, and then west, southwest. So we have all the directions that's happening today, throughout the day, right? So it looks like, definitely small winds. We did have 5 kilometers per hour in the morning, and that's what's intended to be tomorrow as well. And I think northeast is really good here offshore. So yeah, tomorrow is looking bright. We have 1,500 kilojoules of energy in the morning, and we do have that east northeast swell in place, and only 5 kilometers per hour of wind. That's what it says here, this specific surf report. But yeah, it's looking good for tomorrow. Also looking good for Thursday. That's going to be complicated to decide. Thanks God we have a specialized team that takes care of those decisions. I don't want to be there. I trust them fully. Right?
Oh, yeah, we do. And let me tell you, the team we have, these guys are pro surfers, judges, well-experimented waterman, so they know pretty well the conditions. And especially having a local team on the crew, like the judges, they know very well this area, so they can provide extra counseling and see what is best for the event.
Mm-hmm. Well, people, so far, so good for Armide. What a way to, start the heat with a 9.5 and getting that first position throughout the whole thing. Lionel Medina hasn't been able to drop anything, and, it's so not him. He's a very active person in the heats, coming from taking the win, backing. Not coming now, but I've seen him taking the win in Gran Canaria Frontonquín in a great way, so, and many other great results in his career. Lionel Medina, who's also looking for important points in this event. Remember, this event is granting points, very, very important results for the riders that are present here, not only just for the hunt of the world title.
Oh yeah.
But it is important to try to put yourself among the top 16 of the IBC World Tour. We have been saying that. We have been showing you the rankings right now. Taking advantage of this moment, maybe we can show you the rankings. These are the main rankings as of this event, right?
What about the riders? I will mention Tristan Roberts is leading the list. Amaury Laverne second, Pierre-Louis Costes in third, Gabriel Braga in fourth, Ethan Capdeville in number 5, Armides Oliveres sixth position, Bader in seventh place. Bader, thank you so much.
No, it's okay that we called it like that.
Eder Luciano from Brazil, 8th place. Uri Baladao, 9th place. Matias Diaz in the 10th position. Jan Salaun from France in 11th. Christopher Bayona in 12th position. Tahiri Tahé, 13th place. Brahimi Duch, 14th. Lionel Medina, el español que está ahorita en el screen, en número 15. And Joaquín Soto, number 16.
Sí, así que como pueden ver aquí, esto se va a mover radicalmente después de este evento, recordando que se cuentan tus 4 mejores resultados, los 4 mejores resultados de estos riders para, digamos, el ranking final, al final de año, pues los 4 mejores son los que van a definir eso. Este es un evento con buenos puntos, 2.500, hay $25.000 a repartir. Entonces, no tenemos a ninguno de los riders brasileros, no tenemos a varios de los franceses, no está Joaquín Soto. Así que vamos a ver, bueno, Matías Díaz acaba de ser eliminado temprano hoy en la mañana. Así que pues, se va a mover esto. Tristan no está, pero bueno, Tristan ya tiene la sumatoria más alta de todos. Ya sabemos eso. Así que bueno, se viene importante, se va a dejar unos buenos puntos aquí en este evento. 8 minutos, no ha tenido suerte Lionel Medina, creo que tal vez se quedó un poco enredado en la corriente, se los llevó para allá. Él, de hecho, es el que más fuerte ha remado, se logró separar de Armide, tal vez va a ir a buscar las derechas de allá, del otro cacho, ¿no? Del otro lado, que hay unos derechones buenísimos. Pero bueno, no le ha tocado.
Ahorita lo que estamos viendo es como el riptide moviéndose y parece justamente que Lionel está buscando más hacia el lado derecho de la pantalla, posiblemente la derecha hacia adentro y si no a la izquierda sobre la corriente. Ha sido muy complicado las condiciones en este último set, como hemos visto cambiaron. Los tiempos del océano está un poquito más tranquilo, por lo cual Lionel no ha sido capaz de sacar una de sus olas buenas como él suele hacerlo en este tipo de competencias. Y ahora justamente es lo que estamos viendo. Ya lo tenemos en la pantalla. Armides Oliveres. He's riding its wave. He's going to the bottom of it. Gain speed. Beautiful invert. Let's see if he's able to come out of the foam. It's on the board. Yeah, seems like he made it. Let's see if the judges are going to count this wave. But that was a nice wave from Armide. Let's wait for the judges to see. And Lionel Medina is trying to get that wave, paddling hard. No, he's not able to make it happen. So still 6 minutes remain on the heat. Armides Oliveres, he just got his second wave. We are waiting for the judges to score it. And Lionel Medina is requiring a 9.51 wave to go to the first place, but we haven't seen the score of the second wave of Armides, so it won't be easy for Lionel to catch up on this heat because there is only 6 minutes remain on the clock. And this is the last heat. This is the heat number 8, round number 4.
Así es, 6 minutos, 6 minutos y se va este último hit, un día que va a escribir mucho en nuestra historia. Aquí está la última ola de Armides Oliveres, Armide que ha conseguido las mejores olas con un invert, que yo creo que, no sé si lo habrá hecho a propósito, pero tal vez estaba buscando el invert a reverse, que hubiese sido muy lindo verlo caer, pero bueno, fue un 1.50, no lo concretó, o tal vez simplemente la fuerza de la ola lo empujó tanto que hizo parecer que estaba buscando esa maniobra. De todas formas está primero y Lionel, wow, 5 minutos y medio, no ha tomado todavía la primera ola, ya está en combo. A ver si logra conseguir las olas. Bueno, Lionel es uno de esos riders que la verdad es que si consigue las oportunidades lo va a lograr. Recordando que sí está permitido en este evento la ayuda del jet ski, ¿vale? Incluso el mismo Pierre lo agradeció y muchos de los competidores que han salido lo han estado agradeciendo porque de verdad que está muy, muy difícil remar. Vamos a ver, puede ser la primera de Lionel en esta, vamos. A ver, sí.
Muy buena ola de Lionel Medina buscándola. Oh, parecía un tubo limpio, se cerró rapidísimo encima del rider. Qué lástima, una ola de Lionel Medina que no completa. Pero muy bonito display de técnica de estos riders. La verdad, cada uno de ellos es espectacular. Solamente necesitan una ola adecuada para mostrar su poderío. Pero aquí, en este circuito, en esta competencia, hemos tenido los mejores riders del mundo, o algunos de ellos. Y estamos muy felices de recibirlos en México. Nos agrada mucho tener este tipo de competencia que por primera vez se está realizando. Muchas gracias al Club Perla Negra, al Gobierno Municipal de aquí de Tecomán. Muchísimas gracias a la Dirección de Deportes y de Cultura, así también como al Ayuntamiento de Manzanillo. Muchas gracias a todos ustedes por hacer esto posible. Al Hotel Pascuales, muchísimas gracias por recibirnos y auspiciar este evento aquí frente a tu playa. And we are watching right now on the screen a big wave getting formed. Lionel was trying to go at it, but decides that it's no bueno, no good at it. So only 3 minutes, 50 seconds remain. Armides Oliveres is observing the wave, the same as Lionel, but Lionel is trying to paddle towards the left side of it. No, it's not a good wave for Lionel. We can tell Lionel is feeling the pressure right now, probably because he hasn't scored nothing yet. Just a very small wave with very little punctuation added. But it seems like there is a right wave getting formed. Lionel is trying to paddle at, and now is catching it.
All right, let's see. Oh, no way. Well, that was a good call, actually. It was kind of closing out there. Let's see if Leonel Medina can regain momentum. And maybe, this is not a good wave neither. He knows better. If he hasn't taken any wave, it's because of something, Por alguna razón, él no se ha sentido cómodo, no ha visto las olas. Él sabe muy bien lo que está haciendo. Es un excelente competidor, es un excelente bodyboarder. Así que, pues, él sabe lo que está haciendo. Muchas veces también los atletas pasan por fases y bueno, es normal, completamente normal. Eso lo explicaba muy bien Tristan. Tristan este año que viene en una racha espectacular, imagínate, tomando la victoria en los 2 primeros eventos y después quedando segundo en el tercer evento. Y él comentaba que él venía de una racha que no era lo que a él le gustaba, no estaba cómodo con lo que le iba pasando, pero que él piensa que en esos momentos es cuando más consistente y persistente debe ser. Él explicaba eso en las entrevistas, decía que no debes desistir, que si no te está yendo como tú esperas y estás pasando tal vez por un momento deportivo, no el momento no más brillante, no debes desistir, debes seguir y va a llegar eventualmente a ti, debes practicar, debes entrenar más fuerte, debes seguir ahí. Y bueno, puede ser el caso de Lío aquí y no pasa nada. Todos tenemos la posibilidad de seguir y él seguramente va a seguir luchando porque además es un chico increíble, tiene un montón de conocimiento de bodyboard y tiene un bodyboard precioso también.
Qué bonito, ¿no? Como el mensaje de un rider hacia la comunidad. No te rindas, sigue adelante. Tal vez ahorita no es tu mejor momento, pero no desistas, ¿no?
No, y pensando también en los pros, porque la vida del pro no es fácil también, ¿me entiendes? Ellos se ponen objetivos súper fuertes y pasan momentos difíciles, incluso mentales, o sea, psicológicos, a veces es muy, muy difícil. Entonces sí, él hablaba de eso. El caso de Lío no le ha ido tal vez como él esperaba. Él tiene 2.17, un 17 en Marruecos, un 17 en Antofagasta y un 9º en Itacoatiara, que vendría siendo su mejor resultado. Ahora va a quedar con un 9º aquí. Tiene todavía las oportunidades de, no sé si ir a Maldivas y a Sintra, porque ahí podría cambiar alguno de esos resultados, si es que fuera a esos 2 eventos, y ya llegar para el frontón con un poco más de puntos. Pero bueno, vamos a ver. Ahora sí, ya viene en esta ola Lionel Medina desde Gran Canaria, desde San Cristóbal, se prepara para atacar y va con un bonito backflip que lo logra concretar. Y ya por lo menos con eso, como quien dice, con 20 segundos se va, pero salvó el honor. Porque claramente 11 puntos no puede tener.
Buena ola por parte de Lionel. Lástima que fue ya al final del hit.
A su novia esperándolo. Qué linda.
Sí.
Lo mejor, ¿no? El apoyo de la familia y de las novias, que son como familia. Ya viene Armida aquí. Esta ola sí cuenta para Armides Oliveres. Sería ya la última del hit. Y se pone un súper lindo rolo solo para cerrar las cosas y decir, lo hice, gané, avancé. Bueno, señoras y señores, esos son los resultados oficiales y ya tenemos listos nuestros cuartos de finales y ya nos preparamos para lo que va a ser la última etapa. Vamos a cerrar este campeonato en un puro día, que va a ser el próximo. Aquí está la repetición de Lío.
Qué bonita ola por parte de Lionel. Está buscando generar velocidad, llega a la cresta y saca su backflip. Muy bonita maniobra. Lástima que fue la única y la última ola del hit. Pero bueno, muy bien hecho. Y también tenemos aquí la repetición de Armide. Qué bonita maniobra. Termina su rolo y aprovecha la espuma perfectamente para poder salir del océano. What a beautiful day here at Pascuales. Thank you so much to all of you for being watching.
All right, so we're going to hit a quick commercial break and we will come back with Armide's interview for sure. And yeah, we'll let you know if we have the official information, if we're going to have check-in tomorrow or not. So stay tuned with us. Don't go. You're welcome.
Looking for it. Here it is. Oh, rider in yellow. Chase up again. Yellow. Tully Roberts. Small lip there. Oh, scooped in. Ocean. Oh. And he's pulling into a nice green barrel. Straight away. This nice right-hander tucking under. There he is. Look at the smile. Look at this. Beautiful moment as they're cheering him up.
Well, hello, all of you. What a successful day number 5 of competition. We are ready with our quarterfinals, but first, what are your, your highlights or your favorite moments?
I mean, I think O'Malley had another dominant heat and showed some great variety. He found a really, really nice barrel, came out with the spit, and then he had a nice flip and an invert. So just showing like a wide range of maneuvers, and just he put up another 16-point heat total. So that was a huge number on a difficult day. You know, there's a lot of waves out there and some really good quality waves out there, but we saw it was hard to find them.
Yeah, I know everybody said that, but it was definitely a remarkable day for bodyboarding. And yeah, Oliver, again, advancing 15 years of age. He's going to be meeting Amori again. And I have to say, I love that interview that you had with Kalani where he was saying he was happy to advance, but at the same time sad that, his friend Brian was left behind and he really wanted all the Mexicans to advance for sure. But, it was kind of like a mixed feeling for him. And, we saw Tahiti Tehe shining again. He has been by himself. Have you seen it? And has been super quiet with his music. Actually, he was the second person to go out yesterday in the afternoon. It was kind of like almost getting dark. The guy paddled out for a couple waves after jogging the beach. And yeah, definitely I have to stand out Tahiti in this event. He's going to be, as you can see, meeting no one else than Pierre Coste. So what do we have for quarterfinals?
Yeah, the first heat of the day, we have Brahimi Douche versus Carlos Cruz. Carlos Cruz has been been surfing really well this event,
Very well.
Against all these international riders too, He had Alfonso Aguilar in his heat in round 4 and was able to come out with like a really good performance. And then in heat number 2, we have Oliver Diaz, our youngest competitor, against our seasoned vet, Amaury Laverne. They met up in the last round, but it was supposed to be a 3-man heat, but it turned into a man-on-man, so both of them were advanced. But tomorrow it's going to be a different story. We're going to see one of them go home, so that'll be a really exciting heat. And then in heat number 3, Pierre-Luis Costas versus Tahiri Tehe. And, Thierry has been having so much fun. You just see him. He's just like, he's got a smile, and you can just tell in his riding that he's having like a really, really good time. It just looks fun. His surfing just looks fun. And then to round off the quarterfinals, we have Kalani Favela, the local favorite, versus Armide Soliveres. It's going to be a banger heat.
Calls my attention that, you can see perfectly lined up, 2 Mexican flags and 2 Spanish flags there because Amaury Laverne has been representing Spain since, the last event, or actually from the beginning of the year, he changed his nationality, getting support from the Spanish government, has been living in the Canary Islands for a while, so it makes a lot of sense. So we only have one thing for sure. We will have a French rider in the podium. Okay. That's the only thing for sure, because it's either Pierre-Louis or Tahiti advancing, but we don't know anything else. Potentially we will have a Mexican, and potentially we'll have a Spanish, we'll see. Or maybe, Brahimi Douche breaking the spell this year and getting a podium. He hasn't had one this year. So that would be pretty cool to watch. I mean, definitely these results are great. In general, all of these riders have really been doing a great job. And I will have to say congratulations to everyone that served here, especially, the ones that went out today and gave their best. It was a hard day of bodyboarding, difficult one here. And all right, people, it looks like we have the interview ready with the winner of the last heat and Yorka. So let's hear from Armide and Yorka.
Thank you so much, guys. Well, here I am with Armide Soliveres. Armide, what an amazing performance. Congratulations. Seems like you had the highest score of the competition for now, 9.5. How are you feeling today after your hit?
Bueno, me siento súper bien, obviamente, por estar otra vez en el Final Day. Es verdad que tampoco me gusta eliminar a un amigo, y más Lionel, que es con quien viajo siempre. Entonces, por una parte feliz por mí, pero por otra triste por mi compañero. Ya me hubiese gustado estar con él en otra manga, pero nada, ahora toca darlo todo.
Well, Armide is mentioning that he's very happy, or actually a little bit sad, because he was competing against one of his best friends, Lionel. But he feels actually thankful to him because he was able to share this round, and now he's just ready to go up and keep going into the competition. So, Armide, is there anything else you would like to add?
Sí, nada, muchísimas gracias a todos los que siempre me están apoyando ahí, a la familia, mis amigos, mi mejor amigo Doramas, que está también ahí siempre, mi novia que está aquí conmigo y los sponsors también que me hacen llegar hasta aquí. Así que muchas gracias a todos y nos vemos mañana.
All right, Arvide, muchísimas gracias. Thank you so much, and we wish luck for tomorrow. We are back to you guys. Thank you so much.
I'm loving those interviews. He said the same thing as Kalani, huh?
Yeah.
How difficult that could be.
Yeah, we saw a lot of that today. You know, we had Carlos Cruz and Alfonso Aguilar go up against each other. You know, we had, of course, the two Canary riders go up against each other. You know, so there was a few heats like that, Kalani and Brian Lopez. So, you know, unfortunately, that's the game of competition. You know, sometimes you got to go to battle with your friends, but you know, I'm sure all of the riders that pass through are happy, but a little bit sad. And I think we heard that from some of our riders.
Well, it's a one-man glory, so, you know, it's this is what it is. It's our sport. That's the way it is. All right, people, very well. We would like to thank you for tuning in. Queremos agradecer a todos ustedes por estar ahí, por sus maravillosos mensajes, que lamentablemente nosotros no leemos los mensajes porque nos concentramos en la acción, pero mil gracias por su apoyo, por estar ahí, recordándoles que se suscriban a este canal de YouTube, que nos sigan en las redes sociales oficiales y que activen la campanita. De esa forma ustedes aportan, de esa forma ustedes ayudan al tour a crecer, a los riders a crecer. Y si quieren organizar un evento, recuerden que pueden mandar un email a info@ibcworldtour.com y pueden tener la información oficial acerca de cómo hacerlo. Es bastante fácil y podemos ayudarlos. En casa, entonces, mañana probablemente tenemos un check-in. No nos han dado la información oficial porque creo que se reúnen siempre los jueces al final con la comisión técnica y lo deciden, pero síganos en las redes sociales oficiales y lo van a tener. So for tomorrow, we don't have the communication yet. Okay. So the best thing to do is follow the social media, the IBC World Tour social media and the event social media. And you will get the information from there, which is the official channels. And also subscribe to this YouTube channel because it costs nothing to you and it helps a lot the sport. We have said that a lot. So thank you very much. You want to add something else?
Yeah, just excited to see how this final shakes out. And I think it's going to be an exciting final day of competition.
Same. All right, people, see you potentially tomorrow. And thank you so much for everything.